Hi there, and welcome to the ultimate course where you'll build and deploy not one, two, or three, but four modern web applications with advanced AI features, stunning 3D animations, 3D elements, and a full stack MERN app. You'll gain unique front-end developer skills. We will begin right from the start, guiding you through the entire process from developing and deploying each project to your own hosting and domain name using Hostinger. But that's not all. I'll also teach you how to create a jaw-dropping 3D portfolio where you can showcase these fantastic projects and leave potential employers impressed. It won't be easy, but if you carefully follow and complete these projects, you'll maximize your chances of breaking into the industry and securing that high-paying web development job you've always dreamed of. Here are the projects you'll build. The first project is a 3D software-as-a-service website. By fusing the metaverse vision with the power of artificial intelligence, we'll build a SaaS product where users can design their t-shirts. On this product website, you'll learn how to use a 3D model, apply colors and textures to that model, ask AI to help you generate stunning textures, and even download the generated result as an image. The second application is a DALL-E clone. It's an impressive full-stack DALL-E or Midjourney clone that enables you to generate images and share them with the community using prompts. And that's going to be possible by understanding how to create your own backend connected to the MongoDB database. It's as easy as providing prompts or selecting one from the list, obtaining the AI-generated result, and then sharing it with the community. Next up, we have Metaverse, a stunning website created using the latest and greatest of what Next.js 13 has to offer. With the use of complex gradients, layouts, and smooth animations using Framer Motion, this project aims to help you learn and become skilled in various CSS properties like flex, positioning, and responsive designs using media queries. And last but not least, the ultimate 3D portfolio. This portfolio is perfect to showcase all three projects you will have built before it, with customizable 3D models, animations, email integration, and a responsive design. You're guaranteed to stand out and land a job. Alongside building these great projects, you will also learn functional components and their reusability, React file and folder structure for better code architecture, fundamentals of CSS to master flex, grid, position, and media queries, soothing animations using Framer Motion, Node.js backend APIs, Next.js 13, database management with MongoDB, state management and hooks, and so much more. And at the end, you'll learn how to deploy each and every one of these applications to your own incredibly fast servers with a custom domain name using Hostinger. So, with that said, let's dive straight into it by building our very first project. Before we start building out our project, let's first get the hosting and the domain name for our new website, your portfolio, or any site you'll create in the future. Hostinger is my personal recommendation, and right now they're offering a crazy deal, so I simply needed to show this to you. The link to the website you're seeing right now on the screen with an extra discount in it is in the description. Let's visit it and click the Claim Deal button to see if it's really as good as it sounds. We are getting premium web hosting. For about $3 a month, you can host 100 websites. You also receive 100 gigabytes of SSD storage, unlimited free SSL certificate, which means that you get HTTPS security, and most importantly, you get a free email, but on top of that, you get a free domain name. Hostinger has a great price to quality ratio, high-speed servers, 24/7 chat support, and most importantly, developers love using it, as you can see by these exceptional ratings on third-party platforms. We're going to create 4 industry standard applications, so we want to have a custom domain name to be credible. For every industry standard application, such as the one you're building in this video, we need it to be fast, reliable, and trustworthy. And all of the features you're getting with this plan, such as a custom domain name, email, and speed, makes all the difference. Since I partnered with Hostinger, they decided to give you an even bigger discount. You can find the link and a unique discount code in the description. Once you visit the link in the description, click Claim Deal, and then Add to Cart. Here, we can choose the period of our hosting. In this case, I'm going to choose 48 months, since that's going to allow me to save the most money and get free 3 months. After that, you can scroll down and select your payment method, but more importantly, you can add a special JavaScript Mastery coupon code that's going to allow you to get an even bigger discount. After you complete the purchase, you'll be redirected to the Hostinger's dashboard. I'll see you there. As you can see, I'm personally using Hostinger for all of my company's websites. If you purchased premium hosting, then you should be able to see this yellow setup button here, and then also the claim domain button to get your free domain. Let's go ahead and immediately set up our premium web hosting so that after that, we can focus only on development. You can click Start Now, skip, we're going to create our own website, claim a free domain. You can do this at the end of the video too, in case you want to spend some time thinking about the proper domain name. In this case, I'm going to do 3JS products. That domain is available, and it's quite a good one. So let's go ahead and continue. And our domain is being registered. There we go, it's done. Click Control Panel, and there we go. Everything is set up. Now what's left to do is to build this phenomenal 3JS AI-powered application, and then we're going to deploy it to the internet at the end of this video using the file manager. You'll create a homepage where you will tell your users what the site is all about. Then, upon clicking the Customize button, your shirt will move and animate to the center of the screen. You'll be able to change its color, as well as upload your own logo or texture, or even better, write a customized prompt to ask AI to generate the logo or the texture for you. Once you have both the logo and the texture, you can toggle them on or off. And once you're happy with the shirt, you can even download it. Isn't that crazy? As we always do on the JavaScript Mastery YouTube channel, we're going to start from bare beginnings by creating a new empty folder on our desktop called 3JS. Once you have it, you can drag and drop it to your empty Visual Studio Code window. Visual Studio Code is the most popular editor for a reason. It has a lot of great extensions, source control, but it also has a terminal that you can visit if you go to View and then Terminal. It's integrated right here within our editor, and we can use it to spin up our React application using a tool called Vite. The only thing you need to create your React application is run the command npm create vite add latest -- space -- template react, and then say client. This is going to create a new React application inside of the client folder, as it did in just a couple of seconds. Before we go ahead and explore the file and folder structure, let's first install the packages that we need for our frontend. Of course, we're going to install them inside of the client repository. So first we need to cd into client. Again, make sure that it says 3JS client here. Great. So the packages that we're going to need are going to be npm install. First, we need 3, which is the 3D 3JS library. Then we're going to need add react -3 / fiber. And this is a React renderer for the 3JS library. We also need add react -3 / Dray. And this contains useful add-ons for React 3 Fiber. Then we're going to need math or math, and this is going to be used for useful math helpers and mostly math that's meant to be used with 3JS. Then we're going to use a package called Voltio, and it is a new package that allows us to really easily manage React state. No worries, it requires absolutely no learning process. You're just going to immediately get to know how to use it. We also need a React-color package, which is a color picker. And finally, framer-motion, which we're going to use for some cool animations. Let's press enter to install these packages. This process is going to take just about a minute, so feel free to pause this video and I'll see you right back. There we go. Once the packages have been installed, we can also set up Tailwind. Tailwind is a utility-first CSS framework packed with utility classes. It's going to allow us to write classes in a quicker and a more efficient way. So let's try to search for Vite to see if they have a starter guide. There we go. Install Tailwind CSS with Vite. We have already set up the project. Now we have to install Tailwind CSS, which we can do by running the first command npm install -d Tailwind CSS, post CSS, and auto prefixer. After that command, we can also initialize Tailwind by running the npx Tailwind CSS init-p. As you can see, this is going to create a couple of files right here, such as post CSS config and the Tailwind config. Next, we need to copy the template paths. So copy this, go to tailwind.config.js, and paste it right here. Finally, we also need to add our Tailwind CSS directives to our CSS, which we can do by going to source, and then index.css, and then adding them right here at the top. Great. Tailwind should now be properly set up. Now, let's discuss the file and folder structure of our new client application. First, we have the public folder that currently contains only a Vite SVG. Soon enough, we're going to add our awesome shirt 3D model here. Inside of the source, we have some assets which we don't need, the app CSS, the app.js, main, and so on. For now, we can get started by running the application and seeing how it looks like in the browser. We can do that by opening the terminal and running the npm run dev command. In a couple of seconds, it's going to spin up a version locally. You can hold Control and then click this link. And there we go. The application is now running. Now we're going to do some modifications to our structure, just so we can focus on what matters most, and that is learning Three.js and creating our great application. So for that reason, down in the description, I have already prepared a couple of files and folders for you. Don't worry, they're not going to contain any logic. You're going to focus on all of the most important logic on your own today while watching this video, but these are just going to be some assets and styles that are going to speed up the boring parts of this video so we can focus on what really matters, and that is mastering Three.js. So with that said, down in the description, you'll be able to find a zipped public folder, which you can download and unzip. You can then delete this public folder right here and drag and drop the updated public folder right into the client. It should contain the React PNG, Three.js logo, as well as this special shirt baked file. There's going to be one more zipped file, which is the assets folder. So again, you can delete the current assets folder and then drag and drop the updated one. There we go. It's going to contain some AI icons, download icon, and so on. We won't be needing this app.css, so you can delete that, but we will need our styling. So down in the description, this time inside of a GitHub gist, you'll be able to find a complete index.css file, which you can simply paste over here. It contains about 90 lines of code, but again, it's just CSS and mostly just some styles which we'll be reusing across the application. All of the files that matter, you're going to write by hand using Tailwind on your own. So once again, no worries there. And finally, there is just one more folder that we need to bring in here, and that's going to be the config folder. So simply feel free to copy it, unzip it, and then paste it right here within the source folder. Keep in mind, public folder is within the client folder, and then the assets and the config are within the source. So if we expand the config folder, you can see that in here we have the config.js containing the place where we can put the links for our backend. We have some constants, which we're going to use simply to loop over and to show different tabs. We have some helper functions. And don't worry, this isn't any really complicated logic. This was actually created by ChatGPT while creating this application. So I'm going to show you how we can get that as well. And finally, we have some motion, framer motion utility functions, which we'll be able to use right within our application. With that said, we now have everything we need to start the development of our great application. Inside of the main, we're creating the app, and then inside of the app, we currently have the boilerplate that was created for us by Vite. But for now, we can remove most of that stuff and simply keep the app that's going to return something like a div, within which we're going to have an h1 that's going to have a class name equal to head-text. If we save this, go to view and then terminal, it was already running from before. So if you open up your React application, you should be able to see a huge React text thread here. And that's because we applied this head text property by Tailwind. So that means that it is working as well. With that said, we have our app, we have our main, and we are ready to start developing our great application. Hopefully you're excited. You managed to go through this setup part. So from now on, it's going to be much more interesting, and we're going to dive into Three.js in no time. Now, to be able to see the changes that we make live in the browser, let's put our editor and the browser side by side. There we go. Now we can actually see what we're doing. Let's change this to Three.js, as that's what we're focusing on today. Now, we can immediately start by creating the file and folder structure of our great Three.js application. We have already created the assets folder and the config folder, but we're going to also have the components folder and the pages folder. Inside of the pages, we're going to create two different pages. The first one is going to be the home.jsx. This is going to be our main page. Inside of there, you can run RAFCE. This is going to create a new React arrow function component. And if what I've just done seemed like magic to you, you most likely don't have the ES7 Plus React Native Snippets extension installed. So simply search for it and install that extension and try to run that command again. Great. So now we have the home page as well. Let's repeat the process for creating the second page, which is going to be the customizer.jsx page. And we can repeat the process there as well. These are the only two pages we'll have. The entirety of the app's functionalities is going to be contained within those two pages. There is something else we're going to have as well, and that's going to be the canvas folder. Inside of the canvas folder, we're going to have a couple of files and folders. First, we're going to have the canvas itself, which is going to be under index.jsx. So there, we can also run RAFCE, and that's going to create a new function. We can rename it to canvas, and canvas here as well. Great. So now we have these three pages, which we can import inside of app.jsx. So inside of there, let's import the canvas coming from /canvas. And let's also import the customizer coming from /pages/customizer. And let's also import the home coming from /pages/home. Great. And now we can utilize them within our application. So that's going to be, instead of div, we can use the HTML5 semantic main tag, and we can give it a class name equal to app and transition-all and ease-in. This is going to be useful later on once we implement transitions. Within there, we can render the home page. We can also render the canvas. And finally, we can render the customizer. Now, if we save that, you can see our three great pages. Well, in this case, they're all on the same page, but you're going to see how we're going to make them all come together really soon. So, of course, let's get started with the home page. We can do that by closing the app and going within the page's home.jsx. Inside of here, we're going to import a couple of things. Let's first import something known as a motion coming from framer-motion. We're going to use this to apply some animations later on. From there, we're going to also need something called animate presence. This is a component that enables the animation of components that have been removed from the tree. Next, we can import something known as a use snapshot from this great new React state library called Voltio. Yep, it's pronounced Voltio, but Voltio is fine as well. You're gonna see really soon how easy it is to use it, so no worries there at all. And finally, to make our framer motion animations work, we can import a couple of things coming from /config/motion. And the things that we need are gonna be head container animation, also head content animation, also head text animation, and finally slide animation. We're getting all of these up front, so it's easier to utilize them within the code later on. But if you're wondering how the code for these looks like, you can see it's just gonna slide in specific pieces of content by a specific number of pixels. Now, before we actually start creating the JSX for our homepage, let me quickly explain how Voltio works, because it's so simple to use. For it to work, we need to create a new folder right here in a source folder called store. And then inside of there, you can create a new index.js file. There, you can import something known as a proxy coming from Voltio. And then we simply need to initialize the state by saying const state is equal to proxy. We call it as a function and then provide in the initial object. And then you have to export default.state. So you can think of this as React context. Whatever you define in here, you'll be able to utilize within your entire application. It is that simple. So what are we going to have there? Well, we're going to have one flag called intro, meaning are we currently on the homepage or are we not? We're going to have our default color, which we can use later on. That's going to be EFBD4E, but of course you can use any other color as well. We're going to have something known as isLogo texture, which we're going to use later on, meaning are we currently displaying the logo on our shirt? We're going to have also isFull texture, which is going to be set to false at the start. And then just for the initial load of the shirt, before we upload any of our own logos or textures, we need to have the initial logo decal that's going to go on the shirt. And that's going to be the path going to /3js.png. And also we need to have the initial full texture shirt decal, which is going to be /3js.png. Same thing. So far, you can just think of these as some empty default values. And what is this 3JS? Well, it's nothing more than a simple 3JS logo. So now we have set up our state, and now we can go back to home and we can simply import it. The only thing you have to do is say import state from /store, and we can immediately use it within our application. And how we use it? We use it by saying const snap, meaning it's one current snapshot of that state, and we say use snapshot and we pass in that default state. That is it. So we didn't have to set up any React context or anything else. We simply immediately specify the default values and we can use them within our application. While we go through the application, it's going to start making even more sense, so no worries there. Great. Now we can start with creating the JSX of our application. We can first wrap everything with something known as an animate presence. This is a component by Framer Motion that's going to allow us to enable the animation of components that have been removed from the tree. Inside of there, we want to see if we are currently on the intro page, meaning on the home page. So we can say if we are on the snap.intro, in that case, we can render the homepage data. And that's mostly going to be the motion.div, meaning it's going to be a regular div, but it's going to have some animations attached to it. And it's going to have a class name equal to home. And for the animations, we can provide a new object and we can spread ... slide animation, and we can say it's going to slide from the left. So it's going to look something like this. There we go. And this should have been a motion section. If we're going to be more precise, that's a new HTML5 semantic tag. So we can put this just a bit more to the side so everything fits in one line. There we go. Now within there, we're going to have a motion header. This is the first time while we're actually going to see something appear on the screen. So that's going to be a motion header. And within there, we can have an image. That image is going to have a source equal to /3js.png. It's also going to have an alt tag equal to logo, and it's going to have a class name equal to w-8, h-8, and object-contain. If we save that and reload the page, we cannot see anything on the screen yet. So what we can do is go to inspect and go to console. And we can see that source config motion.js does not provide an export name head t content. So it looks like I have a typo right here. It's supposed to be just head content animation. So if we reload, we are good. And we can see this great Three.js logo appear on top. Wonderful. This motion header is also going to have a slide in animation. So we can do ... slide animation. And we can say this one is going to slide down. So now if we reload, you can see how it slides from left, but also from top. There we go. This is looking great. Now below that motion header, we're going to have a motion.div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to home-content. And we're going to also spread all the head container animation. Inside of there, we're going to have another motion.div, and we're going to spread the head text animation. Finally, inside of there, we can display our h1 that's going to have a class name equal to head-text, and it's going to have a text of something like let's, all uppercase. Then we can add a BR or a break tag that's going to just be visible on larger devices. So we can give it a class name equal to XL is block. Usually it's hidden. And we can say do it. Let's do it. And there we go. You can see how nicely it slides right in. Below that, we can create another motion div. And this motion div is going to contain a p tag. And in there, I'm going to simply paste the text I already have. And you can also type it out. So we're going to say something like create your unique and exclusive shirt with our brand new 3D customization tool. We can then add a strong tag and say unleash your imagination, space, and define your own style. There we go. This is looking good. And let's also style it a bit by giving it a class name, saying max-w-md. This is going to take it a bit less horizontal space. Font is going to be normal. And text is going to be gray 600. That's the color. And it's going to be text-base. And now to make this animate as well, we can spread the head content animation and also give it a class name equal to flex, flex call, and gap-5 to the div wrapping our p tag. Now, if we reload the page, you can see the text appears there as well. Great. And the last thing we need is a button to lead us from the home page to our customization page. So to implement that, we can create a new custom button self-closing component. If we save it, it's going to break, of course, because we haven't yet created it. So let's go to our File Explorer. Let's go to the client side and source. And inside of the components, let's create a new custom button.jsx. Inside of there, you can run refce. And we can also create a new file within the components folder called index.js. There, we can import the custom button from /custom button, and we can also export it right here within an object. So what this allows us to do is now go back into the home page, and we can simply import custom button from /components. And there we go. Our custom button is here. Now to that button, we're going to want to pass some props so we can utilize them within the button. So the props we can pass are going to be a type. We want this button to be a filled in button. We want to give it a title, something like customize it. We can give it a handle click. So what should we do once we click it? And that's going to be a callback function that's going to update our state. So this is the first time that I'm showing you how to update the Voltio state. Well, you simply do it. State that intro is equal to false. This no longer breaks React's rules. You can just do it manually and it's going to work. And finally, we can pass some custom styles to this button. So that's going to be a W-fit, padding X of 4, meaning padding horizontal, padding Y of 2.5, font-bold, and text-small. Now, if you're wondering what any of these class names or styles do, simply visit tailwindcss.com, click this magnifying glass, and type it in. And let's search for something like W-fit. And if we go to sizing, here, you can see that that's going to update the width. And there are also a lot of options. You can do it by fractions, you can do fit, you can do full. So whatever you're wondering about regarding Tailwind, you can simply search it right here. Be that padding, spacing, whatever you want, it's going to be right here. Tailwind is pretty simple to use. Essentially, the only thing it does is it takes regular CSS properties and then it shows you how to do them with class names. Great. With that said, we can now control click into the custom button and implement it. To develop our custom button, we can start straight with the JSX by turning this div into, you can guess it, a button. Let's apply some class names, such as, let's give it a px of 2, meaning padding X, and within there, let's simply render the title that we have passed through the props. And there we have customize it, which is our title. Now let's also get all the other props, such as the type, the title, the custom styles, and the handle click as well. Now we can continue styling it by giving it a class name. We can give it a padding Y of 1.2, a flex of 1, and then a rounded -MD. Now, this still doesn't look like a button, and that's because we haven't applied the custom styles right here. There we go. And even when we do, we're missing a color. We need to have our app theme color, which is going to be changeable. So what we can do is we can create a new style property, and there we can call a generate style to which we pass a type. We're going to have two types of buttons in our application. So let's create a function called const generate style, which is going to accept a type. Then we want to see if the type is triple equal to filled. In that case, we want to do something. And yes, our button is filled. So we can return an object that's going to contain a background color. For now, can be set to black, as you can see. And then we need the color of the text, which is going to be set to white. Now, we want to make this dynamic. If you remember correctly, within our Voltio state right here in the store, we have a color, and this is the default color. So let's retrieve that color right here at the top by importing the state coming from /store. So we can now utilize that store right here at the top by saying const snap is equal to use snapshot and pass in the state. And then we can change the background color to be equal to snap.color. And if we save that, everything, of course, breaks. And that's because we haven't imported use snapshot. So we can import use snapshot coming from Voltio. And there we go. We have a nice yellow color. That's looking great. For now, this is going to be everything we need to do to this button. Just one more part is to pass an on click, which is going to be equal to the handle click function. So now once we actually click it, we will no longer be on the home page because the snap.intro is going to be set to false, as you can see right there. So let's click it. There we go. That means that we want to focus on the customizer. We just moved from the home page to the customizer page. So let's go to the File Explorer. Let's go to Client, Source, Pages, and then Customizer. This is going to be the main part of our application. Inside of here, we're going to have a lot of imports. We want to import React, but we also want to import the useState and the useEffect hooks. After that, we want to import something known as AnimatePresence, which we have used so far. AnimatePresence, as well as motion coming from FramerMotion. And we want to get our useSnapshot coming from Valscio. We also want to import something known as a config coming from /config/config. We're going to use this later on to set up the URL of our backend. We also want to import that state we have created coming from /store. We want to import an icon called download coming from /assets. And we want to import some helper functions such as download, canvas to image, as well as reader coming from /config/helpers. And finally, we need to import a couple of things from our constants, such as editor tabs, filter tabs, and decal types. And this is coming from /config/constants. And you can control click any of these things to see what it is. These are just some default values, such as color picker, file picker, AI picker, and so on, which we can use later on within our application. We can also import some predefined motions, such as fade animation and slide animation. And this is going to be coming from /config/motion. Great. Now, inside of this page, we'll be using a lot of components. So what do you say that we take some time now and create the empty files for all of these components? Let's do them one by one. First, we're going to create the AI picker.jsx, and we can run refce inside of there. This is where we're going to pick the AI image. Then we're going to have a color picker.jsx. Inside of here, we'll be able to pick the color of our shirt. We already have the custom button, so the next one is going to be the file picker.jsx, and we can run refce inside of there. Inside of here, we can simply upload the image. And finally, we need to add a tab.jsx, and we can run refce. We're going to use this to switch between different tabs, such as color picker, AI picker, and file picker. And now that we have all of these components, we can simply export all of them from the index. So we can first import them. So let's duplicate this a couple of times. AI picker, color picker, file picker, and then tab. And finally, we want to export all of them too, so we can put them in new lines like this. And let's export them one by one. We have the AI picker, color picker, file picker, and tab. And if you're wondering how do I get all of these recommendations, they're coming from an extension called GitHub Copilot. So it's really helpful, and I've been using it a lot recently. Great. Now we can go back to our customizer, and we can import all of these components. So we can say import AI picker, color picker, custom button, file picker, and then a tab coming from /components. I know we have a lot of imports, but now we can focus on what really matters, and that is creating our customizer. First of all, the JSX, but then also the logic for this great page. We're going to first wrap everything in the AnimatePresence. so we can allow for animations. And inside of there, we want to check, are we on the home page or are we on the customizer? And for that, we'll have to get access to our state. So we can say const snap is equal to use snapshot state. See how simple it is. And there we can say if not snap.intro or the home page, then we want to show the rest of the code with just a regular parenthesis. So we can put everything inside of there. First of all, we can start with an empty React fragment, and we can say something like customizer. Now, if we save this and reload the page, you can see that we have an error. So if we go to inspect and then to console, you can see that source config helpers.js does not provide download canvas to image. It's possible we mistyped it. So let's see. Down, there we go. There is a typo. So as soon as we fix the typo and reload, there we go. We're on the home page. We click customize and we are on the customizer. That's great. So let's delete this and let's actually start developing it. This right here is how the finished version looks like. And first, we're going to focus on the left side right here. These tabs that you can switch from and then make some adjustments to the shirt. Okay? So let's do that right away by creating a new motion.div that's going to have a key equal to custom. It's going to have a class name equal to absolute, top-0, left-02, and then z-10. So we want to position it absolutely on the screen, and we can also make it slide from the left by doing ... slide animation from the left. And of course, we have to put something into it. So what are we going to put in there? Well, that's going to be a div. So div. That div is going to have a class name equal to flex items-center min-h-screen. So that's taking of the full height of the screen. And then we want to create a div that's going to have a class name of a class that we predefined, which is the editor tabs-container and then tabs. And now if we save this, you can see just barely right here a div inside of which the tabs will go. So now we can go through the editor tabs, which if you scroll up is going to be the constant for those three tabs. And we can say the map. We want to get each individual tab, and we want to return a self-closing tab component, to which we need to pass a key equal to tab.name, a tab equal to tab, and a handle click, which is going to go to a callback function. And for now, we can make it empty. And there we go. You can see these three tabs. So for now, I simply wanted to create this to give you an idea of where this is going to go on the screen. We're going to continue working on this later on, but now I want to make sure to do the rest of the layout really quickly so we can sooner rather than later jump onto the main part of the application, which is creating this wonderful 3D model in the center of our screen. So let's go below this motion.div and let's create another motion.div. This one is going to be for the back button. So see on the top right, we want to have this back button. So that motion div is going to have a class name equal to absolute, z-10, top-5, and right-5, meaning we want to position it on the top right of the screen, and we want to give it a fade animation. Inside of there, now it's pretty simple. The only thing we have to do is utilize the already created custom button component. The type is going to be filled. The title is going to be go back. The handle click is going to be a callback function that's going to call the state.intro, and it's going to set it back to true, meaning we want to go to the home page. And we're going to set the custom styles to be equal to w-fit, padding x of 4, padding y of 2.5, font-bold, and text-sm. And there we go. On top right, we can go back to the home page, and we can go back to the customizer. This is already more functional. Now below the shirt on the bottom, we're going to have some toggles, some filters. So first, we can turn on and off the logo. Then we can turn off and on the actual decal on the shirt, and then we can download the shirt. So let's quickly create those 3 buttons as well. We can go below this motion div right here to another motion div. This one is going to have a class name equal to filter tabs dash container. And they can also have a ... slide animation, but this time it's going to slide from down to up. So it's going to be slide animation up. Inside of there, we can do a similar thing what we have done for the previous tabs. So let's go ahead and copy the editor tabs, paste them right here. And instead of editor tabs, we want to go over the filter tabs. We want to give it a key, a tab, a special property called isFilterTab. Also a special property called isActiveTab, which for now we're going to leave as empty, as an empty string, and then a handle click. And then you can see that we're going to have 2 tabs right here at the bottom, 3 tabs on the left, the canvas right now at the top left, but that's going to be a shirt in the center, and then we have a go back button. Great. So you can see how nicely the tabs on the left slide in from the left side and tabs on the bottom slide in from the bottom side. Check that one more time. Looking great. But now that we have the basic layout of our application, not yet the functionality, just the layout, let's focus on what really matters. And that is going to the canvas folder and then to index.js. Already, we're going to dive into what Three.js is and how to implement it in the specific canvas using lighting, shadows, camera, and 3D models. We're going to cover every single aspect of Three.js React Fiber development right here. So with that said, let's get started with the main part of our video. As we always do, we can first import a couple of things. First of all, we're going to need, of course, the canvas coming from add react-3/fiber. And you can immediately notice that we cannot have the 2 instances of a variable named canvas. So let's change our component name to canvas model. And then we're going to keep the original canvas coming from fiber. Now we can also import something known as environment and center coming from add react-3/Dray. Now we'll have to use a couple of Three.js components inside of our canvas. So let's go ahead and create them. The first one is going to be called backdrop.jsx. And there for now we can run refce. Backdrop is going to be this backsplash of yellow color that you can see behind the shirt right here. Then let's create another one, and that's going to be called a camera rig.jsx. And we can also run refce inside of there. Of course, that's going to be the positioning of the camera. And finally, we can create the actual shirt model by saying shirt.jsx and then running refce inside of there. And now inside of the canvas, we can of course import all of these components by saying import shirt coming from /shirt. We can also import the backdrop coming from /backdrop. And finally, we can import the camera rig coming from /camera rig. And now we can slowly start utilizing all of these components. So first of all, we can click customize it to go into the customization page. And you can see that we have the canvas here at the top left. Now, instead of just a text of canvas, let's actually render a canvas component. This is where everything will go. First of all, we're going to apply some ambient lighting. So we can say ambient light. That's going to be a self-closing component with the intensity equal to 0.5. If we save that, you cannot see anything yet because we are on the light screen. Then we also want to add something known as an environment. And environments accept different presets. So in this case, we can give it a preset equal to city. If you hover over it, This is going to add the effect on the whole screen. Finally, we can enter the camera rig right here. And then inside of there, we can leave that backdrop as a self-closing component. And then in the center, we can create a shirt. Now, if we save this, you can see nothing seems to be working. So let's go to inspect, and then let's open up the console. And as you can see, it says the div is not the part of 3 namespace, which says that some of our components which we're using right here, like the camera rig or the backdrop and the shirt, are not displaying Three.js properties and components, rather just regular divs, which is causing it to break. So for now, we can comment out the camera rig and the backdrop, and we can control click into the shirt and turn this into a real 3D model so we can see it on the screen. So to do this, we first have to import a couple of things, and that's going to be import something known as easing coming from MMATH or math. We can also import the use snapshot coming from Voltio. We can also import the use frame coming from React 3 Fiber. And then we need a couple more things from React Ray. That's going to be a decal, meaning some kind of a mesh or a texture. We need to use GLTF to be able to use the 3D model, and then the use texture to be able to apply that texture. And all of that is coming from at react-3/Dray. And finally, we can import our store too. So that's going to be import state from the store. Great. Now we already know how simple it is to use that state. We just have to say const snap is equal to use snapshot, and then we pass in the state. Now, finally, let me show you how we can import a 3D model. You just have to say const, you get the nodes as well as the materials, and you specify that to be equal to use GLTF hook, and then you point it to the path where that shirt is stored. So that's shirt_baked.glb. So now, if you go to public, you can see this shirt baked GLB, which is the actual 3D file. Great. Now let's create 2 textures that we're going to apply to that shirt. That's going to be const logo texture, which is going to go in the middle of the screen. So we can say is equal to use texture, and that's going to be equal to snap.logo decal. Remember that snap is just the store that we stored here, and currently it's a path pointing to a regular PNG image. And now we can duplicate that, and we're going to also display a full texture, which is going to go over the entire shirt, and that's going to be equal to snap.full decal. Great. Finally, let's display that shirt model. We can close the console just to have a clean working slate. And instead of rendering a div, we're going to render a group. Inside of that group, we're going to have a mesh element. And that mesh is going to have a couple of properties. It's going to have a cast shadow property, meaning that it is going to cast shadows. It's going to have a geometry equal to nodes.t_shirt_male.geometry. It's going to have a material equal to materials.lambert1. That's the material used for this shirt. And then we can specify the material -roughness, and that's going to be equal to 1. And finally, dispose is going to be equal to null. I'm not really sure what this one does. Maybe if we hover over it or if you Google it, we can figure that out. But we needed it to make this work. Now, if we save it, there we go. As you can see, we have our shirt, and it is right in the center of the screen because we use this center property. So that is great. Although it is really small at this point, no worries because we're going to make it bigger. And how can we make it bigger? Well, that's going to be with the camera rig. We need to kind of point the camera a bit closer to our actual model. So what do you say? Now that we have our mesh and the shirt, we can go back and we can turn on this camera rig that's wrapping the shirt. And we can go into it. And now, of course, it's going to break because the camera ring is not the actual camera. But once we implement it, it's going to actually work. So the first step we have to do is, of course, get some imports, such as import use frame coming from add react-3 fiber. We can import the same easing coming from math. And we can import the use snapshot coming from Voltio. We can also import that state, which is equal to or coming from /store. Now, within our camera rig, we're passing some children components, specifically the center containing the shirt. So to be able to display it, we have to get it from the children React prop, and then we can render it out. We can do that by returning a group, and that group is going to render the children, like so. And there we go. Our shirt came back, means that we are properly following all the Three.js rules. But with that said, we want to modify it a bit. We want to move the camera closer. So what we can do is we can create a new ref. Const group is equal to use ref. And we're going to use this ref later on to update the state. So we can simply connect that ref to our group right here by saying ref is equal to group. Now, as soon as we do this, you can notice that it breaks again, but no worries. We're here to fix it. So it says that the use ref is not defined. So the only thing we have to do is we have to define the use ref right here coming from React. Great. And we have our shirt again. Now, in the final model, the shirt is much, much bigger, but it also rotates, which is the whole point of 3D models. So what do you say that we implement that rotation next? First, we can get the state by saying const snap is equal to use snapshot, and then we pass in the state. And then we can set the model rotation. So I'm going to even add a comment right here, set the model rotation smoothly. And we can do that by using the easing property, easing.damp e, like this. We call it as a function, and now we're going to pass a couple of properties to it. We're going to pass the group.current.rotation. Then we're going to need to pass a couple of variables. You can see the target, the x, the y, and the z axis. So let's create a new array. First, we're going to position it at state.pointer.y divided by 10. Then the second one, the y-axis, is going to be minus state.pointer.x divided by 5, and then the z-axis is going to be 0. Now this is going to break it one more time because we also have to provide the smooth time, which in this case is going to be set to 0.25. And finally, we need something known as a delta, meaning the difference. And how are we going to get that? Well, we need to call the use frame hook. So right here, we're going to call the use frame. And this hook allows you to execute code on every rendered frame. So we can run different effects, update controls, and so on. So we can use the frame. It accepts a callback function right here, like this. And then we can put all of this code, the easing, inside of the use frame, like so. And there we get the state and we get the delta, meaning the difference from the last frame that happened. And we can pass the delta right here as the last parameter to easing. Now, if we save this, we are again good, but we cannot move the shirt yet. No worries, we're going to fix that really soon. We want to make this shirt look good on all different screen sizes. Right now, we're looking at it from the mobile view, but we still want it to be responsive. So that's why we can create some breakpoints. We can say const is breakpoint is equal to window.inner width is lower than or equal to 1260 pixels. And then we also have the mobile. So const is mobile is going to be equal to window.inner width is lower or equal to 600 pixels. So this is going to ensure that we can make the shirt the proper size on all different screen sizes. Now let's set the initial position of the model. And we can do that by saying let target position is going to be equal to, I found the value minus 0.4, 0, and 2 to work best right off the bat. But now we can modify it. So we can say if snap.intro, meaning if we are on the home page, remember, here, then we want to reposition it. We want to say if is breakpoint Then we want to set the target position to 0, 0, and then 2. If we are on the snap intro and if we are on mobile, so if is mobile, then the target position is going to be 0, 0.2, and then 2.5. And finally, else, if we're not on the intro, if we're on the customizer page, then we can check if is mobile. In that case, the target position can be almost the same. We can have it here. 0, 0, 2.5. And then we can also have an else where we're going to set the target position to be equal to 0, 0, 2. So these are just some values to make the shirt work on all different screen sizes. And now is the time that we set the camera position. So set model camera position. To do that, we can call the easing again, .damp, but in this case, damp3. We can pass the state.camera.position. This is what we have been changing here. The second parameter is going to be the target. That's going to be the target position. Then we have the smooth time, which is going to be 0.25, and then we pass in the delta. And if we save it, you can see how the shirt now moves, and it also got a bit bigger. And now check this out. If I click customize, it moved to the center again, but really smoothly and slowly. So now we have some interaction with the shirt. You can see it is moving, but still it doesn't have a lot of texture and nothing interesting is going on. So we cannot really see how great it is. But so far, so good. Our camera is now fully done. We can jump out of the camera and we can go back to improving our shirt model. Right here inside of the shirt's mesh, we need to know if we're currently showing the logo on the shirt or are we showing the full texture. So this is it. Currently showing the logo, not showing the logo, and then showing the full texture and not showing the full texture. So to do that, we can first call the snap, which is our state, and then check if is full texture. Then we're going to apply a decal that's going to be of that full texture. And we can do the same. To that decal, we can pass a position that's going to be equal to an array of 0, 0, 0. We can also pass a rotation that's going to be equal to 0, 0, 0. We can pass a scale equal to 1, which is going to take the full space of the model. And then we also need a map, which is going to render that full texture right here. If we save that, you won't be able to see anything yet. And now what if we have the logo? Well, that's easy. We're going to simply duplicate this below. We're going to say snap is logo texture. We're going to change the positioning just a bit. I found the value of 0.04 and 0.15 to work best. The scale is going to be much smaller. It's going to be 0.15. And then the map is not going to be the full texture. It's going to be the logo texture right here. And there we go. You can see the logo in our state is currently turned on. So that's why it's showing. If we switch it off here, you can see it is gone. And if we switch the full texture on, you can see we have the texture. So right now we can change these statically, but soon enough, we're going to add buttons right here below so we can change these dynamically. But it's good to know that we can see the logo on our shirt. Now we can change the quality of the texture by changing the property called map anisotropy, and we can set it to 16. We can also change something known as a depth test, which is going to ensure to render on top of the other objects in the scene, and that can be set to false. We want to show it on the shirt. And then also depth right, which we're going to set to true. There we go. So I figured these work best while displaying that logo on there. And believe it or not, that's mostly going to be it for the shirt. But we're going to just play a bit more with the actual easing to apply the color smoothly and not dramatically. And we can do that by using the use frame hook we already used before. We're going to get a callback function with the state and the delta. And then inside of there, we can simply say easing.dampc we can pass in the materials. So materials dot Lambert1 dot color. So first we pass the color, then we pass the current color, snap that color. We pass the 0.25 for the smooth time, and then the delta value. So essentially we're just ensuring that we apply the color smoothly. And now there was one interesting thing that I figured out while creating this project, and that is that the shirt sometimes would not update. And to fix it, I needed to provide a key to this group right here. And the key cannot simply be a state. I had to recreate a string of the current state that we can pass in. So const state string is equal to JSON.stringify, and then we pass in the current state. So this tracks state changes, and then we pass in the state string. This way, React will render the model whenever the state changes. Great. So now if we save this, this is looking good. We have our model, and now we can go back and we can focus on the backdrop. That's going to ensure that we have those cool lights showing behind the shirt. So if we bring back the backdrop, it's going to break again because it's a regular div, but soon enough, we'll be able to change it to a real Three.js property. So inside of here, let's import something known as easing coming from math. Let's import the use ref hook coming from React. Let's also import the use frame from React 3 Fiber we used before. And this time we're going to work and play with shadows. So we can import accumulative, shadows, and randomized light coming from React 3 Dray. You can see Dray is quite useful because it gives you a lot of these helper utility functions we can use on our 3D models. So let's play with those shadows. Let's render a component called accumulative shadows. Inside of there, we can render the randomized light. And you know what? For good measure, let's do 2 randomized lights. But first, let's add some properties to it. Now, if we save this, you can see this is good, but the shirt is nowhere to be seen. So what we can do is let's add an amount to this randomized light, and that's going to be 4. But I'm wondering, where is the shirt? So maybe we have to change the position of the backdrop to be able to see it. Let's set the position to be equal to an array of 0, 0, and then minus 0.14. And even though that's positioned right, we still cannot see the shirt. What if I comment out the backdrop and reload the page? Nope, shirt is still nowhere to be seen. Let's go ahead and open the inspect element and the console too. And we can see we have an open loop saying reading color on shirt line 16. It cannot read it. So that's happening right here, I'm guessing. And we need to fix this quickly because it's just ramping up the errors. So to fix that, I misspelled the Lambert right here, which is the material. So it's Lambert, not Lambert. And with that, we do get the color of our shirt, which makes it look so much better. That's looking great. So now if we go back to here and uncomment the backdrop, there we go. You can see what we meant when we added this randomized light or shadow. But of course, we have to play with it to make it so much better. Now, if we expand our browser a bit, you can see the shirt is going to expand, but it is still a bit too small. So let's make the shirt just a bit bigger before we finalize the backdrop. And we can do that by playing with the canvas. Inside of the canvas, we can turn on the shadows, and we can also change the camera positioning. So we can say camera position is going to be set to 0, 0, 0. And then most importantly, the FOV or the field of view is going to be set to 25. This is going to bring the camera closer. Now, if we reload the page, you can see the shirt now just looks so much better. But of course, these backdrop and the shadows are not collaborating with us so far. No worries, we're going to make that work soon. Before we do that, let's apply a GL property right here. That means to preserve the buffers later on. And that's going to be preserve drawing buffer is set to true. Finally, we can give it a class name equal to w-full for full width, max-w-full, So this is going to be the max width 100%, h-full for full height, and transition dash all, as well as ease dash in. Great. Now our canvas is done, our shirt is done, and our camera rig is done. We just have to focus on that backdrop to have this nice looking backsplash of color and shadow behind our shirt. So to make that happen, let's focus on these shadows and lights. First of all, this randomized light, let's see how it looks like. What if I remove the amount? You can see it is still here because we have the shadow. So instead of focusing on the light first, let's get rid of this shadow. Let's make that work first because this is not really looking good. So first, we need to create a ref by saying const shadows is equal to use ref because we need to reference to that specific shadow later on. So let's give it a ref equal to shadows. We can also set the temporal variable, which means it's going to smooth out the edges of the shadow over time. Then we can set the frames to be equal to 60, meaning the frames are going to render in 60 frames. We can also add the alpha test, which is going to set the transparency of the shadows to 0.85. We want to give it a scale equal to 10 and a rotation equal to math.pi over 2 and then 0, 0. And we can leave the position as it is. Now, if we save this, you can see everything became dark, which is good. It really makes our model pop. But now, let's bring back those randomized lights. Let's give it the amount of 4, and you can immediately see how it just flashed. But we want to keep it there, so let's spread the radius a bit to something like 9. Let's set the intensity to 0.55. Let's set the ambient to 0.25. Okay, it's already just a bit lighter. And let's set the position of that light to be an array of 5, 5, and then minus 10. Okay, there we go. So you can see now that light is not centrally hitting the shirt. It's coming from somewhere on the top right, and it leaves a great shadow on that shirt. That is looking great. So this is a light source in a 3D scene. Now we can duplicate that right below, and we can have the other one with the amount 4, radius 5, maybe a bit of a lower intensity. You can play with this as much as you like. We can set the ambient to 0.55, and we can change that to come from the different angle. So let's do minus 5, 5, and then something like minus 9. And if we save this, you can see now they're coming from two different sides and they cast different shadows. But of course, feel free to play with the lights as much as possible. Feel free to play with the camera rig as well. And feel free to play with the shirt model, most importantly. You can also change some things right here in the canvas. Maybe the FOV can be set to something like 50. If you reload, that's going to make the shirt smaller. You can make it something like 10 to come really close with the camera onto that shirt. So right now you can see the full power of the texture appearing on the shirt, and you can see this is like a sticker on that shirt, looking great. But of course, let's bring that back to 25, as with that value, the full shirt fits on the screen. So this is looking great already. And with that, we're done with our camera, we're done with our backdrop, and we are done with our shirt. Now we're ready to move all the way back to our app and then to our customizer. Now we can make all of these tabs work, and the ones on the bottom too, so we can start adding, uploading different materials, different textures, and different colors to the shirt. Of course, we're going to start with the tabs first. So the first tab on our list is going to be the color tab. So let's dive into the tab. And here, we're going to implement all of these different tabs, such as the file input, color input, and then also the AI image upload input, which is quite an interesting one. So let's first start with the overall look and feel of the tabs. To start implementing our tabs, we can import the use snapshot hook coming from Voltio. We can also import the state coming from /store. As we always do, we can now get the snapshot of that store by saying const snap is equal to use snapshot state. And if you remember correctly, inside of the customizer, we passed a couple of props to our tab here and also here. So we have things like a tab, is filter tab, is active tab, and the handle click. So let's get those props right here. Tab is filter, tab, filter is the one on the bottom. We have is active tab, and then finally the handle click. Great. Now let's actually change this from just being tab to the actual JSX of the tab. We can do that by giving each div a key equal to tab.name. We can give it a class name equal to a dynamic template string of tab-btn. And then if it is filter tab, so if is filter tab, in that case, we can render the rounded dash full as well as glass morphism. And if it is not a filter tab, then we can simply do something like rounded dash 4. Now, if we save that, you can see that now we have this glass on the left side and we have nothing on the bottom side. Now we can also give it an on click, which is going to be equal to the handle click. And now we have to give it styles depending on if it is currently active. So we can create a new property at the top, const active styles. And there we can say if is filter tab and is active tab. In that case, we want to give it a property, a style of background color, which is equal to snap.color, and opacity equal to 0.5. If it is not an active tab, then we want to apply it not active styles, which is going to be a background color equal to transparent, and we want to set the opacity to 1. And now we can simply apply those class names, or rather styles, to our div. And you can see nothing is currently active, so we cannot see anything. Now let's actually render something within that div. That's going to be a self-closing image tag with a source equal to tab.icon. And there we go. Immediately this starts looking so much better because we have our colors, our files, the AI generator, and then we can show or hide the actual shirt and the logo. Great. We can give it an alt equal to tab.name, and we can give it a class name equal to, it's going to be dynamic. If is filter tab, in that case, we want to give it something like w-2/3 and h-2/3. Like this. And otherwise, we want to set the width to be 11 out of 12 and h 11 out of 12 as well, and object-contain. I found these values to work best. There we go. So now this is looking good. These on the bottom are just a bit smaller. And that is it for the actual tab layout. But now we have to create a modal for once we click on a specific tab for it to be marked as active. And we also need to open up the corresponding picker. So to do that, we can go back to Customizer. And there we can see that we have our actual tabs. But once we click them, nothing actually happens. So what we can do is scroll all the way to the top of the customizer and create a new function. And this function is going to show tab content depending on the active tab. So that's going to be const generate tab content. And it's not going to take anything as the parameter because we're going to keep track of the active tab within our state. So right here as the local state of our application, we can create a couple of use states. The first use state is going to be a file. Later on, we'll need to upload files. So we're going to have file, set file, at the start set to an empty string. Then we'll also be working with the AI prompt. So we need to create a new use state field for the AI prompt. Set prompt at the start set to an empty string. We also need a loading state. Are we currently generating the image or not? So we can create a new useState field called generating img. And also that's going to be set to false at the start. But then most importantly, we need to have two additional active states. So let's create a first one. useState is active editor tab, set active editor tab at the start set to an empty string, and then useState active filter tab, set active filter tab, and that's going to be set to an object containing logo shirt set to true at the start, and then stylish shirt set to false. So this is going to be able to trigger, are we currently showing the logo? Are we showing the full texture? And then also the active editor is going to show us which one are we changing, the color, the file, or the AI image generation prompt. So now we have everything we need to implement our function, generate tab content. So how this is going to work is we're going to have a switch statement. And that switch is going to look for the active editor tab. If the active editor tab is color picker, then we want to return a self-closing color picker component. If the case is a file picker, in that case, we want to return, I think you can guess it, a file picker. And then if the case is the AI picker, in that case, we can return the AI picker. And the default is going to be just a return of null. Great. So now we're going to display those additional components on top of our current layout, of course, using the absolute positioning once we click on them. The first one on the list is going to be the color picker. But of course, for that to happen, we have to call the generate tab content somewhere. So we're going to call it right here below our editor tabs. So they're going to be here, editor tabs. And then we want to call the generate tab content. So immediately it's going to show it on top once we actually activate a specific tab. So now on the editor tabs, we can call the set active editor tab to tab that name. Great. So now once we click on the color, we can see color picker is the currently active one. And if we click on the file picker and AI picker, you can see these are changing. But right now they're just displaying the text of that specific picker. But of course we need to show it right here, like we do on the finished application, right next to it. So let's focus on the color picker first by going to components and then color picker. Implementing the color picker is going to be incredibly straightforward as we're going to use a package called sketch picker, or rather the React color package, and then one of their pickers is called a sketch picker. Implementing the color picker is going to be incredibly simple because we're going to use the sketch picker coming from React color package. That's going to allow us to really easily have a wonderful looking color picker. After that, we can import the use snapshot from Voltio, and we can also import the state coming from /store. You already know how we get the values. That's going to be const snap is equal to use snapshot to which we pass the state. And then we can start with creating our color picker. So we can turn this from just being a regular div to being a div that has a class name equal to absolute left dash full and then margin left 3. Now, if we save that and click here, we cannot see anything because that div is currently empty. So inside of there, we can render the self-closing sketch picker component. And to it, we can pass a couple of things. We can pass the default color, which is going to be snap.color. That is that color that is coming from our state right here. And of course, you can change it to some other color. In this case, we have this yellow one. And with that, immediately we have this wonderful looking color picker. Although you still cannot change the color, so let's make that work as well. We can say disable alpha. That's kind of the opacity that we have. So if we save that, now we have only the colors. Then you can add the onChange. That's going to be a callback function where you get the color. And then we can just modify the color in the state by saying state.color is equal to color. hex, and that's going to allow you to modify it. It is that simple. You can change all of the colors right here. I think you have a couple million colors to choose from, maybe even more, so just go wild. This green color is a cool one. And you also have some preset colors. In case you want to add some of your own preset colors, you can just say preset colors, open up an array, and then start typing some values in there. So if we do this, you can see we have different colors. Of course, you can add your own variants. In this case, I'm just going to paste some that I found to work the best. There we go. So now we have these great looking colors at the bottom, but of course, feel free to play with these and add your own preset colors, or just turn this off and let the picker suggest you some colors automatically. This is looking great. And with that said, the color picker is now fully implemented. Now we can go back to the customizer, to the generate tab content, and we can focus on the file picker, where we'll be finally able to upload our own images to display them as the logo, but also as the entire gradient background. For that to work, we'll have to pass in a couple of props. First of all, we'll have to pass the file equal to file, set file equal to set file, and these are coming, as you might already know, from the state. But now we'll also have to create a special function, const read file, which is going to take in the type of the file, and then we have to pass it to the reader function to get the file data. So we can say reader, to which we pass the file, then we do a .then, where we get the result, and then we want to pass that file to the decals of the shirt, depending on the type of that image. So that's going to look like this, handle decals, to which we pass the type and the result. And once we do that, we want to set the active editor tab to be equal to an empty string, meaning we want to reset it. But of course, that handle decals function hasn't yet been implemented. So we can say const handle decals, and this is going to take in the type and the result, and then based on this, we want to update our shirt. So first of all, the type, as you already know, can be a logo or can be a full texture. We even defined that in our original state. If you look right here, is logo texture, is full texture. So if we reload the page and go back, in here you can see that we have the logo and the full decal. So these are the two different options. Just to show you how that looks like on our finished site, you can toggle the logo on and off, but you can also toggle the full texture on and off. Great. Now, with that said, we can scroll down and we can implement the function. We can first get the decal type by saying const decal type is equal to decal types, and then we pass in the type. Then we need to update the state by saying state decal type dot state property is equal to result. So in here, we're updating the state right here that I showed you. So if we go into the store, we're updating these values right here. And then we want to say if no active filter tab, to which we pass the decal type dot filter tab, meaning we want to figure out if that decal is currently active, be that the logo, which now breaks, or the texture. In that case, we want to call the handle active filter tab function, to which we pass the decal type dot filter tab. And this is yet another function that we don't yet have, so we can create it right away. It's called const handle active filter tab, to which we pass the tab name. So once again, we're doing this to keep in mind, are we currently showing the logo or not? Or are we showing the texture, or maybe even both? So we need to be able to handle that with these functions. So what can we do there? Well, we can create a new switch statement that's going to take in the tab name. If the case is logo shirt, then we want to add the state that is logo texture to be equal to not active filter tab, and then we pass in the tab name. So we want to toggle it on or off, and we want to break. Then, if the case is stylish shirt, in that case, we want to change the state dot is full texture to be equal to not active filter tab name. And then the default is going to be state dot is logo texture is true. And then state that is logo texture is false. Or no, I think we had it the other way around. Is logo is true, is full is false. So is logo is true, is full is false. There we go. So I know this might be a bit confusing, but now that's going to allow us to actually toggle on and off. Are we showing the shirt? Are we showing the texture? Are we showing both? Or are we showing neither? Great. With that said, we were left in the read file function. We were trying to read that specific file. And now we're doing that successfully, and we're handling the decals based off of that. So now we can utilize this read file function, and we can pass it over to our file picker. Read file is equal to read file, which allows us to now control click into the file picker, and we can finally start implementing it. And unlike using the package for implementing the color picker, we're going to implement the file picker entirely from scratch. So the only import we're going to need is going to be the custom button component we have created before. And don't forget, inside of there, we're getting the file, the set file, and finally the read file. Great. So our file picker is going to be a div with a class name equal to file picker dash container. Now, if we save it and click the file icon here, you can see we have the file container right there. Or no, we don't. This is already the finished version because I was on this URL. We're going to move to the current version, and there you can see an empty div. I was wondering why all of this is here, even though we haven't implemented yet. There we go. So this is how it should look like. And now we're going to have a div inside of there. That div is going to have a class name equal to flex of 1, flex, and then flex dash column to be able to show all the elements one below another. And inside of there, we want to render a self-closing input component. That input is going to have the ID equal to file dash upload. It's going to have a type equal to file. It's going to accept only the image properties, meaning all images. And it's going to have an onChange property equal to a callback function where we get the event. And then we set the file to be equal to e.target.files 0. So it takes the first image that we pass. And then we can pass the label. That label is going to say upload file, and it's going to be connected to the above input by giving it an HTML4 file-upload and a class name equal to file picker -label. And there we go. There's the upload file button. Now below that, we want to show which file have we uploaded. So we can say, inside of curly braces, if file is triple equal to an empty string, then we can say no file selected. Else we can show the file name. There we go. Currently no file has been selected. Let's also style that a bit by giving it a class name empty2 to divide it a bit from the top, text-gray-500, text-extra small, and truncate in case the name of the file is a bit too long. Great. Finally, below this p tag and below this div, we want to create a wrapper for our buttons. So let's create a div that's going to have a class name equal to empty of 4, margin top of 4 to divide it from the top, flex, flex-wrap, and gap-3. Inside of there, we want to show a custom button. This button is going to have a type equal to outline. We haven't had this before. It's going to have a title equal to logo, a handle click equal to a callback function where we call read file and pass in the logo, and then a custom styles equal to text-xs. And there we go. You can see this logo right here. Now we want to duplicate that below. We're going to have a full button this time, or filled button. It's going to be for the full texture. We're going to update the full texture. I hope that now you can see what I meant when changing the type of the decal on the read file function. And then the text XS is going to remain. So if we save it, now we have two different buttons. But they look a bit off. And that's because we haven't yet implemented the custom outline button. You can see we have only generated the styles for the filled button. So if we go back into the custom button component, right here, we can say else if type is triple equal to outline. In that case, we can return an object with border width of 1 pixel, a border color of snap.color, and also a color of the text equal to snap.color. There we go. So now we can see this button right here, although it disappeared a bit. So there's this really cool thing we can do. We can read the background color that we have specified right here, and then based on that, we need to apply a proper contrast for the actual color. See this full button at the bottom. We can see the text clearly because it is written in white on black. But if I change the color to white and go back, the text disappears. That's because we don't have proper contrast. So instead of simply setting the color to white, we want to be able to generate the contrasting color. And this is something that I have asked ChatGPT to do for me. So we can import a function called get contrasting color from /config/helpers. So if you go into it, you can see this is how that function looks like. It takes in the colors, figures out the brightness, and then returns either black or white depending on that brightness. That's cool that ChatGPT can do that kind of things. So now that we have that, instead of simply rendering the FFF, we can get contrasting color and then pass in the snap.color. And immediately you can see that this turns to black, as does the text on the top right. So now if we change it, we have really light red, but if we go darker, it's good. But as we move towards the lighter color, at one point it's going to switch. There we go. It's going to switch back the text to black, so it is better contrasted. Great. With that said, our buttons are now done, but something still seems to be out of the place because this is how it should look like. They should be one next to another, but in our version, they're looking like this. So if we go back to our custom file picker, I can see the gap of 36, but the gap was supposed to be just 3. So if I fix that, we have those two great looking buttons. So far, this is looking great. Keep in mind, even though it's hard to see on some colors right now, it's going to be much easier if you're on a desktop device. Right now, we're looking at it in a mobile view, but this is looking great. Now, the file picker is fully done. It is reading the file, and then these functions that we have created inside of the customizer should actually update the file and set it as a decal to our shirt. So let's go ahead and give it a try. I'm going to click upload file. And as you can see, I have downloaded some of the JS Mastery logos. Of course, you can download something else. In this case, I'm going to try this white PNG JS Mastery logo. Upload, you can see white.png here, and then you can choose whether you want to apply it as a logo or as a full texture. Let's go with the logo first. And there we go. It's looking great, but it wasn't in a square format, so it looks a bit off. But if I go ahead and go to upload and use a square logo from JS Mastery Pro this time, you can see this looks so much better. Now we can expand it to admire it in its full glory. We have a wonderful looking shirt with a great logo right here. And of course, we can change the colors too. Since we have a white logo, of course, darker colors are going to look a bit better on this one, such as this great looking bluish or reddish one. But already this is looking great. Now that I'm seeing a JS Mastery logo on a shirt, it gave me an idea of creating JS Mastery merch. So what do you say? Let me know down in the comments if you'd want me to create the first ever JS Mastery merge for real fans. If you're watching this video later than it was published, then there even might be a special discount for the first ever JSM merge right in the description of this video. With that said, let me know down in the comments if that's something you would be interested in. Great. Now, what would happen if we try to upload a file and then make it a full? Right now, that doesn't work, and that's because of these filters at the bottom. So let's collapse our browser. And let's look into how we can fix the turning off and on the logo and the texture. That's going to be right here with the filter tabs. And as you can see, the handle click is currently just doing nothing. So what we need to do is we need to handle active filter tab, and we need to pass in the tab.name. And also we need to change the active tab to be equal to active filter tab and then the tab name. That way we can see the logo is currently active, but we can toggle it off. Unfortunately not on, so that's something we need to look into. And we can also do this, which brings back the logo. This is currently not working as it's supposed to. So let's go into the handle active filter tab. And there we can see that we have logo shirt. So state is logo texture, not active filter tab name. This is looking good. Then we have stylish shirt. This is also looking good. And we are toggling on and off the full texture. And then in here we have is logo true, is full false. But now we're missing a really important part. And that is this switch is just changing the state. But now, after setting the state, we need to set the active filter tab to update the UI. So what we can do there is we can set active filter tab. Since we'll be working with the previous state, we need to create it as a callback function containing the prev state. And there we need to return an object that's going to spread the previous state, but then it's going to update the tab name to be equal to previous state and then that same tab name. But then we're going to take the tab name and then we're going to set it to be equal to not prev state tab name, meaning it's going to toggle it on and off. So now if we do it and if we click, you can see it's actually toggling on and off the logo. And if we click the texture, well, that apparently seems to be broken right now because it just brings back the logo. So that's definitely something we need to look into. That's going to be that second filter tab that we have, which is the stylish shirt. So if we go back to where we're setting it, that's going to be stylish shirt, and that's going to set the full texture. So far, this is looking good to me. I don't see any reason why this wouldn't be working, but that's definitely something we can explore later on. For now, the most important part is that we can see the logo. Well, let's try to upload another image, maybe this one, and let's try to update it as a full. And nope, still it doesn't want to apply it. It's still applying just the logo. So for now, we can let this be, and then we can revisit it once we actually implement one of the cooler parts of our application, of course, alongside this cool 3D model, and that is the AI picker component, allowing us to tell AI what we want to add to the shirt, and it's immediately going to add it. So let's start focusing on that right away. First, we need to pass it a couple of props. That's going to be the states we have already created, such as prompt equal to prompt, set prompt equal to set prompt, generating IMG to generating IMG, which is the loading state. And then we're going to also need a handle submit. So what's going to happen once we submit our prompt? And this function we haven't yet created, so we can do it right away, right here below. Const handle submit is equal to an async function that's going to take in a type. Do we want to create a logo or a full texture? And then we can check if there is no prompt, we can simply return alert, please enter a prompt. And if there is a prompt, then we can open a new try and catch block. And just to be precise, we're going to also add a finally part to that try and catch block. So if we have an error, we're going to simply alert that error so we can see what's happening. And finally, we want to reset the loader. So set generating image is false, and then set active editor tab is going to be set to nothing. And then in the try, we're going to actually call our backend to generate an AI image. Isn't that great? So let's get started with that part right away. But of course, to make that happen, we have to close all of the currently open frontend files. We have to collapse it, and we have to create a new folder right here called server. So we're going to create an entire backend Node.js server to be able to call that API and then deliver the generated image all the way to the client. So to initialize our server, we can open up the terminal, press Ctrl C to stop it from running, cd ... and then cd server to move into it. There we can run npm init -y. This is going to generate all the files and folders, meaning just the package.json that we need to start creating our server. Inside of that package.json, you're going to see that we have some scripts. We want to add a new start script in there that's going to call the nodemon index, meaning it's just going to keep this index file running so it looks into all of the changes. We also want to add a new type equal to module that's going to allow us to use the modern import-export syntax like the one we use in React. And then we'll have to install a couple of dependencies. So let's run npm install. Once again, make sure that you're in the server directory. And let's install Cloudinary, which we're going to use to save images. Let's do course to allow for cross-origin requests, .env for storing our environment variables, Express, of course, Mongoose, Nodemon, and finally, OpenAI. These are going to be all the packages that we're going to need to spin up this fairly simple but also incredibly powerful backend that's going to allow us to generate all of the images we want and put it straight on the shirt. And immediately these packages got installed, and now all that we have to do is create a new index.js file, which we can do right within the server folder. Let's create a new index.js. And inside of there, we'll have to do the usual stuff of setting up a regular Express server. So to do that, we can first import Express from Express. We can also import everything or star as .env coming from .env. We can import the course for cross-origin requests coming from course. And to set up environment variables, we have to call .env.config. Finally, we need to set up the Express application by running const app is equal to Express. We need to set up a couple of pieces of middleware by calling the app.use command, and we need to pass course, otherwise we're going to have that cross-origin problems, as we usually do. We also need to set the app.use to specify the weight of the payload that we can send. So we can say the limit is going to be 50 megabytes. Finally, we can create a demo route by saying app.get. That's going to be just /. And then there we can simply res that status of 200 and then .json, where we can pass a message equal to hello from DALL-E. This is going to be our backend. And immediately now, if we run our server by running the npm start command while in the server, it should run it. Well, not yet, because it's not going to spin it. It's running it, but we're not hosting it anywhere. So we also need to be able to listen on a specific port. And we can do that by saying app.listen. That's going to be port 8080, or you can use 5000 as well. And there, we're going to simply console log server has started on port 8080. And that's going to be inside of a string. So now if we save this, you can see that. We can open up a new tab. And simply go to localhost 8080. And there, you're going to get a new hello from DALL-E message right here as a JSON output. That's great. But now we actually have to create some file and folder structure but trust me, it's going to be fairly straightforward. The only thing we need is one folder called routes, and inside of there, we're going to create a new dali.routes.js, inside of which the logic for the interaction with the Dali API will go. So inside of there, we can import express. Coming from express, we can import everything as .env, coming from .env, and we can import a couple of things from the OpenAI package, such as configuration and OpenAI API. That's coming from OpenAI. As we said, to be able to use environment variables, we need to specify the .env.config. And in this case, we're going to create some new additional routes. So we can specify a router by saying const router is equal to express.router. And let's create a couple of routes, such as router.route, just / .get. We're going to have a callback function with the rec and the res. And there, we simply want to res.status of 200, .json, message. We can do hello from Dali 2.0, or we can do hello from Dali routes, so we know that we are in this specific file. And then we have to export default router. And now where is this going to be? What is this route? Well, we have to connect it to our index.js. So inside of there, we can first import Dali routes from /routes / Dali.routes. And don't forget, we're in Node here, so you have to add the .js. We have to also add the file extension. Then we have to use those routes or consume them as a middleware by saying app.use /API /v1 /Dali. And then we can reference those Dali routes. So what's going to happen now is if we go to localhost 8080 /v1 /API /v1 /Dali, we can see cannot get, which is not good. But no worries, usually the case is that we just have to reload our terminal. So if you terminate it and then restart it one more time, and then reload on the API v1 Dali, you should be able to see your Dali routes. So that's great. That means that we are now in here and we're properly reading it. But we don't want to simply send a message saying, hey, everything is good from our routes. We want to configure the use of the Dali API. So for that reason, right here below the router, we can create something known as a configuration. So const config is equal to new configuration. And then in here, we have to pass the API key. Now the question is, how do we get one? Well, you have to go to platform.openai.com /account /API keys. And there you will have to sign up or log in. I already have an account, so I'm going to simply log in. And once you do, you can create a new secret key. As you can see, I already have a couple. So you simply need to create a new key, copy it, and then to keep it secure, we're going to paste it inside of a new .env file. Make sure it is within your server directory. We can call it OpenAI _API _key is equal to, and then you paste your key right there. So inside of here, inside of the Dali routes, the only thing you have to do is say process .env .openai _API _key, and that's going to connect the two. Now, the only thing you have to do is utilize this config and merge it with your instance of the OpenAI API by saying new OpenAI API, pass the config into it, and you'll be able to call its API to generate images for you. Isn't that great? Now, of course, we have to create a new route through which we'll be able to pass the prompt from the front end to the server. So we can say router.route. It's going to be a /route but this time it's going to be a .post route, so we can actually pass the data through it. It's going to contain an async callback recres function, and then in there, we can open a new try and catch block. In the catch, we can simply do something like console.error, and then pass the error, as well as send a res.status of 500 with a message something went wrong. Inside of the try, we can actually get the prompt that we're passing from the front end. So we can say prompt, which is going to be coming through rec.body. So how do we get an AI response? Well, we say const response is equal to await OpenAI.create image. As you can see, that's a special function that allows you to create an image based on a given prompt. You have to call it and then pass in an object as the first and only param. To it, you can pass the actual prompt that we're getting from the front end. The n is equal to 1, that's the number of images to generate. The size, in this case, it's going to be 1024 by 124. That's fine for us. And then the response underscore format, in this case, it can be a B64, meaning a base 64 underscore JSON, just the format in which we're going to receive our image. Now, once we get a response, we can get that image out of it by saying const image is equal to response .data 0 and then .b64 underscore JSON. And once we have it, we can simply pass it over to our front end by saying res.status of 200.json, and then we pass the photo equal to this image. And that is it. So we have the DALL-E route completed. That DALL-E route is connected right here, and our server is up and running. So now that our server is done, we can keep it running. As you can see, it is currently running. We can reload it just for one good measure to ensure that our new routes are there. But this time we can click this plus button to open up a new terminal. And we're going to open it so we can run our client side one more time. So we can send the prompt from the front end to the back end, which is then going to talk to the OpenAI API, and then it's going to return us the final image. So to do that, let's cd into client and let's run npm run dev. That's going to respin our local development server on the same port. There we go. And don't forget where we were. We were in the customize it and then this AI picker. So now we need to go back to the client side, source, components, and then AI picker. This is where the magic will happen. At least when it comes to the front end, because the backend magic has already been done or will be done by DALL-E, which we just hooked up to our backend. The AI picker itself is not going to be anything more than a simple form and two buttons that then calls our backend. So implementing it is going to be pretty straightforward. We can just import our custom button coming from /custom button. We can get all of the props that we passed into it, such as the prompt, set prompt, generating IMG, and handle submit. It's going to be wrapped in a div that's going to have a class name equal to AI picker -container. And within it, we're going to have a text area. So it's not going to be an input because you can type a bit more stuff in. That text area is going to have a class name equal to AI picker -text area. If we save it, immediately you can see that we can start typing text in here. Let's also give it a placeholder. We can do something like ask AI. Let's give it a rows equal to 5. I think that should be enough. Value equal to prompt. And then onChange equal to E. A callback function where we have the event. And then set prompt e.target.value. Great. If we save that, you can see we have the placeholder ask AI. And now below that text area, we want to create a div with two buttons. So that's going to be a div that's going to have a class name equal to flex, flex-wrap, and gap-3. Inside of there, we want to know, are we currently loading? So are we generating an image? If we are, in that case, we only want to show one button, so one custom button, that's going to have a type equal to outline, a title equal to asking AI, and then it's going to have a custom styles equal to text-xs. So you can think of this as a loading button. But then if we are not currently loading, we want to show a React fragment with two different buttons. It's again going to be a custom button, one for the type outline, where the title is going to be equal to AI logo. The handle click is going to be equal to a call to the handle submit function with the type equal to logo. And then finally, the last property is going to be custom styles, where the text is going to be extra small. We can duplicate this button below, change it to filled instead of outline, and instead of AI logo, we can say AI full and change the submit to full. So one is for generating the logo and one is for generating the full image. And with that, our actual AI picker is done. So we can go back to our customizer component and we can ensure we do the right call to our newly created backend now that we have the buttons. So to do that, we first have to set generating IMG to be set to true, meaning we want to start the loading. And then we want to get the response by saying const response is equal to await fetch. That's going to be backend URL. So we're trying to fetch from the backend URL, and this is coming from our config, if I'm not mistaken. Let's look into it. Await fetch. And for now, this is going to be localhost 8080, and I think that's going to be it. Yeah, we want to make a call to 8080, but then API v1 and then DALI, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see, just to be sure. It's API v1 DALI, but it has to be a post request because we have to pass some data into it. So as the second parameter, we're going to pass in an object with options such as a method equal to post, headers equal to content type application JSON, and then the body is going to be equal to JSON.stringify, where we pass the prompt and we finalize it. So once again, let's look into this. We have a request that we're making to localhost 8080 API v1 DALI, and that's a post request of a type JSON passing over the prompt. Keep in mind, that is calling the server that we created, this specific route, the post route, that then generates the image from the DALI API and then returns it as photo. So once we have the request or the response, we can now say const data is equal to await response.json, and we can call the handle decals function where we pass the type. Do we want to update the logo or do we want to update the texture? And then we need to pass the actual photo. That's going to be data image /PNG semicolon base 64 comma and then data.photo. That's how we can actually render that base 64 string. Great. And if we save it, that should more or less be it. Let's give it a shot. So let's try to ask AI to generate. Let's try with something interesting first. Let's try with something like design a simple and modern logo icon using geometric shapes and a minimalistic color scheme without any text or lettering. Let's try something like a cool, simple logo. If AI is really that smart, it should be able to generate it just based on that one single sentence. So in this case, it cannot because we get failed to fetch. So that's an error coming from the backend. And that's a response to this request we are making. It's coming here. So let's see if our backend is still running. It seems that it is. And if we open up the inspect element and go to console, we can see cannot load localhost 8080 API v1 DALI. Localhost is not supported. I think we need to add http:// to be able to make that request. So now we can close this and we can try one more time. A cool, simple logo. And let's try it out. There we go. It says creating or asking AI, and immediately the logo is there. Now, as you can see, this logo is interesting and simple, but yeah, we definitely need a bit more direction. So I recently asked ChatGPT to provide me a prompt for a logo, and that looks something like this. Design a simple modern logo icon using geometric shapes and a minimalistic color scheme without any text or lettering. So let's give that a shot. Maybe AI can tell another AI what to do better. Okay, this is definitely an interesting logo as well. Now, keep in mind that AI-generated logos are not going to be good because they are not transparent. Even if we try to do something like design a simple, transparent logo, I don't think it will be able to do that, as it just creates an image and not a PNG. So there we go. You can see how that looks like. But hey, you can always keep uploading your own images. But what AI is going to be exceptionally good at is generating gradients for the pattern of the entire shirt. So let's try asking it to design the entire pattern. Create a gradient pattern that goes from blue to red. And we can do AI full. Now it's generating the full image background. And it looks like it breaks. If you can remember, we still didn't fix that problem where we're not showing the actual texture of the shirt. Before you go ahead and play with the API logo generation a bit, let's just fix that texture because it's going to be so much better when you can actually create your own texture of the shirt and the color of the shirt and then implement your own logo that you want to upload to it in a PNG format. So let's collapse our terminal and let's look into why this button doesn't work or why is it not adding a full decal. So we can go to the state and the store, and here we can see is full texture. At the start, set to false. And if we manually set it to true, it actually applies a decal over the entire shirt. So maybe whenever we're changing the is full texture, maybe we're not changing it properly. So let's see where we're doing that. We're doing that in the shirt itself, where we take the snap is full texture, and then we apply the full texture over it. That's just where we're applying it, but where are we actually setting it? We're doing that here, if we have the stylish shirt. And I can notice that I forgot to add a break here. Whenever you don't have a return statement in your switch, you absolutely need to add a break. So now if we bring this back, go back to customize it, and you know what? Let's expand it to be able to see it in its full glory. We should now be able to generate that gradient using AI because now full texture should be working. And there we go. This is a great looking gradient. Now we can hide and show the logo, and we can hide and show the texture as well, or we can mix and match the two. This is great. Let's try to play with the AI a bit more on creating some other textures. This one was also generated for me by ChatGPT. It says, create a smooth gradient pattern texture in shades of orange, blue, and green that can be used for a t-shirt design. Let's give that a shot. Okay, that's looking pretty cool. Let's try a couple more options. Create a unique t-shirt texture that has a vintage and distressed look. The texture should be designed to cover the entire front. Okay, that is great. It looks so good that I feel like I can touch the shirt through my screen. And I'm not over-exaggerating here. Let's try a couple more options. Maybe we can create a tiger skin shirt pattern. So maybe some stripes. Let's see how that should look like. Okay, there we go. Not bad at all. We can also try to do one for the logo. Maybe create a unique style icon or logo that represents a technology company. Futuristic and high tech. Let's see if we can do that. Okay, that's cool, but definitely doesn't look good on the tiger pattern. So maybe a bit white on black looks a bit better. Great. Overall, as you can see, AI can now add real logos, or we can upload the logos ourselves that immediately get attached here. We can then add AI patterns on top of the logos that we have added. So now we can have this crazy JS Mastery tiger striped shirt. And we can also keep changing the colors and even go back to the homepage. This is looking great. And with that, the entire functionality of our application has been implemented. We can just do regular color of the shirt, which can be changed by the color picker. We can do AI image upload for the logo, as well as the full texture. And then we can do the AI prompts to add the logo or to generate great gradients and textures such as this one. So with that said, our application has now been fully developed with all of its great functionalities, the Three.js models, Three.js camera, and Three.js lighting and shadows, and also AI DALL-E functionalities. Isn't that great? Now, if you've been watching JavaScript Mastery for quite some time, then you know what's coming. And if you're new, then definitely feel free to subscribe. So what's coming is going to be the deployment process of our entire application, where I'm going to show you how we're going to deploy this application to the internet. So prepare for that, as that is our next and final step. To deploy our great application, we first have to publish it on GitHub. So go to GitHub, click this plus on top right, and create a new repository. We can name it something like project_3js_AI and set it to public. After that, let's first add a new .gitignore file and ignore the node_modules as well as the .env files. We don't want to push those to GitHub. And now we can open up the terminal, create a new instance, ensure that we are in the root of our directory, not in the client or the server folders, run git init, git add dot, and then we can follow the steps. Git commit -m first commit, git branch -m main, git remote add origin, and then git push u origin master. And as soon as you reload the browser, you'll be able to see your code appear right there. Now, I did encounter some issues while deploying the server, so let me show you how we can mitigate them to start with. You have to remove the package.lock.json, and then also in the package.json, instead of nodemon index, we need to say nodemon index.js. Finally, we can do git add, git commit, we can say something like fix deployment, and then git push. With that said, we are ready to start deploying our backend and then our frontend to their respective platforms. Let's expand our browser, and first we can focus on the render.com. That's the tool we'll use to deploy our backend. Click Get Started for free, sign in or sign up. On top right, click New and choose Web Service. Go back to your GitHub repository and copy the URL, ensure it is public, and then paste it right here below and click Continue. Choose the service name, such as project_3js_AI. Choose the root directory, in our case server, and the start command to npm run start. Finally, choose free and click Create Web Service. While it is being set up, you also need to add your environment variables. So go to Environment, add environment variable, choose OpenAI key, and then copy the value from your .env, paste it here, and click Save Changes. That's going to rerun the deployments, so you can see another deployment is going to start, and we can wait a bit until it is successfully published. So let's give it a few minutes, and we'll be right back. And there we go. The deployment is live And if we look at the logs, we can see that the server has started, well, not on port 8080, but rather on our newly deployed URL. Now, just a quick note, the initial deployment didn't work for me because I chose the renders Frankfurt server, which was closest to my location. And apparently, there seems to be some issues with that region. So I had to redeploy it using another region. And with that, if we now copy and visit this URL, you can see that we get hello from DALI, which means that our API is now published. Great. Now we can go back to our client, source, and then search for where we had localhost 8080. If you search for it, you can notice that we have it right here in the config, but we can also hard code it right here in the response. So simply replace the HTTPS localhost 8080 with your newly deployed backend URL. And with that, the front-end side of our application is ready to be deployed as well. So what we can do is open up the terminal, cd into the client side, and then run npm run build. This is going to generate an optimized production build of our React application. And there we go, the build has been created, and we can find a new dist folder within the client folder. Now we can go back to Hostinger's great dashboard, where we initially created an account and purchased the hosting and the domain name. We can expand it just a bit, and you can go to their file manager. While it is opening, we can also right-click the dist folder and reveal in File Explorer or in Finder if you're on Mac. That's going to open a folder that looks like this. We can go back to Hostinger, enter the public HTML, and delete the default PHP. Now we can enter the dist folder and simply drag and drop all of the files from there to our deployment server. This is going to take just a moment. We can go back to the dashboard and click the domain name that you chose. And there we go. In just a second, our application is deployed and live on the internet. We can close all of the currently open tabs and just keep the one tab running, which is our application on Hostinger's fast server. As you can see, we immediately have SSL certificate without having to do any extra work whatsoever. And we are ready to continue customizing our application right here on the internet. Now, of course, we can keep uploading some different files. And that works, as you can imagine. And let's give AI a shot too. Let's do give me a red to green gradient. And let's do a full. There we go. That's working as well. It looks like a sports jersey, which means that we are good to go. The entire application is now live, deployed to the internet. You'll learn Three.js as well as how to implement the DALI AI. AI image generation tools such as Midjourney and DALI have taken over social media by creating a wide range of images, everything from memes and art to beautiful UI UX designs. This technology is changing the way we interact with images and has the potential to revolutionize industries. Hi there, and welcome to a project video where you'll build and deploy a full stack MERN AI image generation app, your own and improved version of Midjourney and DALI. With modern and minimal design, dynamic image layout, a hover effect that showcases a user's prompt to generate each AI image, their name and the download button, search functionality, the ability to create new AI-generated images by clicking the Surprise Me button or entering absolutely any text you can think of, sharing your post with the community, and much more. This OpenAI Midjourney clone is the best AI image generation app that you can currently find on YouTube. After you develop this great app, I'll even teach you how to deploy it to the internet so that you can share it with your friends, potential employers, and put it on your portfolio. This video is perfect for you if you want to dive into the trend of developing AI technologies and learn how to use OpenAI's APIs to your advantage. You might be wondering, What are the prerequisites for building such a fantastic application? Well, this course is entirely beginner friendly. You only need a solid understanding of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. A basic understanding of React, Node, and MongoDB can be helpful, but that's not a requirement. Alongside building this application, you'll learn how to use the most in-demand technologies today. Node.js, Express, MongoDB, and React together form the powerful MERN stack. Tailwind, the most popular CSS framework nowadays. OpenAI's DALL-E model, a deep learning model that generates images from text input. Cloudinary, a cloud-based image storage service to make our image load speeds fast. We're going to start simple and then move to more complex concepts as we go. I'll explain every step of the way. And we're back to the Hostinger's dashboard. If you purchase premium shared hosting, you should see this claim domain button right here. So let's go ahead and claim it. We can choose our domain ending. I'm going to go with .com. And let's go with something like JSM DALL-E. This should be available, hopefully. There we go, it is, and we can immediately claim it. Hopefully, you can come up with something better for our AI image generation social media platform. Try to think of a unique and short name. Let's go ahead and click Claim Domain. Of course, you can do this at the end of the video as well. And just like that, our domain is active. We can also go back to Home, and we can start setting up our premium web hosting so that we can easily deploy it at the end of the video. You can go to Setup, Start Now. We can skip this entire process and create an empty website. You can choose a domain. In this case, we're going to go for DALL-E, select, and finish setup. It's as easy as that. And in about half a minute, Hostinger is going to set up everything for us so that at the end of the video, you can just come back to the Hostinger's dashboard and get your project deployed easily. Great. As you can see, it's already done. To get started with building our great AI image generation application, we're going to start as we always do on JavaScript Mastery, and that is from bare beginnings. We'll start by creating a new empty folder on our desktop. Let's call it something like DALL-E_clone, and then we can drag and drop it into an empty Visual Studio Code window. Once you're there, you can go to View and then Terminal. We're going to use Visual Studio Code's integrated terminal to create our folder and file structure both for our client and our server side, since we're building a full stack MERN application. So to get started, let's right-click right here and create a new folder called Client or Frontend. Inside of here, we're going to generate our entire React file and folder structure by using Vite. Vite is a new generation tool that is much faster than regular Create React app. So you can just go to vjs.dev, click Get Started, and then we can see how we can start a new React application. That's simply going to be npm create Vite and then add latest. Back in our Visual Studio Code, we can cd into client, and there we can run npm create Vite add latest and then type / to create it in its current repository, and press enter. This is going to start a quick questionnaire asking us which framework do we want to work with. In this case, let's proceed with React. We're going to use a JavaScript variant, and that's it. As you can see, the file and folder structure has been generated inside of the client folder. The only thing we need to do is run npm install. Now, before we officially run our application, there are a couple of things we have to set up. I will give you all of the assets that we'll be using throughout building this great project. So down below in the description, you can find a link to the zipped assets folder. Now, inside of our SRC, you can already see some assets. We can go ahead and delete that one. And then you can unzip that folder from the description, and then you can simply paste it right inside of here, or you can drag and drop it. There, we're going to have a download icon, a logo, and a preview.png. Just a couple of assets that are going to make the development of our application much easier. On top of that, I've also prepared another file for you. That's going to be inside of a folder called constants. There, you can create an index.js file, And then again, down in the description, inside of a GitHub gist, you can find this array. It is an array of 50 different prompts, which we're gonna use as surprise me prompts right here, so that if a user doesn't know what they would like to create, we can instantly give them some ideas. Great. Now, as you can see, this doesn't contain any logic, simply assets, images, and constants. On top of that, there are also some styles that we need to create to make the development simpler. So you can delete everything that is inside of the index.css, and then down in the description in the GitHub gist, you can find the replacement for the index.css file. Again, it's just 23 lines of really simple CSS where we set up things like fonts and Tailwind. Since we're on the topic of Tailwind, let's go ahead and install it. Tailwind is a utility-first CSS framework that's going to make the styling of our application much simpler using utility classes. Now we can go to Get Started. Then you can click Framework Guides, and then you can choose Vite. There, we simply need to follow all the steps. We have already created our project, so we can proceed to step number 2, and we can run this line. Back in our code, we can go to View and then Terminal, make sure that you're in the client folder, and then simply run npm install -d Tailwind CSS, Post CSS, and Auto Prefixer. Then we can copy the next line. That's going to be npx Tailwind CSS init-p. That just created the tailwind.config.cjs. Inside of here, there are also some predefined theme styles that we have to add. In that same GitHub gist down in the description, you can simply find the replacement for the tailwind.config.cjs and you can paste it over. We're simply adding some media queries, font families, and box shadows. Finally, we have to add the Tailwind directives to our CSS, which we already did inside of our index, and then we are ready to run our application. To make sure that we install Tailwind CSS correctly, let's copy this H1. So if we go into our app, we can see that right here we're importing some kind of a logo, use state, app CSS. We don't need any of that. So let's simply remove it. And let's run RAFCE. This is a function that's going to generate a simple React component. If this didn't work for you, you most likely don't have the right extensions installed. So search for ES7 Plus, React Redux React Native Snippets. Install that extension, and then it should work. Finally, replace this div with an H1 that contains some Tailwind class names. That way, we're gonna know if we installed everything correctly. Believe it or not, besides using Tailwind for styling, there's only going to be one additional package you'll be using, and it's incredibly lightweight. So you can open up View, Terminal, and run npm install file-saver. We're going to use to save the files that we create. Besides that, everything else is going to be created by you. Every single component, every single file, and the entirety of the logic to make the AI image generation work. With that said, to make sure that we have set up our project successfully, let's run npm run dev. That's going to open up our app on localhost 5173. And there we go. We can see hello world, bolded and underlined. Now, inside of the index.css, we were using a specific font called Inter, but we haven't yet created it. So let's go to our index.html, and right here above the title, we can add a link tag. Link that's going to have a rel equal to style sheet. It's going to have an href equal to https://rsms.me/inter/inter.css. With this, we're importing the Inter font. And also we can change the title to DALI 2.0. Now, if we save this and go back, you can see it's looking a bit different. With that said, we are ready to start developing our great application. Let's get started by putting our browser and our code editor side by side so that we can see our changes live. Great. Now we can close all of our files and we can start focusing on the main point of contact, which is going to be our app.jsx. First, we're going to start with the layout and then we're going to move to functionality. Inside of our app.jsx, we're going to set up the routing for our application. And now there was one small lie I told you, and that was that the file saver is going to be the only package we'll be using. I for a second thought we were using Next.js and that we have routing set up for us by default, but unfortunately that is not the case as we're working in React. So what we have to do is install React Router DOM. That's going to be really simple, so the only thing we have to do is type npm install react-router-dom, press enter. It got installed in less than a second, and we can run npm run dev to rerun our application. Great. Now we have everything we need to get started with the development. The first things we're going to import are going to be browser router, also a link, a route, and routes coming from react-router-dom. We're going to also import a logo inside of a curly braces coming from /assets. And we have to import two different pages we haven't yet created. So now might be a good idea to start creating the pages and components that we'll be using throughout the entirety of our application. So inside of our source, we can create a new folder called pages. Inside of there, we're going to have two pages. We're going to have a create post.jsx as well as home.jsx. Inside of both of these pages, we can run rafce to generate a simple functional component. There we go. Now to export both of these pages from the pages folder, we can create an index.js file. That's going to serve as our export. Inside of there, we can first import home from /home, as well as import create post from /create post. And then we can simply export them in one object, home and create post. This is going to allow us to import them in one single line inside of our app.jsx. The only thing we have to do is say import home and create post coming from /pages. To set up our app, we can delete our h1 and wrap everything with a browser router. We're using the version 6 of React Router DOM, the latest and greatest of what it has to offer. Inside of there, we're going to create an HTML5 semantic header tag that's going to have a class name equal to w-full for full width, flex, justify-between, items-center, bg-white, on small devices, px-8 for padding horizontal, usually px4, padding y4 for top and bottom, border-bottom or b, and then border-b dash, inside of square brackets, hash e6 ebf4. This is going to be the border color, and you can briefly see it right here. Now, if what I wrote right here seemed like magic, that must mean that you're not familiar with Tailwind. And that's fully okay. Tailwind is fairly new, but it has great things to offer. So if while you're watching this video, some of these styles and class names seem unfamiliar, simply go to tailwindcss.com and do a quick search. Let's go with px. And if you type px, we can quickly see that that is used for padding. There we go. So px is horizontal padding, py is vertical padding. And if you want to learn more about any other Tailwind property, you can just type border-b or just the name of the property that I refer, and you can quickly see what that is used for. Wonderful. With that said, we can get back to the development. Inside of our header, we're going to create a link component. This link is going to have a to property pointing to just /. That's going to be our homepage. And inside of there, we can render a self-closing image tag that's going to have a source equal to logo, an alt tag equal to logo, and also a class name equal to w-28 for width, and then object-contain. If we save that, you can see a great OpenAI logo appear, we're using this OpenAI logo since we'll be leveraging their DALL-E machine learning model. Now, below this link, we can add another link, and this link is going to point to /create-post. It's going to have a class name equal to font-inter and also font-medium, and bg- inside of square brackets hash 6469FF. That's going to be for the background, but also text-white, px-4, and py-2. Finally, we can make it rounded-md, and inside of there, we can say create. That's going to create this great looking button on top right. Finally, below the header, we're going to create a main section. That main section is going to have a class name. On small devices, we want to give it a padding of 8, usually a padding x of 4 and padding vertical or y of 8. We want to give it a full width so it takes the entire screen, and give it a BG, not white, but a bit gray. So that's going to be inside of square brackets, hash F9, FA, FE. And we can give it a min-h dash. And now we can use a special property called calc, where we can calculate 100 VH, meaning the full height, minus 73 pixels, which is the height of our navbar. And I think we don't need to put spaces right here. There we go. So now you can see that we have a white navbar and we have the rest of the content in this light gray color. Inside of there, we want to render our routes. Inside of the routes, we want to render two specific self-closing route components. The first one is going to have a path equal to /, meaning homepage. And the element is going to be a self-closing home component. The second route is going to also be a self-closing component, is going to have a path of /create-post, and it's going to have an element equal to a self-closing create post component. There we go. We can expand our Visual Studio Code just to be able to see the code a bit more clearly. There we go. And then the browser can be as it is. Great. With that said, believe it or not, our structure of the application is done. Now we can navigate between create post and also home pages. So now we can go into one of our pages, primarily home, and we can start developing it right now. Inside of our home component, we're going to import React, but also a couple of hooks. That's going to be use state as well as use effect hooks. Then we have to import a couple of components. But as of this moment, we haven't yet created any components. So let's create a new components folder inside of our SRC folder. Inside of there, we can create 3 different components. A card.jsx component, which is going to be used for our images. There we can run refce. We can create another one called formField.jsx, and again run refce inside of there. And we can create our loader component, loader.jsx. Inside of this one, you don't have to run refce. Rather, down in the description, inside of a GitHub gist, you can find that entire loader file. You can copy it and then paste it right here. As you can see, this is simply an SVG file that's going to allow us to have some loading animations. Finally, we need to export all of these components from the components folder by creating a new index.js file. There, we need to import all of them one by one. So let's start with import card from card. Secondly, we can import the form field coming from /form field. And then finally, we can import the loader coming from /loader. Then we can export everything as one object that contains a card, a form field, and a loader component. That's it. As you can see, there isn't a lot of pieces of the UI when it comes to this application. It is fairly minimalistic, but the main focus of this video is teach you how to work with DALL-E API, OpenAI's image generation API. With that said, we can close all of our components and go back to our homepage, inside of which we can now say import, That's going to be loader, card, and form field coming from / components. There we go. Now we can use them in our UI. Inside of our home, we can immediately create two different states. That's going to be use state snippet, and let's call it loading and set loading. At the start, loading is going to be set to false. Later on, we'll also have to work with the posts. So let's create a new state called all posts, set all posts, and that's going to be equal to a use state that's going to start with a value of null. Great. Now let's focus on the return of our home component. First, we're going to create a section. That section is going to have a class name equal to max-w-7xl. So this is going to be a max width of about 80 rem. And let's also give it a margin X of auto. Inside of that section, we can create a div that's going to have an h1 inside of it. That h1 is going to say the community showcase. We can also give it a class name equal to font-extra bold text dash inside of square brackets hash 222328. And we can give it a text dash 32 pixels like this. You can see the community showcase. Now we can also create a paragraph below it. That paragraph is going to have a class name equal to margin top 2 mt2 text dash hash 666 e75. And we can create text dash 14 pixels to make it just a bit bigger and provide a max dash w dash 500 pixels. Inside of there, we can say something like browse through a collection of imaginative and visually stunning images generated by DALL-E AI. Great. Now we can see that this text is a bit too small, so maybe if we go with something like 16 pixels, that's looking a bit better. Below the div containing the h1 and the p tag, we can create a new div. This div is going to have a class name equal to mt16 for margin top to divide it from the text above. There, we can render a self-closing form field component. For now, we won't provide any props to it. We're going to focus on that later on. Below that, we have to focus on loadings. So let's go below this div, wrapping the form field, and let's create another div. This div is also going to have a class name equal to mt, but this time 10 to divide it from the top content. And inside of there, we can open a dynamic block of code. We can check if we are loading, and in that case, we can render a div. That div is going to have a class name equal to flex, justify-center, and items-center. Inside of there, we can render our self-closing loader component. Now, of course, we're getting an error because we used a ternary operator. That means that we have to provide the OR part of the statement as well with a colon sign. So let's create a new pair of parentheses and let's render an empty React fragment. That's going to immediately fix it. Now, if we want to see that loader, for now, we can simply set the loading to true. And there we go. You can see how that's going to look like. We can bring it back to false and we can continue with our layout if we do have any images to show. While displaying images, they can be from our search or just generic images. So first, instead of a dynamic block of code, we have to check if we have something in the search text. Now, this is a field that we haven't yet created. So quickly scrolling up, we can create a new use state snippet called search text, set search text, and at the start, it's going to be set to an empty string. Now we can say search text and, meaning if there is any search text, then we can show an h2 that's going to have a class name equal to font-medium, text-hash 666 e75, that's that grayish color we used before, text-xl to make it larger, and MB of 3 for margin bottom. There, inside of that h2, we can say showing results for span. That span is going to have a class name equal to text dash hash 222328. That's that dark color. And there we can render search text. There we go. Now, as you can see, we don't see that because the search text is empty. But if we add something like ABC right now, we can see showing results for ABC. Later on, we're going to dynamically update this. Great. With that said, below our search text, we're going to actually render through our images. So let's go below this part right here, render a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to grid. Now, in most cases, I would recommend using CSS Flexbox instead of using CSS Grid. But when you literally have a grid of images, as we will have soon, that's one of the only times when I would recommend using grid over flex. So yes, let's proceed with the grid. On large devices, we want to say grid -cols-4, meaning 4 columns on grid. But on small devices, we want to say grid -cols-3. And then on extra small devices, we want to set the grid -cols-2. Finally, otherwise, we're going to have grid -cols-1, and the gap between images is going to be 3. Inside of there, we want to render our new component, which we're going to create on top of our page. That component is going to be called render cards. So we can say const render cards is equal to, that's going to be a generic React functional component. And it's going to look like this. There, we want to accept 2 different parameters to it. The first one is going to be data, and the second one is going to be title. Then we want to check if data $.length is greater than 0. In that case, we want to return data.map. Right here, we want to map over each post or image, and then we want to return a self-closing card component. That card is going to have a key equal to post._id, and we want to spread out all of the other post properties. So ..post. Just to modify this so you can see it a bit better, I'm going to put it in a new line. And there we go. So if data is greater than 0, then we want to map over the data and we want to render all of the cards while passing all of the post data to each individual card. Otherwise, we simply want to return the title. So we can say return h2. That's going to be a class name equal to empty-5 for margin top, font-bold, text-hash 6469ff, text-xl, and uppercase. Inside of there, we can simply render the title that we pass dynamically into this component through props. Now, in just a couple of seconds, you'll see the reason why we created this separate functional component, primarily for reusability. Going down right here inside of our div with the grid, we can now check if search text exists. And if it does, we want to render cards and we want to pass the data to it. That data is going to be searched results. So results corresponding to our image search. And if there are no search results, we want to provide a title equal to no search results found. Now, if we're not trying to search for something, if we are just trying to render all of the posts, then we can add an or, and we can again render cards, self-closing. The data that we pass are going to be all posts, and the title can be no posts found, if there really are no posts. Now, here's the most important thing to figure out. This data right now, we simply passed it as a string, but later on, this is going to be an array of actual data. So right now, it looks like we have an error, and I'm guessing it's complaining because we passed a string and it's trying to iterate over this string right here. So what we can do is for now, we can pass an empty array to both of these pieces of data. That's going to look like this. There we go. No posts found. So hopefully now you can see why we decided to create a new render cards functional component so that we can call it 2 times, but pass it 2 entirely different sets of prompts. Of course, this is going to make more sense once we actually have real data for all posts and real data for searched posts. With that said, we are entirely done for the representation part of our homepage. As I told you, it's going to be fairly simple, but of course, the majority of the work actually comes down to creating the logic. So what we can do as the next step is move to the Create Post page, implement all the UI to generate different images, and then we're going to move to the backend side of our application where we're going to send the prompt from the front end to the backend and ask the AI to generate it. Great. So we can go back to app, we can open up our Create Post page, and we can get started. Inside of our Create Post page, we're going to use a use state hook later on. So let's import it. We're going to use the use navigate hook coming from react-router-dom. We're going to also import an icon called preview coming from /assets. We're going to also import inside of curly braces get random prompt coming from /utils. As you can see, right now we're getting an error because utils don't exist, but we're going to implement them really soon. And then when it comes to the actual layout, we're going to import the form field and loader components coming from, of course, /components. With that said, let's look into what these utils should be. So inside of our source folder, we can create a new folder called utils. Inside of the utils, we can create a new index.js file. Utility functions, or utils for short, is a file where you can create different functions which you can then reuse across your application. In our case, our utility function is going to be fairly simple. We first want to import surprise me prompts coming from /constants. If you look into that, you can see that this is an array with about 50 different prompts we can generate. Then we need to create a function by saying export function get random prompt, and it's going to accept a prompt as a parameter. Then we need to get a random index, and we're going to get that by using the math.floor function. Then we want to use the math.random function, and we want to multiply that by surprise me prompts.length. Essentially, we're getting a random index from 1 to 49. Then we can retrieve that random prompt right here by saying random prompt, go into surprise me prompts and use this random index. Now we can simply return the random prompt. But there's one more tweak or an improvement that we can do, and that is to implement a check to make sure that we don't get the same random prompt 2 times in a row, or 3. That is incredibly unlikely, but still we can improve that. So we can say if random prompt is triple equal to prompt, then we can just recall the get random prompt function. Great. With that said, we can now go back in our create post, and we now have access to this get random prompt function, which, just to repeat what it does, every time that we call it, it's going to give us a different random prompt that a user can use to generate the AI image. Great. Now, inside of our create post, we're going to first initialize the const navigate hook by saying const navigate is equal to use navigate. This is going to allow us to navigate back to the home page once the post is created. Then we can create a new use state field called form and set form. At the start, that's going to be an object containing a property of name, which is an empty string, a property of prompt, which is also an empty string, and the actual photo right here, which is an empty string. Now, we'll also have to manage 2 different states. The first state is going to be a use state, and we can call it generating img and set generating img. At the start, that's going to be set to false. This is going to be used while we are making contact with our API and while we're waiting to get back the image. And the second one is going to be just a general loading. So we can say const loading, set loading, and that's going to be equal to useState false. Now we have all of the states that we need, and we can start creating the UI UX of our application. We're going to exchange this div into an HTML5 semantic section tag and give it a class name equal to max-w-7xl, taking 80 rem of the width, and also we're going to give it an mx of auto. Inside of there, we're going to create a div, and within that div, we want to do a similar thing we've done inside of our homepage. So quickly, we can jump into the home page, and there we can copy this entire first div containing the h1 and the p tag. Let's paste it right here over this div, and we're going to change just a couple of things. Instead of the community showcase, we can say create, and instead of browse through a collection of imaginative images, we can say create imaginative and visually stunning images through DALL-E AI and share them with the community. Great. As you can see, now we can differentiate the showcase page and the create page, and we are ready to start creating the form through which we'll be able to generate them. So just below this div, we can create a form component. That form is going to have a class name equal to mt-16 and max-w-3xl. Finally, we can give it an onSubmit property that's going to be equal to handle submit. This function is going to be ran once we click a submit button. Now, of course, we have to create a version of that handle submit function. So that's going to be a basic arrow function. For now, we can leave it empty. Inside of that form, we can create another div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to flex, flex-call, and gap-5. This is just going to be used to position our form fields inside of our form. So let's create our form fields. That's going to be a self-closing form field. It's going to have a couple of different properties. It's going to have a label name, which for the first one, it's going to be your name. Then it's going to have a type, which is going to be text. It's going to have a name, which is going to be name. It's going to have a placeholder equal to, in this case, let's do John Doe, since it's a name field. It's going to have a value, which is going to be equal to form.name, and a handle change field, which is going to be equal to handle change. This handle change is a function that we haven't yet created, so let's create it right here below our handle submit. Const handle change is equal to an arrow function that has an event or E as its first and only parameter. Now we can duplicate this form field one more time below. Instead of your name, we can say prompt. Name is going to be prompt as well. And then we can pick one of many prompts we have in our constants as a placeholder. So right here, let's choose something like a plush toy robot sitting against a yellow wall. And we can paste it right here in the placeholder. Value is going to be form.prompt. Handle change is going to be the same, but right here we can provide the additional parameter called isSurpriseMe. Based on this little prop, we can know whether we want to show an additional button with this form field. And then of course we have to provide the handle surprise me, which is going to be equal to a function of that same name. This function for now can also be left empty, and we can create it right here. Const handle surprise me. This one is simply going to call our utility function to ensure that we always get a new prompt. Great. With that said, we can now only see two generic texts that say form field. But let's actually control-click the form field component to get into it and to start developing it. To start developing our form field, let's put our browser to the end right here so we can see what we are creating. And let's start by wrapping everything in a div and then creating another div right inside of it. That div is going to have a class name equal to flex, items-center, gap-2, and margin bottom or MB-2. You can see our fields disappeared, and now we're ready to create the actual field. Before we do that, we have to get access to all of the prompt that we passed into our form field component. We can do that by destructuring everything from props, and by everything, I mean label name, type, name, placeholder, value, handle change, is surprise me, and handle surprise me. There we go. Now we have all the data we need to work with. First, we're going to focus on a little button that says surprise me. And that button is made up of a label. That label has to have an HTML4, in this case a name, and a class name equal to block, text-sm, font-medium, and text-gray-900. Finally, inside of there, we can render label name. As you can see, now we have your name and we have the prompt. But below that label, only for form fields that have the is surprise me prop turned on, there we can render a button. This button is going to be of a type is equal to button. It's going to have an on-click property equal to handle surprise me, and it's going to have a class name equal to font-semi-bold, text-xs for extra small, bg-hash ECECF1, padding y of 1 for top and bottom, and padding x of 2 for left and right, rounded -5 pixels, and text-black. Finally, inside of that button, we can say surprise me. If we save that, you can see a little button appear right here. For now, it's not doing anything, but soon enough, it will. Finally, let's create that form field input we've been talking about for so long. Below this div, we can create a self-closing input tag. Inside of there, we can provide it a type equal to a dynamic type we're passing into this component, an ID equal to name, a name equal to name to differentiate them. Then we can give it a placeholder equal to placeholder, value equal to value, on change equal to handle change, and required. If we save this, you can see two ugly looking form fields. So the last thing we have to do is apply a class name equal to bg-gray-50. That's already going to change it a bit. Border-gray-300. Text-gray-900. Text-sm for small. Rounded-lg to make it rounded. On focus, ring dash, and let's apply a hash 6469FF. That's that blue color. Also on focus, but this time modifying the border to the same color, 4649FF. We want to give it an outline none, a block property, W-full, and padding -3. And with this, our fields are looking just a bit better. We have a lot of border properties, but I forgot to apply a border. So now this is looking even better. You can see that they're matching the overall design. Great. With that said, we're done with the form field component, so we can get back to our create post. Of course, these fields are not yet functional, but they soon will be. Below our second form field, still in the same div, we can create another div. This div is going to have a class name equal to relative. What we're doing right now is we're creating a place where an AI-generated image will be shown, but also we will show a preview of the image in case it hasn't been already generated. So we're creating a container for that little spot right now. We're going to put it as a relative, give it a bg-gray-50, give it a border, as well as border-gray-300, text-gray-900, text-sm for small, rounded-lg. On focus, we want to give it a ring-blue-500, and on focus, we also want to give it a border-blue-500. Width is going to be 64. P is going to be 3 for padding. H is going to be 64 as well. Flex, justify, center, and items-center. Based on this info, we can now show, if we tap into the dynamic block of code, form.photo. So if there is a form.photo, then we can show a self-closing image tag that's going to have a source equal to form.photo, an alt tag equal to form.prompt, and we can also give it a class name equal to w-full, h-full, and object-contain. But if we don't have a form.photo, then we can show a self-closing image tag that's going to have a source equal to preview image, an alt is going to be preview, and class name is going to be w-9 out of 12, h-9 out of 12, and object-contain, as well as opacity-40. Now, if we save this, I think you can see what I meant when I told you that this is where the real AI-generated image will go. But for now, we simply have a preview placeholder. Now, there also has to be a loader when the image is being generated. So below this dynamic block of code, we can open another dynamic block of code and say generating image and end. So if that is happening, then we want to show a div. And within that div, we're going to render the loader. But we have to position that loader so that it fits nicely right here by giving it a class name equal to absolute, inset-0, z of 0, flex, justify-center, items-center, and then bg-rgba 000, and then 0.5. That's for the opacity, and then rounded-lg. Now, if we save this, nothing really is going to happen because we're not generating an image right now. But if we were, just to show you, I can turn on the generating image to true, and then that's going to look like this. Wonderful. Now, going back, we of course need a way for us to submit the image. So going below this div, and then one more div, just above the form, we need to create a new div. This div is going to have a class name equal to empty-5, flex, gap-5, and its only purpose is going to be to wrap our button, our submit button. So this button is going to be of a type is equal to button. On click is going to be generate image. Of course, this is a new function we haven't yet created. So at the top, we can add it right here above handle submit, const generate image. There we go. As I said, the logic for all this will be implemented soon, but for now, let's finish the layout. We can also give it a prompt or a text that's going to say something like, if generating image, then we can say generating ... Otherwise, we can say generate. And as you can see, it's saying generating right now. Because it's not image, we just had it as img. So generate img. Right now, it says generating because we referenced the function instead of our use state field. So that should have been generating img. This is our field to track whether we are currently generating. And of course, this doesn't look like a button now, so let's give it a class name equal to text-white, bg-green-700, font-medium, rounded-MD, text-small or SM, W-full for full width, on small devices W-auto, padding X of 5, padding Y of 2.5, and then text-center. This is going to generate a wonderful full-sized button to generate our image. Now, once we generate it, we also have to submit it. So below this div, we're going to create another div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to mt-10. Inside of there, we want to render a p tag, and that p tag is going to say, once you have created the image you want, you can share it with others in the community. There we go. Now this is looking a bit ugly, so let's simply apply a class name equal to mt-2 to divide it from the top, text dash hash 666 E75, and text dash 14 pixels. There we go. So this is looking just a bit better. Finally, let's create that last button. Below the p tag, we can render a button that's going to have a type equal to submit. It's going to check if we are currently loading. So if loading, then we can say something like sharing, ... Otherwise, we can say share with the community. There we go. Now this is not looking like a button, so let's give it a class name of mt-3 for margin top. Now let's give it a property of text-white, bg-hash 6469ff, that's that blue color, font-medium, rounded-md, text-small or sm, W-full, on small devices W-auto, padding X of 5 for horizontal padding, padding Y of 2.5 for vertical padding, and then text-center. And there we go. We have a beautiful share with the community button. Now, as you can see, we have been viewing our website in like 1/4 of our full HD window, and everything is looking great. But if we keep expanding it, it's still looking great, and it comes a bit more closer to the center of the screen for easier viewing. With that said, now is the time to implement the functionality of our fields so that we get ready to send that data over to the backend, which we're going to start creating really soon. So to do that, let's first make sure that we can actually type values in our form fields. We can do that by focusing on our handle change function. This handle change is simply going to take the event, the key press event, and it's going to call the set form state. There, we want to spread the entire form, and we want to update e.target.name, meaning that specific property, with the newly created e.target.value, meaning the character we typed in. To make the syntax work, we have to close the bracket right here. So this is looking good to me. Now let's make the handle surprise me button work as well. There we need to get a random prompt, const random prompt, and that's going to be incredibly easy because we have created a get random prompt function, which accepts a form.prompt to ensure we don't render the same one. Once we do that, we can simply call the setForm state, spread out the entire form, and then update the prompt to be that random prompt. There we go. Now, if we click Surprise Me, you can see that it keeps changing from a lot of different interesting things that our DALL-E AI image generation tool can create. And you can also type in your name. So once we have our name, once we have our prompt, we are ready to generate our image. So that is the Generate Image button right here. This is the button that's going to call our backend, which of course doesn't yet exist, which finally brings us to the point where we absolutely need to develop our backend, as the frontend is basically begging for it. So what we can do is close our create post, close our app.js, and we can get started with creating our fully custom Node.js, MongoDB, and Express.js backend that's going to be interacting directly with the DALL-E OpenAI API. To get started with creating our backend, we can collapse all of our files and folders and create a new folder right in the root of our directory. Let's call it server. Now we can go to view and then terminal, and you can press this little icon right here to split the terminal in half. That's going to allow us to have both frontend and the backend open. We need to cd ... to move from the client side all the way to cd server to move to our server directory. There, we want to run a command npm init-y. This is going to initialize an empty package.json file. By empty, I mean right now we have no dependencies there. So what we can do is we can first change the script to start. We want to add a script to start our backend, and it's going to run nodemon index. Nodemon is a package that ensures that our backend is always running no matter how many changes we make to it. And finally, we have to install all the necessary dependencies. We can do that by opening the terminal and running a command npm install cloudinary, which we're going to use to store our images, course for cross-origin requests, .env for storing secrets, express, mongoose, nodemon, and OpenAI. And again, make sure that you are inside of our server directory and press enter. Great. All of the packages have been installed and we are almost ready to run our application. But first, we have to create an index.js file. Also, we'll be working with modules, ES6+ imports and exports, and not old module.requires. So to enable that, we have to add one line right here below the description, which is type is equal to module. This is going to allow us to use the same import and export statements as in React. And with that said, we can close our package.json and we can create a new file called index.js. Inside of here, we can import the libraries and packages we'll be using. Tools such as Express coming from Express. We'll also need to import everything as .env from .env. Then we're going to import course from course. That's going to be all when it comes to external packages we'll be using. Later on, we'll have some internal ones as well. But for now, let's set up our .env by running the .env.config and calling it as a function. This line allows us to pull our environment variables from our .env file, which we'll create soon. Then we can initialize our Express application by running const app is equal to express, and we call it as a function. We can add additional middlewares to it by saying app.use, and then we pass course, which we also call as a function. Then we can also add an additional middleware, in this case express.json, that accepts an option object where we can set the limit to 50 megabytes. And we are ready to create our first route, app.get, simply / our root route. It's going to be an async function where we have a request and a response. And there, we simply want to res.send. That's going to be not hello world, but rather we can do something like, let's put it right here, hello from DALL-E. There we go. So this is just going to ensure that we know that our application is running once we visit the URL of our server. Great. Now we have the base of our Express application set up, but we need a way for us to run it. To do that, we can create a function called const start server is equal to an async function where we call app.listen. And let's say that the port of our application is 8080. As the second parameter, we can provide a callback function that's going to call a console.log, and we can say server has started on port http:// localhost 8080. There we go. And we can immediately call our start server function. Great. With this done, if we open up our terminal, we can now run npm start. And that's going to run our nodemon index command and run our server on localhost 8080. If you open it up in your browser, you should be able to see hello from DALI, which means that everything we made so far works perfectly. Now, of course, we'll have to add some complexity to this backend. We'll have to connect it to MongoDB. We'll have to connect it to OpenAI API as well. So let's do everything step by step. Let's first create a function that's going to connect our application to MongoDB. So we can create a new folder inside of our server called MongoDB. And then inside of there, we can create a new file called connect.js. There, we can import mongoose from mongoose. We can also create a function, const connectdb is equal to. It is a regular arrow function that accepts a URL. And then we want to call mongoose and call a .set function. And we want to set strict query to true. This option that we just set is going to be useful when working with search functionality later on. For now, let's also connect our database, which is the more important part. So we can say mongoose.connect. We're going to pass a URL or a URI string right here. And then we can call a .then on it. There, we can simply console log MongoDB connected, or we can add a .catch with an error where we can simply console log the error. Finally, we can export default connectdb so that we can import it inside of our index.js. Inside of here, we can now import connectdb from ./mongodb/connect. And now, before we do app.listen, we want to connect to MongoDB. This can fail, so if it fails, we can create a try and catch block. We can say connectdb, and then we want to pass a process.env.mongodb _URL. This is going to be a special URL of our MongoDB Atlas database. Now, if it succeeds, then we want to run our application on localhost 8080. If that is not the case, we can simply console.log the error. There we go. So now let's put this nicely. Let's save our application and let's open up our terminal. As you can see, our app has crashed. And that's because this variable right here, process.env.mongodb URL, is entirely empty. We haven't yet added our MongoDB Atlas URL. So let's make a connection to Mongo right now. You can do that by visiting mongodb.com/atlas/database. It is their multi-cloud online database and it is entirely free. So click try free. And then in here, you'll have to create your account or sign up with Google. In this case, I'm going to sign up with Google. And after you do that, you'll see your organization and you can create a new project. We can give it a project name, something like DAL-E. There we go. And next, we can set the permissions to project owner since we'll be the only ones using it. And that's going to bring us to database deployments. You can add your current IP address right here, and we can build a database. You can create one for free. While the free database is selected, you can choose a provider and you can choose a server that's closest to you, and you can click Create Cluster. Then you'll have to choose from pictures of crosswalks or something else, and we can create it. Wonderful. So cluster is being created, which is going to allow us to start uploading AI-generated images into our database. While that is happening, you can go to Database Access. And there we go. Our cluster has finished provisioning. Let's go to Network Access. Make sure that your IP address is added right there. And then we can go to Database. You can click connect, and then you can enter your username and password, and you can choose a connection method. In this case, we want to connect it to our app, so that's the second step right there. And you can see your string right here. So you can copy that string. You can open up the file explorer in the code, and you can create a new .env file. There, you can start typing mongodb underscore URL is equal to a string, and then you can pass this mongodb string. Now, as you can see, your username is going to be pre-filled, but you'll have to answer your password manually. In my case, it's 123123A, and that should work. So once again, while you were creating that user, you entered your username and password, so make sure to add your password right in here for everything to work. Great. Every time we update our .env, we'll have to restart our server. So press Ctrl+C, Y, and then npm start one more time. This is going to restart it, and apparently that breaks the application again. So it looks like we meant to import /mongodb connect.js, and let's see if it did that. We did just connect. This would have worked in React, but it doesn't work in Node. So let's fix that. And there we go. Server has started on port 8080, MongoDB connected. Wonderful. So our connection with MongoDB is successful, and now we are ready to proceed with the next step, which is creating a model for our post, or a structure of how that post is going to look like. So inside of MongoDB, create a new folder called models, and inside of there, create a new post.js file. There, we can import mongoose from mongoose, and we can start creating our new post schema by saying const post with a capital P is equal to new mongoose.schema. We call it as a function and pass an object. There, you can add a name, which is going to be type of string with a capital S like this, and the required is set to true. We can duplicate this 2 more times. Then we're going to have a prompt, and finally we're going to have a photo. And all of these are going to be of a type string and required true. Finally, we have to create a model out of that schema. Const post schema is equal to mongoose.model. And then we pass a name for that model or a schema of post. And then we pass the schema we created, post right here. Finally, we need to export default post schema. Now we can use it when generating new posts. Wonderful. And with that, we're done with the entire MongoDB side of things. Now we can focus on creating the routes for our backend application. So let's create a new folder called routes. Inside of there, we're going to create 2 types of routes. First one are going to be post routes.js. And the second one is going to be daily routes.js. Now that we have created both of these files, we can go back to index and we can import them right here in the index.js file. Just at the top, we can import them by saying import post routes coming from /routes/post routes.js. We can duplicate that and we can repeat the process for daily routes. There we go. And then to use them in our application, we have to also add them to the middleware right here. So below our app.use express JSON, we can say app.use /API /v1 /post. And then we can render post routes. We can duplicate that and we can do daily. So essentially what we've done is created API endpoints that we can connect, that we can hook onto from our front-end side. Of course, these routes are currently completely empty. So now our job is to add additional routes that we can call from the front end. First, we can start with imports for both of these files. So we can import express from express. We can also import everything as .env from .env. allowing us to use environment variables. Then we can import v2 as cloudinary from cloudinary. And we can import our post model. So import post from mongodb/models/post.js. And don't forget .js. Finally, we can call the .env.config to make sure that our environment variables are indeed getting populated. And finally, we can create a new instance of the router. Const router is equal to express.router with a capital R. Now we can copy that entire thing and we can move to DALI routes and paste it right here. Express is still going to be needed, .env is going to be needed, but instead of cloudinary, here we'll be working with OpenAI API. So we can import configuration and OpenAI API. That's coming from OpenAI. Let's fix a typo right here. We don't need to import the post right here, but we do need to set up the router. Great. So now we have the baseline for all of the files set up. I'm going to close everything and just go back to index to recap what we've done so far. We've created a simple instance of our backend API that simply has one route so far where we can verify that our application is working. Then we have also started our server and we have connected it to MongoDB by passing a specific MongoDB URI query for our MongoDB Atlas cluster. Then we have added post routes and DALI routes right here. I noticed that I misspelled it, so this right here must be DALI routes for everything to work. Great that we caught that. And finally, now is our turn to start adding post routes, which are going to be used for creating the posts and retrieving the posts. But before that, we have to enter also our DALI routes, which are going to be used to generate the data from the API. Maybe the most important part of this video. So that's going to be the exact next thing that we're going to do. Let's get started with generating our images from OpenAI DALI API. To connect to this powerful API, we're of course going to need an API key. To get the key, go to openai.com and press the API button in the navbar. Then click Get Started and create your account or log in. There, you'll be greeted by OpenAI's dashboard. Right here, they have a lot of quick start tutorials and examples, also different applications that you can build. Now that we're here, we can expand our browser, click JavaScript Mastery or your name right here, and then click View API Keys. There, you can create a new secret key. And make sure to store it securely because you won't be able to view it again. Once you do that, you can go to the Explorer, to the .env file, and then add it right there. We'll add it like this, above the MongoDB URL, OpenAI _API _key is equal to this string right here. Once you do that, just remember, you'll have to reload your terminal. We're going to do that later as we implement more changes, and we can utilize that environment variable. The way you set it up is you create a new variable called const configuration, and that's equal to new configuration. You call it as a function and provide an object as the first and only parameter. There, you can set the API key to be equal to process.env OpenAI _API _key. And then you create an instance of OpenAI by saying new OpenAI API, and then you pass in that configuration where you entered your API key. To test this router properly, we can first add a demo route by saying router.route. And then we can add just a /. There we can say .get, so this is a get route where we have a rec and a res. Make sure that this is inside of parentheses, like this, rec and res. And then we can simply open up a function block. Inside of here, we can say res.send hello from DALI, and we can test it out. So now let's rerun our application. Let's see if everything is working properly. It seems like we have an error. It cannot find DALI routes.js. So let's see if we spelled it properly. Going back to the index, DALI routes from /route DALI routes.js. This is looking good to me. Most likely, we forgot to export the router, so it cannot find it. So what we have to do is at the bottom, we have to say export default router. And you need to repeat this thing for the post routes as well. Finally, we can rerun our application, or never mind, it fixed itself. So now if we go to localhost 8000 and we go to /API/v1/post, if I'm not mistaken, we cannot get API v1 post. So let's check what API did we use. We used /API/v1/post. And then right here, yeah, we didn't do the post routes yet. We did the DALI routes. My bad. So right here, if we type DALI, we get hello from DALI, which means that this route that we created right here works great. Now we have to add a real DALI route, the route that's going to make a call to the OpenAI DALI API, and based on our prompt, it's going to return a real AI generated image. We can do that by saying router.route. That's going to be just /, but this time it's going to be a post request. There we get a rec and a res. And really important aspect of this is you have to make it async because it will take some time. Then we can open up a try and catch block and we can get the prompt from rec.body. This is going to come from our front-end side, the prompt that we create. It's going to be this one right here. So going back to our application, we have to generate that image. And we can do that by saying const AI response is equal to await OpenAI.create image. We can pass an object with options. We can pass in the prompt, pass in n1, meaning one image. We can pass in a size equal to a string of 1024 times 1024. And we can set a response underscore format to be equal to b64 underscore JSON. Great. And we of course have to add a comma right here. Great. So now that we have this AI response, we need to get the image out of it. And that's going to look like this. Const image is equal to AI response dot data one more time 0 dot and then b64 underscore JSON. Great. Finally, once we get that image, we can say res.status of 200.json, and then we're going to pass in a photo, which is going to be equal to the image. And that's it. We're getting that image and we're sending it back to the front end. Finally, if something doesn't go right, we can run console.log error. And we can also res.status of 500.send error $response.data.error.message. Great. Now, if we save this, our route is finalized. The only thing we have to do is go back to our front end and call our backend to see if it's going to bring anything back. To do that, we can close all of our currently open files, go back to the client side, go to the source, to our pages, and then create post page. And there we can now make a call to the backend that you have created from our generate image function. We can do that by first checking if we have a prompt. So if form.prompt, then we can open up a try and catch block. And now we're working back on the front end, so I can switch it to our Vite application. There, we first want to set generating IMG loading state to be true because we have started the generation. Then we want to get back the response, so we say const response from await fetch. And then we have to pass the API. That's going to be http //localhost 8080 /API /v1 /DALI. And we have to provide a second parameter, which is an object of options. The most important option is method is set to post. And as you can notice, we have an await, so we need to add an async right here as well. Then you need to pass headers. Headers is an object where content dash type is equal to application /JSON. Make sure to type this exactly as it is right here without typos. And finally, we can pass in the body. The body is going to be a stringified prompt. So we can say json.stringify prompt form.prompt right here. And that is it. We're passing all of the needed data to our backend to then get back the response, which is going to be the AI generated image. To parse that data and to be able to see it, let's say const data is equal to await response.json. And once we got it, we can set it to the state by saying set form form to spread other parameters. And then we're going to set the photo to be equal to a template string of data image /JPEG semicolon base 64 comma and then $ in curly braces data.photo. So this is the way in which we're going to save and render our image. Finally, inside of the catch, we can alert an error if there is one. And then we can add a finally clause. So whatever happens, we want to set the loading state of set generating image to false. And then else, if we don't have a prompt, which is right here, in that case, we can add an alert saying, please enter a prompt. Now, if we save this and click generate, let's see what happens. Usually, things never work on the first try, especially after we added a lot of code. But let's give it a shot, and then if it doesn't work, I'm going to show you how to debug it in real time. So, here it goes. Generating. Okay. And it worked. Believe it or not, it worked on the first try. A man wanders through the rainy streets of Tokyo with bright neon signs, 50mm lens. This is looking great, and this image was generated by AI. Now, before we share the image with the community, you can press surprise me a couple of more times and generate multiple images. So let's try one of a comic book cover of a superhero wearing headphones. There we go. And now if you're not happy with the image, you can keep regenerating until you find the one that suits what you were looking for. Great. This one is much better. But keep in mind, you don't necessarily have to use just prompts from the Surprise Me button. You can type whatever you want to. So let's try a beautiful nature photo, 4K, ultra realistic. And let's click generate. There we go. This is wonderful. And now we are ready to share with the community. But now, at this point, that doesn't yet work. We only created the API endpoints for generating these AI images. But now we have to create post routes to actually upload the image and the prompt and the post itself to our AI image sharing social media platform. That is where the MERN stack comes in. That is what makes this application a full stack MERN application. So we can close all of the currently open files, go to server, routes, and then post routes, and we can get started with implementing our almost CRUD-like functionality. To get started with our post routes, we'll have to set up an account on Cloudinary. Cloudinary is going to host our images for us so we can retrieve them later on once we submit them and make our application so much faster. To create an account with Cloudinary, you can go to cloudinary.com. Let's expand our browser right here and let's click Get Started. Right here, you can sign up using email, Google, or GitHub. And after you create your account, this is what you should see. If this is not what you're seeing right now, you might need to create a new account as they might have changed some things. Then you can move to dashboard, and there are 3 different pieces of input that we need. First one is the cloud name, so you can copy it. We can go back to our .env, and we can add a cloudinary underscore cloud underscore name is equal to, and then you can paste it. The second thing we need, we can duplicate this 3 times, is going to be cloudinary API key. So we can put it here. And the last thing is the API secret. Great. So now let's copy the API key, paste it right here, and let's copy the API secret and paste it right here as well. Great. Now we have everything we need from Cloudinary, and that's it. We can go back to our application. We can close our .env, and remember, whenever you change it, you have to stop your terminal from running by pressing Ctrl+C and then Y, and then rerun it again. Great. And now we are ready to start creating our post routes. But let's utilize those keys that we just got. So we can say cloudinary.config. We can pass in an object that's going to contain a cloud underscore name. That's going to be process.env.cloudinary underscore cloud underscore name. And we can duplicate that 2 times. For the second one, we need API underscore key, and we can change this to API underscore key. And the last one is going to be API underscore secret, and right here, we can change this to API underscore secret. Great. Now our Cloudinary is configured and we'll be able to upload our images there. Now we can move on to creating post routes. We're going to have 2 different routes. The first one is going to be a get route to get all posts, and then the second one is going to be a create a post route. So let's create it. That's going to be router.route/, or you can simply say router.get. And then we can say .get async, and then we can provide a function that's going to have a request and response as parameters, and we can close it like so. Now we can duplicate this function below, and we can put it as a post route. So the only thing we have to change is the verb from get to post. There we go. Now let's first create a post route so we can submit our post. First, we have to get all of the data we're sending from the front end. So we can destructure it by saying const name, prompt, and photo. And that's going to be equal to rect.body, meaning we're sending it from the front end. Then we need to upload the photo URL to Cloudinary. Const photo URL is equal to await cloudinary.uploader.upload, and then we pass in the photo as the parameter. This is coming from the front end. We're uploading it to Cloudinary, and then we get Cloudinary optimized URL. Now that we have all of the data and the newly updated photo URL, we can say const new post is equal to await post with a capital P dot create. We pass in an object that has a name, a prompt, and also has a photo equal to photo URL dot URL. There we go. These 4 lines are going to create a new post in our database. Once we create it, we can say res.status of 201, and then we can pass in .json, success is equal to true, and then data is equal to new post. Finally, we can wrap everything inside of a try and catch block. So I'm going to copy everything we have right here. I'm going to write a try and catch block, paste everything in the try, and then in the catch, we're going to res.status of 500.json, where success is set to false, and then error, or rather the message, is equal to error. There we go. So this is looking great. Also, it seems like the prompt is unused. it looks like I misspelled it right here. So if we spell it properly, everything is good. Now, keep in mind that what I've showed you here is the best possible approach and the actual practice of how you'll be working with databases and file storage and creating new documents in your databases in real life applications. We didn't want to simply take a shortcut and store images in base64 URL. That would be great for a couple of images, but as we scale, we'll have to provide storage for all of those images. And that is exactly why, before creating a new instance of a document, we are uploading the image to Cloudinary that stores it and gives us back a photo URL. Based on that info, we then create a new post in the database by only sharing the URL. Great. With that said, create a post route is done, but we wouldn't be able to see the posts if we don't have get all posts route. Implementing this is going to be even simpler. We can create a try and catch block and say const posts is equal to await post.find, and we can pass an empty object as the first and only parameter. Then we can say res.status of 200.json. We can pass an object containing the success property set to true and data set to posts. That's it, returning old posts. We can duplicate this, add it to the catch, change the error message to 500, success to false, and finally message to be equal to error. There we go. So everything is looking great right now. With that, our post routes are done, and with them, our entire backend. Now we should be able to generate images and then share them with the community. I entered my name, I'm gonna add a prompt, and I'm gonna click generate. Image is being generated as we speak, and we can see a great image. Now, if you're not satisfied with it, you can modify your prompt, or you can just click regenerate, so it's going to give you another instance of that same image. In this case, I decided to do both. There we go, this is a great looking fish. So let's share it with the community. Again, this is the first time we're clicking this, so it's possible it's not gonna work. Now, before we share it with the community, we of course have to go back to the front end and implement the share button. So we go to source, pages, create post. And as you can see, the generate prompt is done. We did it before, but now the last function we have to implement is handle submit. Before we begin, we're going to make this function asynchronous, as we'll be doing some data fetching. Then we're gonna get the first and only parameter of event, that's going to be a submit event. And then we wanna call event.prevent default. This is going to ensure that the browser doesn't automatically reload our application. Then we need to check if we have the form and the photo before we submit. So we need to check if form.prompt and form.photo exists. If that is the case, we can set the loading to be set to true. We are starting with the process. Then we can open up a try and catch block. With the catch, we get the error. And then in the catch, we can start with the data fetching. And then in the try, we can call our post image route. We can do that by saying const response is equal to await fetch. We have to pass the URL http://localhost 8080/API/v1/post. Then you want to pass a second parameter, which is an object containing the method equal to post, headers equal to an object that's going to contain a content type equal to application JSON. Make sure to spell it exactly as it is spelled right here. And then finally, we're going to provide our body, which is going to be equal to json.stringify. And then we're going to simply pass the entire form. Wonderful. As you know, in our last file, post routes, right here through rec.body is where we are getting that entire post. Great. So now that we're doing that, we're getting back the response. And then once we get it, we can await response.json. That means that we got it successfully. And finally, we can navigate to /, go back to home to be able to see our image. Now, if something goes wrong, we can simply alert the error. And finally, this is going to happen either way. We can set the loading to be set to false. This is it. Now, if we save this file, our function is fully done. And we also have to add just one more check. If we don't have the form.prompt or form.photo, we can create an else right here. And then we can alert, please enter a prompt and generate an image. That's it. Now we still have our great pufferfish right here. So let's simply click share with the community. It says sharing. I'm guessing something is happening. And we are brought back to our homepage. And that could have only happened if the response was successful, because the navigate is after the await. Wonderful. Now, the reason why it says no posts found is because we haven't implemented the get route in our front end. So let's go back to the homepage. And right here, we have to make a call to get all of the posts. To make that call, we're going to create a new use effect hook. Use effect is called at the start once the component loads. This one will only be called at the start, meaning we're going to left the dependency array as empty. There, we want to create a function called const fetch posts is equal to an async function. And then immediately after, we want to call it fetch posts. Inside of this function, we first want to set the loading to be set to true, because we're instantly doing something. Then we want to open up a try and catch block like this. Catch has the error, don't forget. And then also we can give it a finally. You already know what goes into finally. There we stop the loading. Now, what do we do in the try? Well, it's going to be similar to what we did in the post route. We want to get a new response by saying equal to await fetch http localhost 8080 /API /v1 /post. Then, as the second parameter, we pass in an object where the method is get, and the headers are going to be content type application JSON. Now, we have to check if the response is okay, and we can do that by saying if response.okay. Then we can get the result by saying const result is equal to await response.json. Finally, once we have the result, we can set all posts to be equal to result.data.reverse. The reason why we're reversing it is because we want to show the newest posts at the top. Great. Now let's also alert the error if there is one and save the file. Still, it says no posts, and let's check our no posts clause right here. So that is because the array data is equal to nothing. So inside of here, we can pass all posts. Let's do that, all posts, and save. And there we go. We have one post card, which is our fish card. Now, to be able to showcase it, of course, we have to dive into the render cards, and we have to implement the card component, which is right here. So far, we were simply looping through them, but the card itself still remained empty. After implementing our card component, it should look something like this. Some cards are going to be huge, some are going to be a bit smaller, but after you hover over them, you should see a prompt that a user used to generate that AI-generated image, a user that created it, and a download button. Great. So let's go ahead and implement it right away. To get started with implementing our card, we can import the download icon coming from /assets, and we can also import download image coming from /utils. This is a second utility function we can create. So you can control click the utils to go into it. And then below our get random prompt, you can export async function download image. There, you can pass the underscore ID as the first parameter and the photo as the second one. There, we'll be using the file saver library that we installed before. So at the top, we can import file saver. That's coming from file-saver. The only thing you have to do to implement this function is say file saver dot save as photo, and then you pass in the string to download. That's going to be download dash underscore ID and then .jpg. Great. Now we can go back to the card and we have access to this download image function. Our card is also receiving some parameters. It's receiving the underscore ID, the name, the prompt, and also the photo. Now, how do I know that? Well, if we go back to home, you can see that we are iterating over these cards and we're spreading all of the values that each post has. Great. Now we can work to create the layout of that card. I'm going to collapse our browser just a bit, and I'll open up the console to see where the error seems to be because we cannot see anything right now. It's download image. Looks like I misspelled it. So if I go back to utils and copy the correct name, I can fix it right here and it should work. There we go. Now it says card. Let's actually create the look and feel of that card. First of all, we're going to have a div that's going to have a class name equal to rounded-xl. It's going to be a group because we're going to have multiple things inside of it. It's going to be relative, and it's going to have a shadow-card. Finally, on hover, we're going to change the shadow to card hover, and we're going to provide a card class name. If we save this, we can see one huge card right here. Rather, it's just a rectangle with a shadow. But once we add the image, everything is going to change. So we can add a self-closing image tag with a class name equal to w-full, h-auto, object-cover, and rounded-xl. Then we can give it a source equal to photo, and we can give it an alt tag equal to prompt. That's going to be dynamic as well. If we save that, we can see our wonderful image right here. Believe it or not, this image was generated by AI. That's pretty crazy, but now let's say we wanted to create a similar fish like this one. We don't know which prompt the user has entered to get this result. That's why we'll work on creating the prompt as well so that people can know what other people have used. Below this image, we can create a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to a special property of group-hover. Then we want to make it into a flex. It's going to be a flex-call, a maximum height, meaning max-h, 94.5%. I found this to work the best. It's going to be hidden, it's going to be absolute, and it's going to be shown at the bottom 0 and left 0. Right 0 as well. Finally, we want to set the bg #10131f and margin -2 p-4 rounded -md. This is going to provide an overlay. As you can see, once we hover, you can see that black box appear at the bottom. Now, inside of there, we want to render a p tag that's going to render the prompt. If I save this, we should be able to see the text right here. Now, let's style it a bit. Let's give it a class name equal to text-white, text-sm, overflow -y-auto, and prompt. If we save this, it's looking just a bit better. Now, below that p tag, we're going to create a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to mt-5 for margin top, flex, justify -between, items -center, and gap -2. That is a wrapper for all of the other elements we'll have inside of there, such as the name, the photo, and then later on the download. Inside of there, we can create a wrapper div for the smaller part, meaning just the photo and the name. There, we can give it a class name equal to flex, items-center, and gap-2. And inside of there, we can create a div that's going to wrap our name. So there, we can simply say name and then 0. That's where the name is hidden. If I save this, we should be able to see it right here. I can see just A. So that's not looking good, meaning that's just the first letter. But based on this first letter, we're going to form that avatar. We're going to form that image that you can see right here. That's looking great. So let's do just that by giving this div a class name equal to W-7 for width, H-7 for height, rounded-full, object-cover, BG-green-700, flex, justify-center, items-center, text-white, text-XS, and font-bold. If we save this and hover, you can see this great looking profile photo right here. Now below that, we can simply render a p tag, and that p tag is going to render the entire name. But of course, let's give it a class name equal to text-white and text-sm. There we go. This is already looking so much better. I think this text is a bit too small, so maybe we can change the prompt text to text-md. Yep, this is looking great. Finally, let's add a button to download the image. We can create that button below this div right here with a gap2. That's going to be a button. It's going to have a type equal to button. It's going to have an onClick property where we can have a callback function that's going to call the download image function. We need to provide the _ID as the first parameter and then the photo as the second one. We can also give it a class name equal to outline-none, bg-transparent, and border-none. If we save this, we cannot see anything yet because we have to add something inside of the button, and that something is going to be an image. That image is going to have a source equal to download, an alt tag equal to download as well, and a class name equal to W-6, H-6, object-contain, and invert. Now, if we save this and hover over here, we have this beautiful download button, and it's fully functional as well. If you click it, immediately it downloads the image, and you can see it in its full glory. This is a 1024 by 1024 image, and once again, it was fully AI generated. An AI doesn't even know what a fish is, but it created it looking like this based on the given prompt. That is wonderful. Now, believe it or not, that is it when it comes to creating the layout of our card, which now means that if we expand our application, we have our wonderful showcase, and we have successfully created this image from our create page, which essentially means that our entire application is fully done. Isn't this great? Now, there's just one small part we still have to finalize, and that's going to be the search. Trust me, keeping in mind everything we've done in this video, that's going to be an easy job. So let's go ahead and collapse our browser, close all of the currently open files, open up just the homepage, and let's focus on implementing the search. To implement the search, we can create a new function called const handle search change. That's going to take in an event as the first and only parameter. That's a key press event. And there we want to set search text to be equal to e.target.value. And then we want to search for something. Now, we also want to add a debounce to that, meaning we don't want to filter out through everything for every single keystroke. We want to set out a timeout. And we can do that by creating the set timeout like this. It accepts a callback function, and then we can specify the response. In this case, we can do about 500 milliseconds when the function inside of it runs. Meaning if you type multiple characters at the same time, you're not going to make individual requests for every single character if they were typed all in this time frame. Now inside of here, we can say const search results is equal to all posts dot filter. The filter accepts a callback function where we get an item or a post. And then we want to check if item dot name dot to lowercase dot includes and then search text dot to lowercase. If that is the case, then we can show that post. We can filter it out. But we can also look into the prompt. So right here we can say or item dot prompt dot to lowercase dot includes search text dot to lowercase. So this is our filtering prompt. Now that we have those search results, we can set searched results to be equal to search results, or rather we called it as a function right here. In this set search results, we can create as a new use state field. So at the top, we can add 2 additional use state fields. The first one is going to be searched results. There we go. And then set searched results. Great. And then we can add a null right here at the start. And then finally, we can also create a new use state called search timeout and set search timeout at the start set to null. Now that we have that, we're successfully setting the searched results, and we can wrap all of this in a new timeout. So what we can do is set search timeout, and then we can simply pass everything we have created right here inside of that function, like so. That allows us to also clear that timeout every time that we start typing something new. Now that we have this handle search change, we can pass it into our input. Right here, let's search for it. That's going to be right here, our form field. So to this form field, we can pass a label name equal to search posts. We can pass a type equal to text, a name equal to text, a placeholder equal to search posts. We can also pass a value equal to search text. And then finally, we can pass the handle change equal to handle search change. And there we go. Now we have our search posts input. Finally, what we have to do is we have to render cards. If there is a search text, then we want to render through searched results, which is our new state field. Now, if I save this, you can still see our post. But if we search for something like Eiffel Tower, as you can see, no search results found. Now, just to see if the filtering is going to work properly, we can go ahead and create a new post. Right here, I entered my name, and let's go with something like Eiffel Tower on a rainy day. Let's do impressionist painting. Let's try that. Let's click generate. As the image is generating, let me spread this out. There we go. This is looking okay, I guess, but we want it to be more realistic as well. And let's fix the spelling. So sometimes you'll have to go through a couple of iterations until you get something you're happy with. There we go. This is much better. So finally, let's share it with the community. And there we go. Our beautiful AI-generated image is here. And now if we search for fish, you can see the fish. And if we search for Eiffel, you can see the Eiffel Tower, which means that it works as well. We can even download it. You can open it up and you can see how well it is made. This one is done more like a painting, so you cannot see the level of detail, but still it is incredibly impressive. With that said, our OpenAI DALL-E clone application is now finalized. We can see the AI-generated images, and we can add additional images to our database. All of this is being done from the front end to the backend, to Cloudinary, to generating all of these images. So we're covering the full stack application, essentially creating a social media platform where users can share their own AI generated images. With that said, as we always do on the JavaScript Mastery, the next step is going to be to deploy this phenomenal application to the internet so that you can share it with your friends, put it in your portfolio, and get a job. Before we deploy our application, we're first going to upload it to GitHub. That way, we can keep track of it, you can have it within your project, and that's going to allow us to more easily deploy it later on. So, go to your GitHub profile, and then on top right, click a plus icon, and click New Repository. There, you can choose a repository name, something like DALI, that's available, and you can choose to make it private or public. Finally, click Create Repository. Then, I'm going to collapse our browser just a bit. We can close all of our files, go to View, and then Terminal, and we can stop both terminals from running. There we go. We can also delete one terminal and clear it. Now, make sure to cd ... to be in the root of your folder, not in client, not in server, but rather in root. There, you can type git init. Then, as you can see, we have 9,000 changes, which is never a good sign. So what you want to do is you want to add a new .gitignore file. And there, you can add node_modules. Hi there, Adrian from the future here. A really important note. Also make sure to add your .env file right here. If you don't add it, it's going to be pushed to GitHub and you don't want other people to see your secret files. So now you know. This is going to ignore everything that's already mentioned in the package.json and just gonna left us with 34 files that we ourselves have created. Great. Then we can say git add dot git commit -m first commit. Then you can copy a couple of messages from here. Git branch -m main. Then you want to do git remote add origin. And finally, git push u origin main. And in a couple of seconds, this command is going to push our repository right here to GitHub. With that said, we are ready to deploy the backend of our application. We're going to do that using render. First, we're going to deploy the backend using render, but then we're going to deploy the frontend or the main part of our application using Hostinger, which is going to make it incredibly fast and also give us a custom domain name. Now, for render, you can get started or log in. Once you do that, you can click New and choose Web Service. Next, you can connect your repository. Now, it's asking us for a public Git repository. So I'm going to go back to my repo, Settings, scroll all the way down, and I'm going to change the repository visibility to public. Once it is public, simply copy the URL, go back, and paste it right here, and click Continue. Then we can enter the name, such as DALI. You can choose the region, the branch, and then the root directory. In this case, the root of our directory is going to be /server. Or I think you can just do server. And then we have to add a command to start our server. In this case, that's going to be npm run server. Finally, you can click Create Web Service. Now, the process of deploying our backend can take a couple of minutes, so bear with me, you can pause the video, and we'll be right back. Now, it looks like our build has failed, and it is possible that that happened because we didn't provide the environment variables. So go back to your .env, which you hopefully added to the .gitignore file, which has to be in the root of our folder right here. Then let's copy the keys one by one. Add environment variable. We can add the OpenAI API key, and we can copy the value. Now we can add more. So that's going to be MongoDB URL. Let's paste that as well. Let's add a bit more. Let's add the Cloudinary cloud name and value, Cloudinary API key and value, and finally Cloudinary API secret and the value. With that said, we can save the changes. We can go back to events. We can go back to logs. And we can rerun our deployment by going to manual deploy and then clear build cache and deploy. Hopefully, this time it's going to build successfully. It looks like it failed again, and I just figured out why. Inside of settings, if you scroll a bit down, you can find the build command or the start command. We typed it as at npm run server, but if you go to our package.json, it is actually npm run start. So that was a rookie mistake. If we change this to npm run start, save changes, and go back to logs, now we can again rerun the latest commit. This will again take some time, but it just shows you that even YouTubers creating educational videos make mistakes like these. It happens to everybody. So just know whenever you make a silly mistake, it happens. You're still a great developer. With that said, let's wait about a minute for this to build, and then we'll hopefully see it live. And we hit yet another roadblock. It looks like we're trying to access MongoDB, but it seems that the API we're trying to access it from isn't whitelisted. So we have to whitelist that IP address. Back in our MongoDB Atlas, under Network Access, we can see that our current IP address is whitelisted, but the one belonging to the server isn't. So we can click Add IP Address, and we can allow access from anywhere. At this point, we're not concerned with security breaches. As you can see, it is pending, and it is being deployed as we speak. There we go. It took a couple of seconds, and now if we go back to render, hopefully it will rerun it by itself. If that doesn't happen, we'll have to once again run a manual redeploy from the latest commit. It is in progress, and hopefully third time's a charm. And there we go. Server started, MongoDB connected, and we are off to the races. Go ahead and click this URL right here, and you can see hello from DALI. That means that our API is deployed. Now we just gotta hook it up to our application and then deploy the front-end side, which is going to be much simpler since we're using Hostinger. So to get started, go back to render and copy this URL. We're gonna need it. Now you can close all of the currently open files, go to client, go to source, and now we'll have to change our HTTP localhost 8080 in all instances to our newly redeployed backend URL. So let's search for 8080. You can see we're mentioning it 3 times on the front end. So let's simply change it in all instances. Right here, we're gonna go up to this point, HTTPS, we're gonna enter this new link, /API/v1/DALI. Let's search for other instances. Instead of create post, we're gonna also replace everything up to this /. There we go. And let's repeat the process for the last one. There we go. We successfully updated our front-end URLs from the demo localhost ones to real deployed URLs. And with that, we are ready to deploy the front-end side of our application on our custom domain. And to do that, we can revisit our Hostinger's dashboard. I already purchased the domain. As you can see it right here, JSM DALI. That's good. Maybe you have a better one. If you purchased yours, it's going to be right here as well. And if you haven't, you can do that right away. The link is going to be down in the description. If you haven't yet connected the domain to the setup is going to show right here with a yellow setup button. But if you connected it, as I did in the intro of this video, you can just go to Premium Web Hosting, connected to that domain, and click Manage. Once you're here, you can go to the File Manager. This is going to open the H panel where we'll be able to drag and drop our files. For now, there's just a public_HTML file there. You can go into it, and then we can delete the default.php. This is the place where we're gonna put the build of our React application. To get to our build, you can go back to your Visual Studio Code, go to View, and then Terminal, cd into Client this time, and simply run npm run build. This is going to create an optimized production build of our application, and we'll simply be able to drag and drop it to our Hostinger's H panel. With Vite, this is super quick, and it has been done while I was speaking. There is a dist folder. You can right-click it and then click Reveal in File Explorer or Open in Finder. Once you have it, you can simply open up the dist folder and drag and drop everything from it right here. It's going to upload the files and our application is going to be live. So now if you go back to your dashboard and click your chosen domain name, our DALL-E 2.0 is now live. Isn't this crazy? We can see that it is deployed under our special domain and it is HTTPS secured. That is phenomenal. Now, of course, there might be some changes we have to make to properly fetch the data, but that can be fixed easily. As you can see, the most important part is that this deployment took less than a minute, and immediately we have premium web hosting, we have a domain name, you can even manage emails on this domain name. Also, it's HTTPS secured. Now, let's right-click and go to Inspect to see what might be the issue with our images. If we reload, we can see type failed to fetch, and now it's fetching posts. I just reload the page one more time and then it fixed itself. I'm guessing that the render backend goes to sleep after being inactive for some time. So once you ping it once, it's going to work perfectly the second time. As you can see, the images we have created are still here, which means our database is up and running on MongoDB. The images are served using Cloudinary, generated by OpenAI. This has been just a phenomenal video, and you can just keep creating more great stuff. Let's try it out by using Surprise Me. Let's do something like a surrealist dreamlike oil painting. Let's generate it. And there we go. This is looking phenomenal. Let's go ahead and share it with the community. And if this works, we have properly ensured that all functionalities of our application are working. There we go. But again, I'm really amazed by the fact that we managed to deploy this in a matter of seconds, essentially. So with that said, huge thanks to OpenAI for creating such an amazing software that allows us to build these AI applications. Huge thanks to Hostinger for creating easy to use and fast hosting services. And then huge thanks to you for watching this video. Just keep learning and you're gonna become the best there is. Build and deploy a modern Next 13 website with Framer Motion and Tailwind CSS. Metaverse. We have been hearing about it and imagining it for quite some time. Now we'll make metaverses, a metaverse concept landing page. Building this single web app with me will give you the knowledge needed to build any website you can imagine. Many tutorials teach you how to create a website with a navigation bar, a few divs, and a footer. Boring, right? Today, you'll learn how to develop a professional website using the most in-demand technologies and deploy to the internet so you can share it with your friends, potential employers, and put it on your portfolio. This video is perfect for you if you want to learn how to transform a Figma design into a fully functioning website. If you want to improve your CSS skills, and if you want to learn how to create a modern and responsive website. And best of all, while building this beautiful website, you learn the most modern technologies today: Next.js 13, Tailwind CSS, and Framer Motion. Nothing is better than learning these technologies on a real-world project. You might be wondering, what are the prerequisites for building such a fantastic website? This course is entirely beginner-friendly. We're going to start simple and then move to more complex concepts. I'll explain every step of the way, from arranging the files, creating functional components, using hooks, and writing clean code, all the way to deployment. I want you to instantly dive into the development process and allow you to focus on learning what really matters. That's why I prepared a special starter repository for you. This repository just contains a simple setup, but you will code the actual logic, components, and the layout from scratch. The link to download the starter repo is in the description. Once you download it, simply right-click it and then extract it. You can extract it on your desktop, rename it to Metaverses, and finally drag and drop it into your code editor of choice. In this case, we'll be using the most popular editor out there, Visual Studio Code. Once you do that, you'll see that we have quite a few files and folders right here. So let's explore them one by one. First, we have the app folder, the most important folder in Next.js's 13 structure. Yes, you heard that right, we're using the latest and greatest of what Next 13 has to offer. That's why you can see a special head.js file, a layout file, and a page.js file. Inside of the page, I've immediately imported all of the sections we'll be using throughout our application. But as you can see, these sections are just empty components. Nothing is in there right now. It is completely empty, and you're going to code the entirety of all of these sections and components on your own. Of course, with my help by watching this video. Great. So as you saw, we have app with 3 files. We have the components, which all of them are entirely empty. We have the constants folder. In here, I prepared for you some content we'll be using from our design. That way, you don't have to necessarily copy and paste every single thing. I have created constants that we can simply reuse in our code. And you can look at this constant and learn something from it as well. This is how you would structure applications in the real world as well. Extract the data from the code. Then we're moving into the pages folder. This folder is no longer being used in Next 13, so we won't need it at all. Finally, we have the public, where we have some assets from the design, and we have some sections right here as well, which we already explored. All of them are empty. With that said, we also have the styles. So if you look at the globals.css files, in here, I extracted some of the styles from the design, mostly different gradients that we'll be using. But that's about it. We're also using Tailwind, importing it right here. And finally, we've created an index.js file inside the styles where we extracted most commonly used styles. So if you're using this specific padding all across your application, you don't want to retype this all across the board. You can simply call it paddings. And that way, you add this class name and it's going to apply all of the class names right here. The same thing goes for the hero heading. As you can see, that's about it for the styles. And finally, we also have the utils. As you know, we'll be using Framer Motion for this project. So in here, we prepared some of the most common variants of animations we'll be using. For example, there's a special function for slide in. We also have the stagger container, different variants for texts, and so on. While using these in the code, we're going to revisit this motion and then explain all of the code that is in this file. Great. With that said, we can close all of the open files in the starter repo, and you can see that that is about it. That is our entire structure. And as I've mentioned, we are using Next 13 right now in the experimental stage. We can also see that if we check out the package.json, Next 13.0.3, also React 18, and Framer Motion. But as you can see, we have no extra dependencies besides that. The absolute entirety of the application will be coded by you without any extra dependencies. Isn't that great? Now that we know the structure of our Next 13 application, we are ready to start developing it. We can go inside of the app and then inside of the page. Right here, you can notice that we're of course going to start with a navbar. Before we dive right in, it is important to mention that there's also a head, which is a simple head component allowing you to change the title of your website and also add a link to the favicon. But inside of the layout, we can also add some additional things. So in here, for example, we're adding a special font that is going to make our application entirely different. Of course, this is the font straight from the design. Great. Now we can dive into page and we can actually run our application. To do that, we can open up our terminal by going to View and then Terminal, and then we can run npm install. Make sure that you are in the root of your directory. This is going to install the node modules for all of the packages, but as we said, we don't have many. It's just React, Next, and Framer Motion. So these should install pretty quickly. And finally, we can run npm run dev to run our application on localhost 3000. You can control click the localhost 3000, and immediately it's going to open up in your browser. I think that now you can see what I meant when I said that you're going to get an empty slate. You have nothing here. It is just a simple layout, but we of course on our own have to code every single part of this application. With that said, let's put our browser side by side with our editor. Let's do it somewhere like this, and then we can collapse our editor as well. We can close our terminal, collapse our sides, and we can control click into the navbar to start developing it. Immediately by diving into our navbar component, we can see something that's quite new and unusual. A string that says use client at line 1 of our file. What is that? Well, if we look into next 13 beta docs, we can render the server and client components part, and if we scroll right here, we can see that all components inside of the app directory are React server components by default. This allows you to automatically adopt server components with no extra work and achieve great performance right out of the box. This means that we no longer have to write that const get server-side props and similar. It's going to work right out of the box. And in here, they dive into explaining why this is beneficial. And trust me, it is. The apps are much better, much faster, cacheable, and more predictable in size. But sometimes you won't be able to use those components because we have to use what's on the client side. We have to use React, use state hooks, and so much more. So in here, they give us a convention on how to transform the server-side component to a client-side component. Simply create a file and add a use client directive at the top of the file. Then we can use all regular React client-side functionalities such as use state hooks. As you can see right here, you only need to mark components as use client when they use client hooks such as use state or use effect. Usually, it's best to leave components that do not depend on client hooks without the directive so that they can automatically be rendered as a server component when they aren't imported by another client component. This helps ensure the smallest amount of client-side JavaScript. Great. With that said, we can right here import motion from Framer Motion. You're going to notice in some of these files, we don't necessarily use state or use effect hooks, but some of the dependencies we are using use them, and therefore we also have to add use client at the top. Great. With that said, we can also import our styles by saying import styles from /styles. If we control click into this, you're going to see that this is an object containing strings that we can more easily use. Now, if we go back to our navbar, we can also import something known as nav variants coming from /utils/motion. We can also immediately control click to check it out. So by working on the navbar, we are immediately diving into Framer Motion. And this right here is called a variant, and it shows you how you can modify the animation. So there's going to be some properties while the animation is hidden, and then when it is showing. On hidden, we want to have the opacity of 0, and we want to have it moved by -50 pixels. But when it is showing, we want to have it to 1, and then position it at 0 pixels. Transition is going to be of a type spring, which means that it's going to bounce a bit. We have the stiffness and the damping of the spring as well. So finally, let's go back to the navbar and let's make use of all of those imports. Immediately, our wrapper div for the navbar is going to be motion.nav. By importing motion from Framer Motion, you'll get access to this special variable or special element that you can use. Motion.something. It can be a nav or it can be a div. Essentially, you're going to create that element and then you can pass special props to it. First of all, the most important prop is the variance prop. So we can say variance, and that's going to be equal to nav variance. You can code them in line, meaning if we didn't create a special variable, you would simply create an object, and then you could use it right here. But as you can see, this can get messy pretty quickly as we have about 30 lines, and we haven't yet created anything in the code. So I prefer to keep these in a special file right here under utils motion. We divide some kind of logic for animations from the actual presentation. Then initial state of this div is going to be hidden. While in view, we want to set it to a string of show. And finally, we're going to give it a class name. Now this is going to be a template string where we want to render the styles.x paddings, padding y or p8-8, and then relative. Now you might notice a couple of different things right here. First of all, we are using the styles variable or styles object. There, as I mentioned a couple of times so far, we created some often used styles. So x paddings is simply going to provide px6 and then on small devices px16. But now if you're really confused about this px, py, and so on, these all are class names created by Tailwind. So as you can see, this class name of py8 simply gives you padding top 2 and padding bottom 2. If you haven't used Tailwind before, no worries at all. Tailwind is a utility-first CSS framework packed with utility classes, such as Flex, PT4, Text Center, and so on. Essentially, you don't have to create special style sheets. You just write CSS as classes right on your elements. This makes it so much easier to create CSS layouts. So if you're wondering what any of these class names mean, simply go to Tailwind CSS docs and then search for that class. In this case, we can search for py, and immediately you can see that this is for adding vertical padding. So throughout this entire video, if you see a class name that sounds unfamiliar to you, simply go to Tailwind CSS docs, go to search, and then type it right here, and it's going to give you a great explanation. Great. Now let's go back to building our application. If we now reload our application, you should already be able to see that the navbar scrolls or appears from the top. Let's check that one more time. There we go. So we're using the nav variant where it's coming from -50 pixels, meaning from the top, and it's sliding all the way to the bottom. Great. Now inside of there, let's create another div. This div is going to be a self-closing div. It's going to have a class name equal to absolute. It's going to have a W-50%. That stands for width. It's going to have an inset property of 0 and a gradient -01 class name. Now you can already see a light gradient appear right there, but it's not that visible because we haven't changed the background color of our background. To do just that, we can go back to page, and right here we can add a class name to this div. We can say class name is equal to bg-primary-black and overflow-hidden. If we save this, now everything is going to become dark, and now this light gradient is more apparent. Below this self-closing div, we're going to have another div. This div is going to have a class name equal to, it's going to be a template string. So let's do it like this. Inside of there, we're going to have styles.inner width. And we're going to also have mx-auto for margin x. We're going to also have a flex property to make it a flex div. And we're going to use justify between as well as gap-8. Now, inside of this div, we want to render an image. So let's create a self-closing image tag that's going to have a source equal to /search.svg. Now, if we save this, you can see that we have a huge search icon in our navbar. Let's give it an alt property that's going to say search. And let's also give it a class name equal to w- inside of square brackets 24px, h-24px, and object-contain. If we save this, that's going to make it just a bit bigger, but that's because we're on 400% zoom. So if we reset this, this is going to seem a bit better. Below that image, let's add an h2 tag. That h2 is going to have a text of metaverses in there. That h2 is also going to have a class name of font dash extra bold, text dash 24px, leading dash 30 pixels, and text dash white. Now, if we save this, you can see that appear on the right side. And so far, we haven't yet tapped into the design of our project. We're just creating the navbar. But now that we're diving into different sections, we have to see what are we building. So let's open up the Figma design file for our project. The main promise of this video was to teach you how to take a Figma design and turn it into a brilliant website. And that's exactly what we're doing right now. Down in the description, you can find the entire design file for this application. As you can see, this is the website we'll build. I'm going to quickly bump this up so we can zoom it in even more. There we go. Metaverse Madness. It is a beautiful website built around the theme of virtual reality. So we're going to have a simple navigation bar. We're going to have a huge hero section and an image. Then we're going to also have some text, and then we'll be able to choose the world we want to explore. As you can see, here is the virtual reality icon, and the point of this website is to allow users to explore different virtual worlds. We also have some more information, like a section that gives you some steps on how to use it, more selling points, a new world and more realistic, a huge heading with this great globe asset that we'll also use. We have some blog posts about the platform. We also have a review section right here, or maybe a word by the founder section. And finally, the last call to action and a footer. Great. Now we can go all the way to the top and we can focus on creating this great navbar and then diving into the hero section. So now I'm going to put this on the side. I'm going to zoom out a bit, and hopefully we can still see it just a bit while we're developing it. Now, if you're wondering about how to get specific styles for some elements, you simply have to dive deep into that element. For example, I dived into this heading tag that we just wrote right here. And then you have to go to inspect to be able to see some CSS properties that you can use. So we can immediately see the font family, the font style, color, and so much more. Great. The same thing is going to go for this text as well. This one is going to be a bit different, and other text pieces as well, but also images. So right here, you can download all images by going to export and then doing that right here. But we prepared all of the assets for you, so they're going to immediately be right inside of the public folder. Right here, we have people 0, people 1, and so on. And we also have all of the planet images. There we go. That is looking great. Now we can close all of those images and we can go back to our navbar. We created the heading, but now we also have to add this hamburger icon. So right below our heading, we can add a self-closing image tag, and we're going to render a source called /menu.svg, give it an alt tag that's going to say menu, and give it a class name that's going to say W-24 pixels, that's for the width, H-24 pixels, that's for the height, and then object-contain. If we save that and go back to our site, we can see a beautiful navigation bar. Of course, when working with designs, you're in most cases going to get just the desktop version and the mobile version. In this case, we have just the desktop one, but you have to make your design adapt to all different sizes. So right here, we are on some sort of a weird size, maybe a tablet size, but still, everything fits nicely in the view. And with that said, we are done with our navbar. So we can close it and we can dive into maybe the most important section of our entire application, the hero section. That's going to be this huge Metaverse Madness text with this weird D, as well as this huge image right here. So let's go ahead and get started right now. In most cases, we're going to have similar imports. We'll have to import motion, styles, and then some utils from motion as well. So let's dive into the navbar and let's simply copy all of the imports we've used there and let's paste them inside of the hero JSX section. In this case, we won't need nav variants, but we're going to use the slide in property the stagger container property, and the text variant property. Great. Our hero section is going to be just that, a section. That section is going to have a class name equal to, it's going to be a template string of styles.y paddings. On small devices, padding left of 16, and usually padding left of 6. Now, if we go back and save that, you can see that that moved the hero section a bit more inward, and then we can create a motion div. Motion.div. You already learned that motion div accepts some properties, mainly variants. So right inside of here, we can give it a stagger container variant. We have to properly spell it in the import as well, and we can see what that variant does. You can see that it doesn't have any properties on hidden, but on show, it's going to call two sub-transitions, such as staggered children and delayed children. This makes our motion div a container div, inside of which we can render children animations. That is quite cool. Now, initially, it's going to be hidden, so we can say hidden. While in view, we want to show it. We can also set the viewport property. It's going to have an object inside of it. We're going to set once, false, and amount of 25. Now, I know that this might sound weird to you. What are we talking about? What kind of viewport, once, amount, and so on? So let me show you how we can learn about all of the libraries out there. Right now, we're learning about Framer Motion. But what if it's another library? What if it is a library for galleries, calculators, calendars, or anything really? You need to be able to read documentation. So how would I do it? I would go to google.com. I would Google Framer Motion documentation. Search for it, and then you're going to see the first link that appears right here. In the documentation, we can try to look for examples, simple examples for animation, gestures, components, transforms, and more. And finally, search for viewport. Immediately, it's going to lead you to a scroll-triggered animation section. Motion also provides a while in view property that defines a visual state to animate to while a component is in the viewport. So we can say viewport once, and then it's going to animate. So as you can see, once we scroll through it, it is going to become visible. Now you can set it to once, meaning that once we reach to it, it's not going to animate again. See? The orange appeared, and now if we move ahead, it's always going to stay there. But you can also change that to appear multiple times every time that you scroll through it. That is another possibility. So in here, we set viewport false, amount 0.25. So in here, we said we don't want it to render only once. It's going to be rendered every time that it is in the viewport. Now, this div is also going to have a class name equal to. That's going to be a template string of styles.innerWidth. It's also going to have a margin X set to auto. It's going to be a flex container, and it's going to be a flex column. Inside of there, we're going to have one more div. This div is going to have a class name equal to flex, justify-center, items-center, flex-call, relative, and z index of 10 to make it appear above our background. Inside of there, we can render our motion.h1. So this is our first time that we're animating an h1 property. Inside of there, it can say metaverse. We're going to give it a variant or variants that's going to call a function called text variant 1.1. Now we can control click it to go into that. And you can see that we have a delay. So we have created a special function text variant that's going to create a variant, but we can also pass a delay to it. So in this case, we're setting the delay to be 1.1 second. So now if we save it, of course, we're not going to see anything yet because we haven't provided the class names. So let's do just that. Class name is equal to styles.hero heading. If we save that, we get a bit more space, but we cannot really see anything here. So let's continue with another motion div below our motion h1. That's going to be a motion.div component. It's going to have a variant, again, inside of the props of that element. Variance is going to be equal to text variant, and we're going to pass in a delay of 1.2 seconds. So it's going to render just a bit after this first initial h1. We can also give it a class name equal to flex, flex-row, justify-center, and items-center. Inside of there, we want to render this madness thing. So first we rendered metaverse, and then we want to render the madness. So inside of that motion div, we can show an h1, a regular one this time, that's going to have a class name equal to of styles dot hero heading, and we can say MA, so just the first two letters. Now we have that crazy D, which can be a div, and it's going to be a self-closing div tag with only one property, a class name of styles dot hero D text, like this. We can of course control click to go into it, and you can see the styles we used to make this happen. It's going to have some properties, but mainly we're making this happen with the borders, believe it or not. So this right here is a div, and with the ability of borders, we're creating it into a D. So on the left side, it's not that complicated. It is just a regular border. On top and bottom, it is also not that complicated, but then on the right side, we have to make it rounded. Again, really, really simple. You just give it a rounded -r and then specific pixel property. Great. Finally, below that, we can duplicate the h1, and we're going to finish the word. That's going to be ness. And if you reload the page, the text is going to appear. So right here, we have metaverse madness. Let's reload it one more time and notice how the first word appears first, and then after 100 milliseconds, the madness appears as well. That is cool. You can also notice the navigation bar flowing in. Great. Now below this motion div and below this regular div, we can create another motion div. This motion div is going to have a variance property equal to slide in. Then we can provide it a string, slide in from right. It's going to be a type of animation called tween, and also it's going to be 0.2 delay and then 1 second duration. This is a special function we created. We can go into it, and you can see that this allows us to pass props to it, but then based on those props, we can immediately change the direction that we want to animate to or animate from. We also pass different transitions such as type, delay, and duration, so we can specify and make our animation unique just by calling a function right here and then passing different props. This div is also going to have a class name equal to relative, w-full. On medium devices, it's going to have a -mt, meaning negative margin top of 20 pixels, and also negative margin top of 12 pixels when we're not on medium devices. Inside of this motion div, we want to have a regular div. And what we're doing, of course, is doing the image that's going to be shown below the text, just so you know. Great. This div is going to have a class name equal to absolute, w-full, h-300 pixels, hero-gradient, rounded-top left -140 pixels, z-index of 0, and then -top -30 pixels. So now we're positioning this absolutely placed div. Inside of there, we want to render the image. So let's go into this div. Let's render the self-closing image tag. Source is going to be set to cover.png. Alt is going to be set to cover. And finally, class name is going to be set to w-full. On small devices, height is going to be set to 500 pixels. Usually, height is going to be set to 300 pixels. It's going to have an object cover property. It's also going to be rounded -TL-140 pixels. It's going to have a z-index of 10, meaning it's going to show above other elements, and it's going to be set to relative. Now, if we save this, and if we reload the page, we can see the image slide in. Now, I noticed right here, it's not supposed to say rounded dash top dash 140 pixels, just rounded dash TL, as in top left. There we go. So now we get this beautiful curve. And again, notice the animation and the timings between those animations. First, we get the image, and then we get the gradient, the navbar, and then nicely, and then finally the text. Beautiful. Now we also need this beautiful stamp button right here that you can see. We can click it, and then we're going to scroll down to the section below. So to implement that, we can go below our image, still inside of the div, and we can render an anchor tag. This anchor is going to have an href equal to #explore. That's going to be our next section. Inside of there, we can render a div. That div is going to have a class name equal to w-full, flex, justify-end. On small devices, negative margin top, meaning minus margin top, MT, dash 70 pixels, of course, inside of square brackets. And then again, on regular devices, minus MT minus 50 pixels. Padding right is going to be set to 40 pixels. It's going to be relative, and it's going to have a z-index of 10. Finally, inside of there, we can render an image, a self-closing tag, that's going to have a source equal to /stamp.png. It's going to have an alt tag equal to stamp. It's going to have a class name equal to, on small devices, w-155 pixels. Usually, width is going to be 100 pixels. On small devices, the height is going to be set to 155 pixels, and usually the height is going to be 100 pixels. And it's going to have a property of object contain. Now we have to close this class name and save it, and if you reload the page, you should be able to see it appear right here, but we cannot see anything yet. So let's try to debug it. We're closing our section here, our two motion divs, and this div as well. Now, this div right here should be a gradient div, like the one we used in the navbar, remember? This is a self-closing div, because it's just going to render a blur, meaning some light happening right there. So if we go back to the hero section, we need to automatically close this div as well. And then we have to remove the closing div here. If we save this, you'll be able to see a nice gradient appear. That is that self-closing div. And now we're closing everything where we should. So now we can see the stamp appear right here as well. That is great. Now we have a beautiful navigation bar and a hero section. Let's expand it to its full glory. There we go. This is looking great. And we can click right here to scroll to the bottom section. I'm going to collapse it once again. And with that said, we're completely done with the hero section. It might look a bit empty right now, but as you can see, its main point is to guide you from this hero to the text below. So going back, we can close our hero and our motion, and we can control click to go into the about section. Inside of here, we can also import similar things as we have inside of the hero. So let's just copy it and let's go back to about and let's paste it. We're gonna need motion. We're gonna also need a new component. So we can say import typing text from / components. This is a component we are yet to create. As you can see right now, it is completely empty. We're gonna also need some styles. And instead of slide in, we're gonna import the fade in variation and the stagger container. That's coming from utils motion. Now, this section is going to have a class name equal to, that's going to be a template string of styles.paddings. We're going to also have a relative and z-10 position. Inside of there, we want to render a gradient. So that's going to be a self-closing div that's going to have a class name equal to gradient 02, and then a Z-0. As you can see, it just added this light right here. Then we're going to render a motion.div. This div is going to have a variant, so we have to add it inside of the property. Variance equal to stagger container. Initially, so initial is going to be set to hidden, and then while in view, we want to show it. Viewport is going to be same as before, once set to false, and then amount set to 0.25. Finally, it's going to have a class name equal to, that's going to be a template string of styles.innerWidth, mx-auto, styles.flexCenter, and finally flex-call. There we go. So this is our wrapper div. Inside of there, we want to render a typing text self-closing component. We're going to pass two things to it. We're going to pass the title, that's going to be equal to one vertical line, space, about metaverses. And then also text styles is going to be set to text center. These are props that we're passing to the typing text component. Right now, it is a simple text property, but let's go into it and let's implement the typing text component. That's going to be this text right here. So what we can do is we can make both of these components accept two props, the title and the text styles. Then let's work with the typing text first. So that's going to be this one right here. Instead of a P, it's going to be a motion.p component. It's going to have a variance, as we always do with motions. So variance is going to be set to text container. Now, this is a variant, of course, coming from our utils. So we can go back to the about and we can copy all of the imports and paste them here. Now, we won't need the typing text nor the styles. We simply need the text container utils. And of course, the motion, so we can use the motion.p. Now, this is going to animate, but we still cannot see anything inside of here because we haven't yet returned anything. So what we can do is we can also give it a class name, make it a template literal string, give it a font-normal, text-14 pixels for the size. We can also give it a text-secondary-white color. And finally, we can pass in the additional text styles coming from props. Now, inside of there, it's not going to be just a self-closing one. We can create an array. So that's going to be array.from title. This is going to split the characters in the title into an array. And then we want to map over those letters. We're going to get each letter as the first element of the map and then the index. Now, for each one, we want to instantly return a span element. So instead of a curly brace here, use a parenthesis for instant return. And we want to return a motion.span. Now that motion span is also going to have a variant property. So that's going to be variance of text variant 2. And the key is going to be equal to index. Now this text variant 2 is also coming from utils. So we can just take it from here. Now, we still cannot see anything, and that's because we haven't yet rendered the actual letter. So inside of the motion span, we can check if letter is triple equal to an empty space, then we want to render this set of ASCII characters. And if not, we can just render the letter. Now, if you're wondering what these characters are, let's simply Google it. And you can see that this is a Unicode character for a no break space. I think it's going to make more sense once you see it on the website. And you can see it right here. If we zoom in, it's going to be about metaverses. And there is that character. It's just a bit smaller than the actual space. Great. We copy that exactly from the design. Beautiful. Now we can go back and we can go to our about. Typing text component is done. The next thing we have below the typing text is going to be another motion.p. That is for this huge block of text that you can see right here. That motion.p is going to have variance set to fade in, up, also tween, also 0.2, that's going to be for the delay, and then 1 for the duration. We can also give it a class name equal to empty-8 pixels, also font-normal. On small devices, text-32 pixels, text-20 pixels, text-center to center it, and text-secondary-white for the color. Finally, inside of there, we can render a couple of different spans to show this text. As you can see, there's a couple of bolded elements. So for these bolded elements, we can render them inside of a span. So let's first copy the entire text by right-clicking it and then clicking copy. We can paste it right here. And now let's separate the things that are bolded. You can see right here, metaverse is bolded. So we're going to put it in a new line. Then we have madness of the metaverse. Let's also put that in a new line. There we go. Then we also have VR and finally explore. So let's put VR in a new line and then the word explore. We want to replicate this exactly as it is in the design. Now for these, we want to wrap them in a span element, and that span is going to have a class name equal to font-extra bold and text-white. Great. I can put the word metaverse there. And we can also duplicate this span and replace it right here, the madness of the metaverse. So we can put it inside of here. We can duplicate it one more time, and we can use it for VR this time. So let's wrap it in a span as well. Let's do it properly, of course. And finally, the word explore. So we can copy it and we can paste it right here. Now, if we save this and go back, you can see our text appears right there. But you're going to notice that we're missing spaces in between those extra bolded letters. So what we can do is we can now bring everything in one line. So metaverse is, and then you can provide this space right here. If it is in one line, then the space will be added. If it is in a new line, then the editor is going to cut it out. So let's simply put everything in one line and provide the spaces as you would normally. There we go. We can keep repeating that until we have everything in one line with appropriate spaces. There we go, and there's one more left. Perfect. Here is the text. Now, if we zoom it out, we can see about metaverses. Metaverse is a new thing in the future where you can enjoy the virtual world. This text is looking great. And now if we click right here, we cannot yet scroll, but we're going to implement that really, really soon. Great. With that said, we also have the image on the design right here. And that image is going to be the arrow to scroll down. So going back, below this p tag, we're going to render a motion.img. It's going to have variance, as we always do. That's going to be fade in, up, and then tween. It's going to be 0.3 this time, and then 1. 0.3 just to make it a bit different from the 0.2 for the text. That way, it's going to appear that it's rendering after the text. We can also give it a source equal to arrow-down.svg, an alt tag equal to arrow down, and finally a class name equal to w-18 pixels, h-28 pixels, object-contain, and margin top of 28 pixels to divide from the text above. It is a self-closing image tag, and we can remove this about section text. Now, if we save that and reload the page, you can see this great arrow appears, and if you look really closely, you can see that it animates up. Great. That's going to be it for our about section. But now, can we really scroll from here to there? It looks like we can. Let's expand it to the full window. There we go. Metaverse Madness. Let's reload the page once. And let's click this button. And it doesn't appear to scroll down, which is not good. We can look into that later on once we focus on other scrolls on the website. Now we can close the about and the custom texts, and we can look into our page structure. There was one workaround that I had to do to make the gradients work. You're going to notice that across this page, we have a lot of different gradients. One at the top left, then we have one right here. We also have one right here. So to be able to add all of those gradients that make our page look great, we have to separate our layout by using some divs. So below the hero, we're going to add a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to relative. Inside of there, we can put the about and the explore sections like this. And between them, we're going to add a div, a self-closing div with a class name equal to gradient -03. And the z index is going to be 0. Now, if we save this and go back, you can see that the gradient changes a bit, but we cannot yet see all the difference. Finally, we're going to repeat this process for a few other sections as well to be able to add all the gradients. We're going to copy this div, wrap the get started and what's new with that div as well. And in between those, we can duplicate this div for the gradient, but this time it's going to be gradient 04. And we can repeat this process one more time for the insights and the feedback. Right here, we started before the insights, we ended after the feedback, and then we add a gradient in between them. That's going to be gradient 04, the same one that we had above. Now, we cannot yet see all the gradients because these sections are so close together, but once we start implementing the sections and giving them height, we'll start seeing all of those gradients that are on the page. Great. With that said, we can dive into our next section, which is the Explore. And the Explore, in my opinion, is going to be the most interesting of them all, because we're going to dive into this interesting layout. We'll be able to hover over these different images, and they're going to expand to show us the worlds which we can go into using a VR headset. We're going to play with animations, animate these staggered, meaning they're going to animate one by one and do a lot of cool stuff. So let's collapse this and let's dive into the Explore section right away. To get started with our Explore page, we can again copy some of the imports from previous pages. So let's copy them from the About and let's paste them right here in the Explore. We'll need to import motion from Framer Motion, but we're going to also import for the first time in this app, use state coming from React. Alongside the typing text component, we're going to also need a couple of other components. That's going to be Explore card as well as title text, and that's coming from / components. We're also importing styles, and then from utils, we only need the stagger container property. Finally, we also need the data for these worlds right here, the names and images. So we can import right here at the bottom, explore worlds, and that's coming from / constants. Remember when I told you I prepared some content from the design? Well, it's just this. It's a series of objects having IDs, image URLs, and titles corresponding to these different images right here. Great. So let's start by coding this part. We can go back to Explore, and now that we have all the imports, we can first style our section. We can give it a class name, make it into a template string, and say styles.paddings. Also, give it an ID of Explore. Now, this is going to allow us to scroll by using this button. So if we click, it scrolls nicely. Perfect. Now, we can also create a motion div inside of it, so motion.div, and we want to give it some variants. In this case, variants are going to be stagger container because we're going to have many more animations within it. Initially, we want to have it as hidden. Then, while in view, we want to set it to show, Again, for the viewport, we're going to do the same thing. That's going to be once is set to false. And also amount is 0.25. Finally, the class name is going to be a template string of styles.innerWidth, mxAuto, and finally flex and flex column. Great. Inside of there, we can render this small heading, the world. So let's do just that by rendering the typing text component. That's the component we have already developed right here. So the only thing we have to do is simply pass the title, which is going to be one straight line, the world, and then also the text styles, which is going to be equal to simply a string of text-center. Now, if we save this, you can see that once we scroll down, we have the world, and you can see how it nicely animates in. Then below that, we can also render the title text. This is going to be a self-closing component, and we also are going to pass in the title, which is this time going to be a empty React fragment that has the choose the world you want inside of it. We can see that from the design. Choose the world you want, but then we want to have a break tag and then to explore. So we can simply render a BR tag right here after the want. That BR tag is going to have a class name equal to MD block, meaning visible on medium devices, but hidden usually. Great. And then finally, we can say to explore after the break tag. Now, we cannot see anything yet because we haven't yet developed the title text component. So let's simply pass the text styles equal to text-center. And now we are ready to dive into the title text component and develop it. The title text is nothing more than a motion.h2. So it's animated title, and it's going to have a variance equal to text variant 2. Initially, it's going to be set to hidden, while in view is going to be set to show, and then finally, the class name is going to be a template string where we give it a margin top to divide it from the text above of 8 pixels. We give it a font dash bold. It is a title after all. On medium devices, the text is going to be 64 pixels, and then usually the text is going to be a bit smaller of 40 pixels. The color is going to be white, and we also want to pass all of the text styles that we send through the props right here. Inside of there, we're going to render the title. Now, if we save it, we can see choose the world you want to explore. This is looking great. Let's expand it just a bit. There we go. And now, if we reload the page and click this sticker right here, it's going to point us to the choose the world you want to explore. Great. Now we are ready to add these cool images and make them clickable. So below the title text, we can create a div. That div is going to have a class name equal to empty 50 pixels to divide it a bit from the top. It's going to be flex. On large devices, we want to make it into a flex row and usually flex column. We want to give it a minimum height, so min-h- of 70 VH, 70 view height, and then we want to give it a gap of 5. Inside of there, we want to map over our explore worlds. So explore worlds.map, we get each individual world and the index of that world. And we want to instantly return a new component. That's going to be a component we haven't yet created, the explore card self-closing component. To each one, we want to pass the key equal to the world.id. We then want to spread all of the props of the world. So that's going to be .world right here. We also want to pass it an index, an active property, which is going to come from the state, which we haven't yet created, and then the handle click property, which is going to set the active state. So now, as you can see, everything is right besides the active and set active. So we can add those to the state above. Right here, my ESLength transformed this into an instantly return function, but we want to have a regular return right here. So let me just quickly fix that. And then we can add a use state here. So I'm going to say use state snippet, active, set active, and that's going to be world-2. As you can see on the design, the second world is expanded initially. And now if we go down, we can see our worlds, or rather, we can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 explore cards. Now we can dive into the explore card component and develop it from scratch. This one, as you can imagine, is going to be a bit tougher because we're messing with a lot of different animations and we're expanding the actual cards on click. So this is an interesting part, and let's dive right in. To develop our explore card, we can again go back to pages and to our navbar, because from here we can copy all of the imports to save us some time. Going back to our explore card, we can paste them, and as you can see, we're importing motion from Framer Motion, we're importing the styles, and also we're gonna import the fade in motion. With that said, we already know that our explore card is accepting some props. It's going to accept the key, the index, active value, handle click, but also all of the properties that the world has. So these properties are going to be ID, image URL, and title. So we can go back to explore card and we can get those props right here. That's going to be ID, img URL, title, index, active, and handle click. Now we're going to wrap this in a motion.div and we're going to give it some variance. So we can say variance is equal to, and we're going to call in the fade in variant. We want to fade in from right. It's going to be a spring type animation, and we want to animate these one by one. So if we put a static animation or static delay, then they're going to all animate at the same time. But if we take the index and then multiply it by 0.5 seconds, then the first one is going to happen in 0.5 seconds, the second one in 1 second, the third one in 1.5 seconds, and so on. So they're going to show one by one. And we can also add the duration of 1.75. Great. Now we need to add a class name. So let's say class name is equal to, it's going to be a template string, it's going to be relative, but now we need to check whether it is active. So we can add a dynamic template string and say if active is equal to the current ID, then we're going to give it LG property, flex is 3.5, meaning it's going to take 3.5 times as much as it is when it's not opened. We also want to give it a flex of 10. If it's not active, then on large devices, we simply want to give it a flex of 0.5 and a flex -2 usually. Great. Now we can keep adding additional properties. So we can go right here outside of this variable. And that's going to be flex, items-center, justify-center, min-w-170 pixels for the width, h-700 pixels for the height, transition-flex like this, duration -0.7 seconds, ease out flex, and cursor -pointer. Now, if we save this and reload the page, we can see that they slowly animate in, but it's hard to see because it's just dark text. So let's implement the inside of the card by adding an image. Right here, we can create a self-closing image tag that's going to have a source equal to img URL, which we're getting from props. It's going to be different for every image. Let's give it an alt tag equal to title, and let's also give it a class name equal to absolute, w-full, h-full, object-cover, and rounded-24 pixels. Now, if we save this, you can see those images appear right there. And now check this out. If we reload the page, you can notice how they slowly animate in one after the other. Of course, now we don't yet know which one is active, so we have to make that work. So what we can do is below the image, we can check if active is not triple equal to ID. In that case, we can render the following. We're going to render an h3, and this h3 is going to contain a title. So now if we save this, we cannot see it yet because we have to add some classes. So let's add a class name equal to font-semi-bold. On small devices, text-26 pixels, text-18 pixels usually, text-white, absolute, Z-0, LG bottom-20 to position it from the bottom, LG rotate -90 degrees, and LG origin -0, 0. Now if we save this, you can see the text appear on the bottom. It is positioned like this. We had to rotate it. But this is only for the ones that are currently not active. And as you can see, the second one has been selected as the active one. So we have to make that work as well. So that's going to be the second part of our clause right here. So instead of and, we can put the question mark to open up a ternary expression and then have the second part right here. In this case, we're going to render a div. That div is going to have one more div inside of it. And then inside of that div, we can render an image. This image is going to have a source equal to, that's going to be /headset.svg. It's going to have an alt tag equal to headset, and it's going to have a class name equal to w-1/2, h-1/2, and object-contain. Now, if we save this, you should be able to see that headset, but we cannot see it yet because it's behind the image. We have to add these styles for these divs above. So let's do that first. We're going to give this above div a class name equal to absolute bottom-0 p-8. And as soon as we do that, you can notice the headset appear right here, but it's too small. So let's continue adding class names. Let's also give it justify-start, w-full, flex-call, and bg-rgba 000, which is complete black, and then 0.5. Finally, we need to close it, and we can say rounded-b-24 pixels to round it up. Now, if we save this, you can notice it gets much bigger and we get this background right here, which makes things much more visible. Because as you can see, the text right here is not that visible because we don't have that line. Finally, we can style the inner div by giving it a class name equal to a template string of styles.flexCenter. We can also give it a w-60 pixel, h-60 pixel for the height, rounded-24 pixels, glass morphism, margin bottom 16 pixels. If we save this, now we have this nice rounded circle around our icon. Finally, let's add some text. Below this div containing an image, we're going to add a p tag. This p tag is going to say enter the metaverse. And of course, we have to style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to font-normal, text-16 pixels, leading-20 pixels, text-white, and uppercase. There we go, enter the metaverse, but we also need a title, the name of that playground. We can see it for these ones, but we cannot see it for the second one. So let's add an h2. That h2 is going to render the title. And we can give it a class name equal to mt-24 pixels to divide it a bit from the rest, font-semi-bold. On small devices, text is going to be 32 pixels large. Usually, it's going to be 24 pixels large. And it's going to be text-white. Now, if we save this, the second one is currently clicked and the other ones are not. Now, if you expand it, you're also going to notice that this one takes more space. This is due to the flex properties that we used. This one takes 3.5 much space as the other ones. So this is great, but of course we cannot yet click them because we didn't implement the functionality. So we can collapse this one more time, and you can see that it also nicely scales on mobile devices. Finally, on our initial div, we can add an onClick property. That's going to be just below the class name. The only thing we have to do is say onClick, call the callback function, and call the handle click, and pass in the ID of the area you want to select. So now if you click right here, you can see that it changes. This is looking great. So now if we expand it into its full glory, scroll to the top and reload the page, we can notice this great animation coming in, and slowly as we move down, things animate as well. So we have our text right there, and then check this out. They animate as you scroll. Maybe I scrolled a bit too slowly, but you get the point. If we now reload the page here, you can see how they slowly animate in. And you can also choose which one do you want to select, and then it expands. Isn't this great? This is my favorite part of the application. Great. With that said, we are done with the Explore card component. And with that, we're also done with the Explore section. So we can go back to page and we can open up the next one, which is the Get Started section. Let's quickly check the design to see what do we have to implement. And let's expand it. As you can see, this is just how to get started with the app. We're going to have this huge illustration on the left side, and then some title and a few steps on the right side. With that said, let's collapse this and let's get started. To get started with the Get Started page, we can go back to Pages and then to Explore. There we can take a couple of imports and then utilize them on the Get Started page as well. In this case, we won't be needing the use state, but we will need motion, we will need styles, we will need stagger container, as well as fade in, and finally planet variance. And regarding components, we're gonna need the start steps, title text, and typing text. And finally, from constants, we're gonna get the starting features. Great. With that said, we can add a class name to our section. That's going to be a template string of styles.paddings, as well as relative and z-index of 10. Inside of that section, we're going to have a div. That div is going to be a motion div. So we can say motion.div, and you know what we need? We need a variance. This div is going to be a container, so we can give it a stagger container variant. Initially, it's going to be set to hidden. Usually, or rather while in view, it's going to be set to show. Viewport is going to be set to once, false, and also amount 0.25. Finally, the class name is going to be a template string of styles.innerWidth, mx-auto for margin, flex on large devices, flex-row, usually flex-col, and we're going to have a gap of 8. Inside of there, we're going to have one more motion div. So let's create it, motion.div. To that div, we're going to give a variance equal to, and that's going to be planet variance. So like this, planet variance, but we call it as a function and provide the left. So now if you go into it, you can notice that we have direction. Do we want to go left or do we want to go right? So if we look at the final design, in here, we want to scroll this from the left. But for the next section, we're going to scroll it from the right. Hopefully that makes sense. We can also give it a class name equal to template string of flex-1 and styles.flexCenter. Finally, inside of there, we can render the image. That's going to be a self-closing image tag with a source /get-started.png. Also, alt is going to be get started. And the class name is going to be w-90%. h-90%, and finally object-contain. Now, if we save this and scroll down, you can see how nicely this planet flew in. Let's see that one more time by reloading the page. Oh, we missed it. There we go. We saw it there at the bottom. Perfect. And now let's add the text. So below this motion div containing the image, we're going to have one more motion div, but this time for the text. So let's give it a variance equal to a string, a function call of fade in from left of a type tween, 0.2 seconds delay, and then 1 second duration. We can also give it a class name equal to flex-0.75, meaning it's going to take 0.75% of the space of the entire width of the screen. Image is going to take a bit more. Flex, justify-center, and flex-call. Inside of there, we can render the components we have used so far. That's going to be the typing text. We can give it a title equal to how metaverses works. There we go. And we can self-close that. We can then create a title text, another self-closing component we have used before. And we can also give it a title that's going to have a component inside of there. That's going to be a React fragment saying get started with just a few clicks. If we save that and reload the page, we can see the text right here. Finally, below that, we can render one more div. That div is going to have a class name of mt-31 pixel to divide it a bit from the top, flex, flex-call, max-w-370 pixels for the width, gap-24 pixels for the spacing. And inside of there, we can map over our starting features. So we can say starting features, dot map, we get each individual feature and the index of that feature. And for each one, we want to instantly return the start steps component. To that start steps component, we're going to pass in the key equal to feature. Below the key, we're going to have a number, and number is going to be index plus 1. And finally, the text is also going to be a feature. Now, you can see that we have 3 start steps, and those starting features look like this. Find a world that suits you and you want to enter. And these are mainly taken from the design, as you can see right here. 1, 2, 3, enter the world, no need to beat. So these are the starting steps. Now we can go into the starting steps component and we can code it out. We're going to have a div and we accept some props. We accept a number as well as a text that we just passed. We also need to import the styles coming from /styles. Let's give it a class name equal to a template string of styles.flexCenter and flex-row. We're going to have one more div inside of it. This div is going to have a class name equal to, that's going to be a template string of styles.flexCenter one more time, but also w-70 pixels for the width, h-70 pixels for the height, rounded-24 pixels, and bg-323f5d. That's that grayish color. Finally, inside of there, we can render a p tag, and there we can put the number. Now, if we save this, you can see 1, 2, 3, but let's color those numbers out. That's going to be a class name equal to font-bold, text-20 pixels, and text-white. If we save that, this is looking better, but on the design, we have 0, 1, 0, 2, and 0, 3. In this case, we can just add that 0 before the number. There we go. Finally, let's render the text as well. That's going to be below this div, another p tag, where we can render the text. And it's going to have a class name equal to flex-1, margin left or ml-30 pixels, font-normal, text dash 18 pixels, and text dash hash B0, 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 which is a special color, and leading dash 32 pixels. If we save that, we can see our text appear right here. And you can see on tablets, we have the planet and then the text right there. But let's now expand this to check it out in its full glory. There we go. This is looking much better. We have our sections, and then we have get started with just a few clicks. This is great. Now let's collapse it right here. And let's close the start steps as well as the get started, because we're done with that section. The next section on our list is going to be what's new. And these sections are quite similar. As you can see right here, get started has the planet on the left, while the what's new has the planet on the right. So to code it, again, let's simply get the imports from the get started, copy them, and then paste them in the what's new file. We will need motion from Framer Motion, styles. Instead of starting features, we're going to need new features. Then we're going to need a new features component, title text and typing text. And finally, we're going to need planet variance, fade in, and stagger container. So this is great. Now the div and the section wrapping this part is also the same as in the get started. So we can simply copy this section and the entire motion div. As a matter of fact, we can copy the entire get started part, but we're going to do a couple of small adjustments. So simply copy everything from start of the section to the end of the section of the get started page and paste it into what's new. Immediately, we can comment out these starting features because we no longer have them. We now only have the new features. So comment this div out. And let's start from the top. Inside of here, the planet should be on the right side, and we have our motion div with the image right here at the start. So simply copy it or cut it and put it below this motion div right here. First we have the text, and then we have this. We have the image. So now if we save that and go back, you can see that something looks quite a bit off, but no worries there. That's because we're going to change this to planet variance to right, because we want the planet to appear from the right. And it's not going to be get started.png, it's going to be what's dash new.png. Now, if you reload the page, you can see the planet jumps from the right, and on the left we have the text. But of course, we have to change that text just a bit right now. So in this motion div, we're going to fade in from the right. The typing text is going to say what's new. And in here, we can say what's new about metaverses. There we go. So that changed. And finally, for this div, as we said, we no longer have the starting features, but now we have the new features that we want to map over. But for that, we're going to use a new features component, not the one we used before. So in this case, we simply need to pass a key equal to feature.title. And then instead of passing the number in the text, we can simply spread out the entire feature like this. We don't even need the index in this case. For the styling, wrapping that new component, we're going to use empty, that's going to be 48 pixels. Flex, we're going to also use flex-wrap. We won't need the flex call and max-w, so we can remove that, but we will need justify-between. Great. Now, if we save this, you can see two new features, which took the layout of how it should be, 1, 2. So now we can go into the new features component and we can implement it. We can first import the styles from the top by saying import styles from /styles. We can also get from the props the image URL, the title, and the subtitle. There, we can give this div a class name of flex-1, flex-column. On small devices, max-w-250 pixels, and min-w-200 210 pixels. If we save this, it's just going to change the layout a bit. But now we want to have one more inner div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to, it's going to be a template string of styles.flexCenter, w-70 pixels, h-70 pixels, rounded-24 pixels, bg-323f5d, a similar grayish color. And finally, we can render an image inside of there. That image is going to have a source equal to img URL, the alt tag equal to icon, and also the class name equal to w-1/2, h-1/2, and object-contain. If we save this, we can see those two beautiful icons. And below that, we can render an h1. That h1 is going to say title, and then we can render the title right here. And below that, we can render a p tag that's going to render the subtitle like this. So if we save this, we can see a lot of text right now, but of course we have to style it. So the h1 is going to have the margin top of 26 pixels to divide it from the top. It's going to have a font-bold, as well as text-24 for the size of the text. It's also going to have a leading -30 pixel property. Finally, the text is going to be white. Okay, this is already a bit better. And finally, let's change the p tag to give it a class name equal to flex-1, margin top 16 pixels to divide it from the top, font-normal, text-18 pixels, text- hash b0 b0 b0, and leading -32 pixels. Now, if we save this, it's still not going to look good, and that's because this div was only supposed to wrap this image and not the h2 and the p tag as well. So let's close this div properly right here after the image. If we do that, this is looking better, but still not looking good. In here, I was supposed to put the hash instead of a $sign, so let's fix that. That's better, but still, these should appear one next to another. So if we grow this a bit more, there we go. This is looking so much better. And notice how everything is centered around the center of the page. The beginner mistake that designers and developers make is they extend the content all the way to the edges of the screen. But that is not needed. It's much easier to read and see what's happening if you leave some padding on the right side. So now we can see all the great animations, and this is looking great. Perfect. With that said, believe it or not, the new features section is also done. So now we can expand this, and we can close the new features and what's new, and we can dive into the world. The world section is going to look like this. We're going to have a title, track friends around you, and invite them to play together in the same world. And then we have this great illustration. So let's focus on that right away. To start with the world section, let's again use some imports from the last page we have implemented, which is the what's new. We can copy these imports and then paste them right inside of top of the world. So we're going to need the motion, we're going to need styles, we will need title text and typing text from components, and we're going to need the stagger container and the fade in. We won't need planet variants right here, and we don't need anything from the constants. Great. Now, the initial section and the motion div are also the same as from the last section, so we can dive into what's new, and we can just copy the starting section and the starting motion div. So right here in the world, we can just paste the section and the motion div, and then we can add the closing tag as well. Inside of here, we want to immediately show the typing text people on the world. So we can copy that, create a typing text component. It's a self-closing one. Give it a title equal to people on the world, whatever that means, And then we can also give it these styles, text styles, equal to text dash center. If we save that and go back, we can see people on the world. We can also add a title text below. That is also a self-closing component. It's going to have a title property, but this time it's going to be a component that's going to render a React fragment. And then inside of there, we can copy the text from here. That's going to be track friends around. So simply right click and then click copy. There we go. We can also give it a text styles property equal to text dash center. Now, if we save this and go back, we can see that this is centered, but this right here isn't. So looking at this, we have the section, paddings, relative Z10, stagger container, MX auto, we have flex, and in this case, we don't need flex row on large devices. We can always leave it to column, and we can also delete the gap-8. Once we save this, you can see people on the world shows up on top. Great. Now we can continue below the title text, and there we can create another motion div. So motion.div, let's also give it a variant. Variant is going to be a function of fade in, to which we're going to pass in the fade in up, tween, 0.3, and then 1. And also we're going to give it a class name equal to relative, mt-68 pixels, flex, w-full, and h-550 pixels. In between that div, we want to render that huge map. So we can say img, we can give it a source equal to /map.png. Also alt is going to be map, and we can give it a class name equal to w-full, h-full, and object-cover. If we save this, a huge map appears. But as you can see, we're going to do something interesting. We're going to show these elements and make them appear on top of the map. So let's do that right away. Below this image, we're going to have a div, and that div is going to be positioned absolutely. So we can say class name, position absolute, bottom 20, right 20, w-70 pixels, h-70 pixels, p-6 pixels for the padding, rounded-full, and bg-5d6680, like this. Now, inside of there, we have to add an image. So that's going to be a self-closing image tag with a source equal to people-01.png. Alt tag is also going to say people, like this. And finally, the class name is going to be w-full and h-full. If we save this, we can see our person appear on the bottom right. We have a little Australian dude. Now we can essentially copy this entire div with the image inside of it, and we can paste it 2 more times, 1 and then 2. Let's see what do we have to change to make these different. First of all, it's going to be absolute, but this time it's going to be top-10 and also left-20. Width, height, and P are going to remain the same, rounded is the same, and background color is the same. But it's going to be people 0, 2. So if we save this, now we get a second person. Finally, we want to add one more person. This one is going to be top 1/2 and then left 45%. Everything else can remain the same, but it's going to be people 0, 3. Let's save it. And there we go. We have our third person as well. If you want to, you can add those cards as well. That would definitely be a nice addition. I purposely left this for you as an extra front-end challenge so that you don't simply copy everything I'm doing. Go to the design, get these assets, export them right here, and then try figuring out how you can also display them on the map. With that said, if we now go back, you can see that our map is fully completed. If we expand it, it also nicely scales, and there we go. Perfect. Let's collapse it back there, close the world, and jump into the Insights section. This section looks like this. It is essentially a blog post section where we have links to these different articles, insights about the metaverse. To start developing our Insights section, we can again copy the imports from What's New. So let's get in there, copy all the imports, and make our life easy by simply pasting them right here. We're gonna need motion, styles, stagger container. We won't need fade in and planet variants though. We will need a new component called Inside Card, title text, typing text, and then from constants, we're gonna need to get insights. There we go. And again, the initial div is going to be the same as in the previous section, as in the world section. So we can simply copy the section and the start of the motion div, and we can paste it right here. Of course, we have to close the motion div as well. And then inside of there, we can render the typing text. We can give it a title equal to, let's go back to the design. Let's copy the title, which is going to be Insight. Let's give it a text styles prop equal to text-center. And let's also create a title text component. Give it a title equal to, that's going to be Insight about Metaverse. And let's also give it a text styles of text-center. You can see how we made everything reusable, which is great. Now, if we go back, we can see our Insight about Metaverse, but we cannot see our typing text for some reason. Let's reload the page. Scroll all the way down, and there we go. We can see it, but we have to add that vertical line. Now, below that, we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to empty-50 pixels, so divided from the top. Flex-call, and gap-30 pixels. Inside of there, we want to map over our insights. So we can say insights.map. We get each individual insight. We also get the index of that insight, and then we can render something out. And that something is going to be the Inside Card self-closing component. To it, we can pass a key that's going to be equal to a template string of inside dash, and then we can render the index. And we can also spread the entire inside. Finally, we want to pass the index that's going to be equal to index plus 1. Great. Now we can dive into the inside card, and that's going to be this card right here. It contains the image on the left side, the title, description, and then this button right here. So to develop this inside card, we can import motion coming from Framer motion, and we can import fade in coming from /utils/motion. This inside card accepts the IMG URL, the title, the subtitle, and the index. Based on this, we can create a motion.div that's going to have a variant equal to fade in. It's going to be up, type of spring, and then we're going to add index times 0.5 and then duration 1. Again, we are animating them one by one to make them appear like they're loading up. We can also give it a class name equal to flex, md flex-row, meaning on medium devices, like this, usually flex-column, and gap-4. Inside of there, we want to render first the planet card. So let's render the self-closing image. Source is going to be equal to IMG URL. Alt is going to be planet 01. And class name is going to be on medium devices. Width is 270 pixels, not 300, but rather 200. W-full usually. H is 250 pixels for the height, rounded dash 32 pixels, and object dash cover. Now, if we save this and go back, we can see 3 great planet images. And if we reload the page, it kept scrolling down, so we couldn't really see it, but they load one by one. If you were initially scrolling to it, you would be able to see the animation. We're going to fix this really soon. Below this image, we're going to have a div. And that div is going to have a class name equal to w-full, flex, justify dash between, and items dash center. Inside of that div, we're going to have one more div that's going to have a class name equal to flex dash 1 on medium devices, margin left 62 pixels, flex dash call, and then max dash w dash 650 pixels. This is going to be for the inner div containing the title and the description. Finally, we can render that title by adding the h4 right here and putting the title inside of it. And below that, we can render a p tag that's going to render the subtitle. Of course, we can barely see them now, so let's give them some styles, such as class name equal to font dash normal, LG text dash huge 42 pixels, but usually text dash 26 pixels, and text dash secondary dash white. This is already much better. No, for title, it should have been just text dash white because this is our title. And then for the p tag, we can give it a class name equal to margin top 16 pixels to divide it from the top, font dash normal. On large devices, text is going to be 20 pixels. Usually, text is going to be 14 pixels. And text is going to be secondary white. If we save this, now this is looking much closer to what do we have on the design. Finally, we have to add this button on the right side. So that's going to be below this div. We can create one more div. This div is going to contain that image with a source equal to arrow.svg. Alt is going to be arrow, and then class name can be w-40%, h-40%, and finally object-contain. If we save this, we can see that little arrow there, but we cannot see the circle around it. So let's create it. To this div, we can give a class name equal to, on large devices, flex, usually hidden, items-center, justify-center, width is going to be 100 pixels, height is going to be 100 pixels as well, rounded is going to be full, bg-transparent, border is going to be 1 pixel, and border is going to be white. If we save this, we can see this huge button appear. And that's going to be it for our insight card, and with that also our entire insights. So now if we expand this, this is looking great. Insights about metaverse. And you can see it matches the design completely. Perfect. The next section on our list is going to be this great section. That's the feedback section. You can put some reviews here, but also we have a word from the founder of Metaverses. So let's go back and collapse this. Notice how it nicely scales to tablet devices. And we can go into the feedback section. To start developing our feedback section, let's first import motion coming from framer-motion. Let's also import styles coming from /styles. And finally, we can import fade in, stagger container, as well as zoom in for the first time ever from /utils/motion. In here, we again have that same section that we used the last couple of times. So we can go back to our insights section, and we can copy the section as well as the first motion div that's wrapping it. So inside of the feedback, we can simply replace the opening section with the section and the motion div. Now we can close this div properly, and let's look at the class names. We have MX Auto, Flex, but in this case, we're gonna also add on large devices, flex-row, usually flex-call, and then finally, we're gonna add a gap of 6. Inside of there, we're going to create another motion div. So right here, motion.div. This motion div is going to have, of course, variance equal to fade in, and that's going to be fade in from the right, tween, and 0.2 second is going to be delay, and then 1 second is going to be duration. Of course, we have to give it a class name as well. Just to remind you, we're building this part right here. Let's give it some class names. For example, flex-0.5. This is going to make it take 50% of the screen. On large devices, max-w-370 pixels for width. Flex, justify-end, flex-call, and gradient-05. On small devices, the padding is going to be 8. Usually, padding is going to be 4. It's going to be rounded-32 pixels. It's going to have a border of 1px, and it's going to be border dash, and then the color is going to be hash 6a, 6a, 6a. And let's make it relative. Now, inside of there, we can put a feedback gradient div. That's a self-closing div that's going to have a class name equal to feedback-gradient. Now, if we save this, right here, we can see this great looking card, and it's getting close to this div right here. Of course, we're missing some content. So let's add Samantha, and let's add the founder of Metaverses. So right below this div, we can add another div, inside of which we're going to have an H4. Inside of there, we can say Samantha. Below that, we can have a P tag, and then inside of there, we can say founder of Metaverses. Of course, we won't be able to see those yet. We have to add some class names. So for the H4, we can add a font-bold. On small devices, text is going to be 32 pixels. Usually, text is going to be 26 pixels. On small devices, leading is going to be set to 40 pixels, and usually leading is going to be set to 36 pixels. That is taken from the design. And the text is going to be white. Now, if we save this, we can see this huge Samantha text. Let's also style our founder here. Class name is equal to margin top of 8 pixels, font-normal. On small devices, text-18 pixels. Usually, text is 12 pixels. On small devices, leading is 22 pixels. And usually, leading is 16 pixels. Finally, text-white. If we save this, we can now see this text right here. But of course, we are yet to add this long description. So let's go ahead and copy it from here. And below this div, we're going to add another P tag. Inside of there, we can paste what we copied. Let's also apply some class names. As a matter of fact, we can copy the class names from the top P tag and paste them right here. Now, if we go back, it's going to look almost good, but let's change the margin top to 24 pixels to divide it a bit. Let's also change the small text to 24 to make it a bit bigger, usually 18. Leading is going to be 45 pixels and usually 39. If we save this, it's going to look a bit better. Now, of course, we have to add the right side of this section. So we can go outside of this motion div right here. And inside of there, we can create another motion.div. This motion div is going to have variance is equal to fade in from the left of type tween, 0.2 seconds delay, 1 second duration. Class name is relative, flex-1, flex, justify-center, and items-center to fully center it. We're working on this planet image. Finally, inside of there, we can render the image. That's going to be a self-closing image tag that's going to have a source equal to /planet-09.png. And we can also add the alt tag of planet09. Class name is going to be w-full, and we can save it to check it out. Of course, we first have to reload the page since we're working with animations, and scroll all the way down. There we go. We can see our full-size image. But let's also, on large devices, give it a height of 610 pixels. We cannot see the change yet because we're on the smaller device now. Usually H-auto, min-H-210 pixels, and then object-cover. Finally, rounded-40 pixels. If we save that, we're going to get those great corners. Now we can expand this a bit more to see it side by side. There we go. This is much better. And finally, we have to add that stamp in between. So to do that, we can add one more motion div below this image. Motion.div. This one is going to have a variant, or rather variance, of zoom in 0.4 and then 1. Let's give it a class name equal to, on large devices, it's going to be block, meaning visible. Usually, it's going to be hidden. We also have to position it absolutely, so we can position it on top of the image and on top of the review. It's going to be positioned on minus left, minus, and then 10%. And on top, -3%. Now, if we save this, we cannot see it because we haven't yet put the image inside of the div. So if we add the image tag and give it a source equal to /stamp.png and save it, reload the page, and there we go. There's our huge stamp. So what we can do is we can give it an alt tag of stamp, and then also we can give it a class name equal to w-155 pixels and h-155 pixels. Finally, object-contain. If we now save this, it's going to look much, much better. So now if we clear our URL, reload the page, and slow down, we can see all of these animations happening. This is looking great. There we go. And we have our final animation that we just saw. This is looking great. And with that, we're done with the feedback section. It looks great on tablet devices as well as on desktops. Now we can collapse this one more time. And we can go to our final section of the page, which is our footer. Let's see how our footer is going to look like. If I expand this right here, we can see that the footer contains this call to action button with the text and also line, and then finally a regular simple footer. So what we can do is collapse this, and as always, we can import a couple of things. We can import motion coming from framer-motion. We can also import socials coming from /constants. We can also import styles coming from /styles. And finally, we can import footer variants coming from /utils/motion. Finally, our footer is going to be a motion.footer because we want to animate it, and we're going to have some variants. Our variants are going to be footer variants. We're going to give it the initial of hidden, and while in view, we want it to show. Finally, we want to give it a class name equal to a template string of styles.paddings to add left and right padding, and padding y 8 on top and bottom, as well as relative. Inside of this motion footer, we can have a self-closing div that's going to have a class name equal to footer-gradient. Of course, let's properly close it, and then let's check it out. If I save this, you can see this gradient at the bottom right now. Now below that, we can add the wrapper for the actual footer. That's going to be a div that's going to have a class name equal to a template string of styles.innerWidth. It's going to have a margin X of auto, flex, flex-col, and gap-8. Inside of that div, we can have one more div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to flex, items-center, justify-between, flex-wrap, and gap-5. This is the container for this div right here, containing the call to action button. Inside of there, we can have an h4. For the inside of h4, we can copy this text element right here, and we can give it a class name. Inside of there, we can say font-bold. On medium devices, text is going to be 64 pixels, and usually text is going to be 44 pixels. And of course, text-white. Now we can see that huge enter the metaverse text. Of course, below that, we have to add a button. So right below the h4, we can add a button element. This button is going to be of a type is equal to button, and it's going to have a class name equal to flex, items-center, h-fit, padding y4, padding x6, bg-25618b, and it's going to be rounded-32 pixels, and finally it's going to have a gap of 12 pixels. There we go. Now inside of that button, we're going to have an image. This is going to be a self-closing image tag. If we save this, we can see this outline of a button, but now if we add a source equal to /headset.svg, we can see that headset right here, or I should have properly spelled that, so that's going to be headset, and there we go. This is already looking better. We can give it an alt tag as well of headset, and we can give it a class name equal to w-24 pixels for the width, h-24 pixels for the height, and object-contain. There we go. This is looking great. And finally, below that image, we need a span element that's going to have a class name equal to font-normal, text-16 pixels, and text-white. That's going to say, let's see it right here, enter metaverse. So let's copy that, and let's go back and save it. There we go. This is looking great. Now we have to exit that button and exit this div right here, and we're going to create another div. Now keep in mind, this is one line, but now we're focusing on what's below this line right here. So if I expand this a bit, you can see that the button is on the right side, this is on the left side, and now we can focus on what is below. To do that, we can wrap everything in a div that has a class name equal to flex and flex-col. Inside of there, we can render that line. That's going to be a self-closing div that's going to have a class name equal to margin bottom 50 pixels, h-2 pixels, bg-white, and opacity-10. If we fix this and save it, you can see this line appear right there. Now below that, we can focus on the last part, which is the actual footer. Below this line, we can create one more div that's going to serve as our footer. It's going to have a class name equal to flex, items-center, justify-between, flex-wrap, and gap-4. Inside of there, we can render this text, metaverses, copyright, and the icons. So to do that, let's first add an h4. There we go. Inside of there, we can say metaverses. And let's give it a class name equal to font-extra bold, text-24 pixels, and text-white. Below that, we can have a p tag that's going to have a class name equal to font-normal, text-14 pixels, and text-white, as well as opacity-50. There we can copy this text for the copyright. Let's go into it and paste it inside. If we save this, this is already looking better, but we can also add those social icons. So below the p tag, we can add a div, give it a class name equal to flex and gap-4, and finally we can loop over our social icons by calling socials.map. We get each individual social, and we can return an image for each one. The key is going to be social.name, source is going to be social.url, alt is going to be social.name, and finally the class name is going to be w-24 pixels for the width, h-24 pixels for the height, object-contain, and cursor-pointer. If we save this, the icons appear. If you're wondering where did we get these icons from, you can go into the socials, and right here we have a URL and the name for each one of them. Great. With that said, our footer is done. And with the footer, we've actually came to the end of our entire page. Let's expand it and let's celebrate it in its full glory. One more time, I'm going to scroll to the top, reload the page, and let's scroll through it one more time to admire its full glory. We can see those animations animate as we scroll. We can see those images and planets popping up. We can select different ones to expand them, and they slowly animate in. The planets are also flowing in, and then the text is also animating right here. Let's see that planet. There we go. It's flew in really nicely. The text is appearing. We can see this huge map right there with our people from all around the world. And finally, we have the insights about the metaverse. Let's call these blog posts. Then, if I'm not mistaken, we have references. So right here, we have a word from the founder. And finally, the footer is going to nicely animate in. And this is the end of our entire build. It is phenomenal. It is a really beautiful application. And we can even check the mobile version. So if we go to inspect, choose something like iPhone 12 Pro, and scroll down, you can see that everything is nicely animating. Even these images, they show on top of each other. We get the text, we get planets, everything is looking perfect. This is a beautiful website that many companies would love to have as their company page, especially the more modern Web3 related ones. With that said, there's one more step left to do, and that is, of course, deployment. To deploy our great project to the internet, you can go to View and then Terminal. Then you can press Ctrl-C and then Y to stop it from running, and you can run the clear command. Finally, since we're using Next 13, there's a couple of things we'll have to do before exporting our code. Static export of our page is still not available from the app directory. So we'll just have to move a couple of things from the app to the old and trusted pages folder. First of all, let's delete the API folder inside of pages. And inside of there, we can create a new _app.js file. Down in the description of this video, you can find a GitHub gist containing the code for the _app.js file. You can copy it and then paste it right here. Essentially, it is all that we already had in the head part of our application. Great. Now that we have the _app.js, we also have to have the index.js. So let's create the index.js inside of pages. And for here, let's go back to page.js and copy the entire page. finally paste it right here in the index. Now that we implemented the underscore app and the index, we can also go to the next.config and we can switch app directory to false. Finally, inside of the package.json, we can add an additional command to the build script. So we can say next build and next export. This is going to export these static files. Finally, we can close all of our currently opened files. We can go back to view and then terminal, and we can run the command we just created, npm run build. This command is going to create an optimized production build of our application so we can deploy it to the internet. While the build is being created, you can open up Hostinger's dashboard by going to hpanel.hostinger.com. Inside of here, you can see your premium shared hosting that you purchased at the start of the video. So go ahead and click Manage. Inside of here, you can go to File Manager. It's going to open it up in a new tab and you'll see your public_HTML. This is a new version of the File Manager, so in case something didn't work for you, you can go back to the dashboard, switch to the old dashboard on top right, search for File, and then click this File Manager right here. This one also has the public_HTML folder. Great. With that said, we can go back to the new file manager and we can collapse it. As you can see, the export was successful and the files have been written to the out folder. So you can simply find it in your file tree by looking for out. And inside of here, we have all of the assets, static CSS and JS, and one index.html, inside of which our entire page is. What you can do is right-click it and then click Reveal in File Explorer or Finder if you're on Mac. Finally, you can go inside of the public_HTML, delete the PHP file if it's in there, and then go inside of the out folder, copy everything, and simply drag and drop it right here. This process is going to take less than a minute and our website is going to be there. Heck, what a minute, it was about 5 seconds. And now that we have it, we can go back to our Hostinger's dashboard. You can then scroll down to Advanced and then SSL. It looks like my SSL certificate has been automatically activated, which means that I have HTTPS security. If yours hasn't been activated, you can activate it here, and if something doesn't work right, you can always contact the support. We can copy our URL from here and then paste it in our URL bar. And in just a couple of seconds, our website is live. We can now slowly scroll through it to see all of the phenomenal animations you have created. First, we have the About section, where we can read a bit more about metaverses. Then we can choose the world we want to explore, and we can choose the worlds by clicking on them, and then they're going to expand. Below that section, we have this planet that just comes in, and then we have another planet which rolls in a really funny way. Then if we scroll down, we have track friends all around the world, which looks great. Insights about metaverse, which is some sort of a blog or article section. And then if we go down even further, we can see our word from the founder. And finally, we have a footer. This website is looking great. Congratulations on coming to the end of this video and for building it out. The most impressive websites in the world all seem to follow a similar pattern. They use 3D animations to bring the application to life. For example, you cannot browse Bruno Simon's portfolio website. Instead, you can drive it. Yep, you heard that right. You navigate the website by driving a car that's interacting with the world by breaking the letters and crashing down walls. And let's look at Uni, which I think is a hippo, a smiling hippo that floats, changes colors, knocks people in the air, and then flies into the outer space with other hippos? I mean, you cannot make this up. This may look impossible, but in this video, you'll learn how to create your own 3D developer portfolio in React using Three.js. By the end of this video, you will have built and deployed a personal portfolio website that is so impressive, it is guaranteed to give you a job. And you might be shocked at how easy it really is once you understand a few concepts related to cameras, lighting, and geometry. This tutorial is beginner friendly, and I'll assume you're completely new to Three.js. With modern, fully responsive design, captivating 3D models that are fully customizable, smooth and seamless animations providing a buttery feel to the user interactions, the ability to send emails through the website, and much more. This is the best Three.js developer portfolio that you can currently find on YouTube. Alongside building your own 3D web development portfolio, you'll also learn how to use Three.js, a powerful 3D graphics library for rendering and animating 3D models. React 3 Fiber, a popular library for creating 3D graphics with Three.js in React. Tailwind CSS, a popular utility-first CSS styling framework. Framer Motion, the most popular library used to bring your React website to life with animations. You'll also learn how to load, create, and customize stunning 3D models and geometries with various lights, as well as understand the 3D world with camera and positioning in the space. Make your code reusable and scalable using higher order components and other industry standard practices. You'll implement sending emails through a form on the website with Email.js, and you'll ensure responsiveness across all devices and improve your site's performance using suspense and preload. We're going to start simple and then move to more complex concepts. I'll explain every step of the way. If this video reaches 20,000 likes, I'm recording a second Three.js video. We've recently added the free resources section to the jsmastery.pro website. The link is in the description. So from now on, alongside the professional project-based courses such as Filmpire and NFT Marketplace, you can get entirely free guides and ebooks about React, Web3, and front-end, back-end, and full-stack development. Before you start building this into your own developer portfolio, allow me to give you a quick demo of everything you will build. First, we have a wonderful hero section with a title and a subtext. Then we have this wonderful looking 3D model that you can move around. We can scroll to the next section that allows us to see the introduction of who you are and what you do. After that, we can see a great work experience section where we can see where you worked and what did you do at those specific companies. After that, we have some bowls right here that showcase the technology that you're passionate about and the technologies you know how to develop projects in. After that, we have the projects themselves. In this specific case, we're showcasing the projects from the JSM Masterclass experience. This person is definitely gonna get hired. After that, we can see the testimonials. What do other people have to say about you? Hopefully something nice. And finally, we have some stars going to the end of our portfolio with a great 3D background and a context section with a moving 3D model. What more can you expect? And these have been all of the sections of our great 3D, Framer Motion, React, Three.js, Three.js Fiber portfolio website that you will create in this single video with my help. Hopefully, you're excited. Before we start building out our project, let's first get the hosting and the domain name for our new site, your portfolio, or any website you'll create in the future. Hostinger is my personal recommendation, and right now they're offering a crazy deal. $2.79 a month with a 4-year plan, plus 3 months extra, so I simply needed to show this to you. The link with an extra discount is in the description. Let's click the Claim Deal button to see if it is really as good as it sounds. It seems like we're getting web hosting for about $2.50, and we can host 100 websites, also receive 100 gigabytes of SSD storage, unlimited SSL certificate, meaning that we have HTTPS security, we get a free domain and a free email. That is crazy. Hostinger also has a phenomenal customer support 24/7, as you can see by all of the great ratings right here. We're going to create an entire 3D developer portfolio, so we want to have a custom domain name to be credible. For every industry standard application, such as the one you're building in this video, we need it to be fast, reliable, and trustworthy. And all of the features you're getting with this plan, such as a custom domain name, email, and speed, makes all the difference. Since I've partnered with Hostinger, they decided to give you an even bigger discount. You can find the link and a unique discount code in the description. Enjoy! Once you visit the link in the description, click Claim Deal and then Add to Cart. Here, we have to choose the period of our hosting. With the crazy discount going on right now, I'll definitely choose 48 months to save the most money. And down below, you can choose your payment method, and then you can enter your coupon code. That is JavaScript Mastery, all caps. That's going to give you an even bigger discount. After you complete the purchase, you'll be redirected to the Hostinger's dashboard. I'll see you there. And we're back to the Hostinger's dashboard. As you can see, I'm personally using Hostinger for all of my company's websites. If you purchase the premium web hosting, you should be able to see this yellow setup button right here. So let's go ahead and set everything up before we begin with the development of our great project. That way, when we reach the end of the video, you will already have created your own domain name that you can deploy your great portfolio to. So let's go ahead and click Setup, Start Now. We are going to skip Create an Empty Website for now. Right here, we have to choose the name of our website, so you can choose a domain amongst existing domains, or you can buy a new one. In this case, I always recommend to go with something like name and then last name, as that works best for the portfolio. So try to enter your first and last name, and then you can proceed. If your first and last name is a bit more popular, you can always play with it and get something shorter or longer depending on what you prefer. In this case, I'm going to proceed with one of the existing domains that I already have. Finally, you need to click Finish Setup. As you can see, Hostinger will immediately start initializing the setup for you, and this process shouldn't last more than a minute. While our hosting is being set up, I just wanted to quickly let you know that there's a GitHub repository containing the entire code for this project. So if you ever get stuck, just make sure to visit the GitHub page and compare your code with the code that's on there. While you're here, I would appreciate it if you gave this repository a star. Also, our Discord channel is now counting 18,000 members. And there's also a forum where you can get answers to your questions immediately and browse other people's questions. There's a special forum for the 3D portfolio, so you can be the first one to start a conversation. And while we were going through that, our website got set up. So let's go ahead and click Manage Site. And there we go. We have everything we need. Now we're going to use this at the end of this video to deploy our great looking 3D developer portfolio to your own domain name. With that said, let's dive straight into the code. To get started with our great 3D developer portfolio, we're going to start as we always do on the JavaScript Mastery YouTube channel, from bare beginnings, by creating a new empty folder on our desktop called 3D_portfolio. Once you create it, you can drag and drop it to your empty Visual Studio Code window. Inside of here, you can go to View and then Terminal, and we can start initializing our application. To initialize the app, we're going to use a tool called Vite. Recently, it became more popular and more powerful than Create React App. So we can start by running the command npm create vite add latest / to create it in the current repository -- template React. This is going to create a new empty React application. And before running npm install and npm run dev, there's a couple of other packages we need to install. One of the main packages, of course, being Tailwind CSS, an incredibly popular utility-first CSS framework that's going to make the styling of our entire application easier. If you've never used Tailwind CSS, no worries, I'm going to teach you how to do that. And if you have, then you know how great it is. Let's go to docs and let's install it using Tailwind CLI. The first command we have to run is npm install -d Tailwind CSS. So let's simply paste it right here and press enter. Once Tailwind is installed, you can also initialize it. So let's copy the second command and run it right here. And that's all that we need to do for now. Now let's focus on installing all of the additional packages we'll be using in our application. We can do that by running npm install And instead of simply installing it, we need to add an additional flag to this npm installation, --legacy -peer -deps. One of the packages we'll be using, specifically React Tilt, uses older versions of React. So for that reason, we have to install legacy peer deps. This is something you'll use often when using some older packages. With that said, let's provide a list of all of the packages we need to install. The first and most important one being React-3/Fiber. This is a React-based 3JS library that's going to allow us to create 3JS code in a React fashion. We also need add React-3/Dre and math for math utility functions. When working with 3JS, there's going to be a lot of geometry, and we definitely need those utility functions. There's React-Tilt that's going to provide a really cool animation when hovering over our cards. React-Vertical-Timeline-Component for the experience similar to the one on LinkedIn. Add email.js/browser. Then we're going to need Framer Motion and React-Router-DOM for routing. You can press enter and wait for all of these dependencies to install. This usually takes just about a minute, so you can pause this video and I'll be right back. Once the dependencies are installed, before running our application, there's a couple of things I prepared for you before we dive into the code. These are, of course, some assets and files that I prepared for you to make our coding workflow a bit simpler. I spent a lot of time finding the best possible assets and 3D models, and I simply want to give them all to you right away. So, in the description down below, first you can find the zipped public folder. You can copy it, and then you can delete the current public folder and paste it right here in the root of our directory. This public folder is going to contain the desktop_PC, which is a 3D model, as well as the planet model. After getting the public folder, we also need to get our assets. So for now, delete the assets folder, and down below, download and unzip the updated assets folder and paste it inside of the source. There, we're gonna use all of the icons and images for the application. Finally, the last zipped folder you'll need to get is going to be the components folder. So inside of the source, you can simply paste the unzipped components folder. If you go into it, you're going to see that there seems to be a lot of components here. But don't let that scare you or make you think, hey, am I actually going to code anything this video? Yes, you will. Absolutely everything. Because these right here is just an empty structure for all of these components, which you, with me on the side, will create. Great. We can close all of these currently open files. And now that's going to be it for all of these zipped folders, but there's going to be some additional code I'm going to provide to you. First of all, we can delete the app.css file as we won't need it. We can modify the app.jsx because right now inside of here, we have some default structure provided to us by Vite. We don't really need that, so we can simply create a new empty div and say 3D developer portfolio. We don't need this use state. We can turn this into a modern arrow function, and we don't need these imports. There we go, nice and clean. In the description down below, you'll find a GitHub gist file. Inside of that GitHub gist, you'll find the code for the index CSS. As you can see, we have 200 lines here. You can copy the code from the GitHub gist and paste it right here in the index.css. As you can see, we do have about 200 lines of CSS, but there's not a lot of styling here. Most of these are simply gradients and box shadows, as well as the Tailwind imports and the import of the font we'll be using. After getting the index CSS, in the same GitHub gist, you'll also find a new style.js file, which you can create within the source folder, and you can paste the code. Here, we created some useful Tailwind utility styles for the hero head text, subtext, section head text, and section subtext as well. After getting the style.js, we also want to update the tailwind.config.cjs. You can also find that in the GitHub gist down below, and paste it here. This is going to contain just some primary, secondary, and tertiary colors, as well as the box shadows, screens, and the background image. Next, we can create a new folder in the source folder called utils, inside of which we can create a new motion.js file. This file I also provided to you in the GitHub just down below, so you can simply copy it and paste it right here. There, I prepared some framer motion animations that we can use throughout our project. And finally, believe me, this is the last one. You can create a new folder called constants and create a new file called index.js within those constants. In that same GitHub gist, you can copy and paste all of the content that we're going to have in our application. The services, technologies, experiences, testimonials, and projects. Instead of putting all of this text within our code, we have placed it in a single source of truth file where you'll be able to change it once and it's going to be referenced everywhere else. That means that you can change this specific experience, the date, the points. You can change everything to match it to your developer experience, and that's going to be reflected in the code. Great. With that said, we can close all of the currently open files. We can collapse the file tree. We can go to View and then Terminal, and we can run npm run dev to run our application on localhost 5173. To open it, you can hold Control and then click it. Now we can put the editor side by side to our browser so that we can see the changes that we make live. And there we go. Our Visual Studio Code window on the left side and our browser that says 3D Developer Portfolio on the right side. That means that we are ready to get started with the development. We're going to start by creating the structure or the layout or the skeleton of our application by going to Source and then app.jsx. Inside of here, we need to import all of the components we've just created. So let's get started by importing the browser router coming from react-router-dom. We're going to use for routing. We can then import all of our components by saying import inside of curly braces, about, contact, experience, feedbacks, hero, navbar, tech, works, as well as stars, canvas. This is all coming from /components. And now we can focus on creating the layout. We're first going to wrap everything in a browser router component, which is going to allow us to route. Inside of there, we're going to have a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to relative, z-0, and bg-primary. If we save this, you'll be able to see that there's nothing on the screen. So within this div, let's also create another div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to bg-hero-pattern, also bg-cover, bg-no-repeat, and bg-center. Inside of there, we can render the self-closing navbar and the self-closing hero component. And once this is implemented, you should be able to see a black background with just the navbar and hero components, which are essentially just p tags. With that said, we can now go below this inner div right here, and we can reference all of our components one by one. Each one of these components is actually a section. So first we're going to have the about section, then we're going to have the experience section, which is another self-closing tag. Then we're going to have the tech section to showcase the technologies we want to work with. Then we're going to have the works section, which are going to be our projects. And finally, the feedbacks section. Below that, we want to have another inner div that's going to have a class name equal to relative, as well as z-0. We need this because later on, we'll be displaying some stars right here, 3D star objects. And inside of there, we want to have our contact and the stars canvas. Now, if we save this, you can see all of the other sections appear right here. That means that we are ready to get started developing all of these sections one by one, from top to bottom. The first one on our list is of course going to be the navbar. So we can control click to go into the navbar component and we can get started with developing it. Our navbar is going to be pretty simple and straightforward because the main focus is of course going to be on the 3D models we're going to create. So inside of the navbar, we're going to have our logo, the name, about, work, and contact. That's about it. And that's all that you actually need. So let's go back to our application and let's get started with developing it. We're first going to import everything we need. So that's going to be React, as well as use effect and use state coming from React. After that, we can import the link component from React-Router DOM, which we're going to use to navigate to other parts of our page. Then we can import styles coming from /styles. We can also import nav links coming from /constants. And finally, we can import the logo, the menu, and the close assets coming from /assets. And that's it. We are ready to get started. You can see we get an error, and that's because right here I named this style instead of styles. So let's simply rename it to styles if it's not styles for you already. Great. So inside of our navbar, let's start with the JSX. We're going to remove this div and replace it with the semantic nav tag. That semantic tag is going to have a class name that is going to be a dynamic template string. Inside of there, we're going to render styles.paddingX like this. This is a special utility class that we have created, which, if you go to styles, simply provides the px6, meaning padding horizontal 6, and then on smaller devices, it provides a bit more padding. Now, to that class, we can also add a few additional things. So let's bring this back in one line. We're going to also give it a w-full, meaning we want it to take full width, a flex property, items-center to make it appear in a center, padding y of 5, fixed, top-0, which is going to make it stay on the top, z20 to make it appear above other elements, and we also want to give it a bg-primary. Now, if we save this, nothing's going to happen because it's currently empty. So inside of that nav, let's create a new div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to w-full, flex, justify-between, items-center, max-w-7xl, meaning we really want to have a lot of width in our navbar, and then margin x auto. There we go. Now, if you're wondering what any of these class names mean, simply visit Tailwind documentation. You can go to tailwindcss.com and there visit their docs site. Inside of the docs, there's this magnifying glass icon. If you click it, you can literally type any specific class and you'll be able to see what it does with a detailed explanation. For example, w-full simply makes the element take the full width. So if you're wondering what any of these classes mean, for example, flex or fixed, you can immediately see that right here. Great. With that said, let's continue developing our navbar. Within our div, we want to have a link component. That link is going to point to just /, meaning the top of the page. We also want to give it a class name equal to flex, items-center, and gap-2. Now, this is a special React Router DOM link, so we can also give it an onClick property, set a callback function, and there we want to set active to be equal to nothing. And this set active is going to keep track of where we are currently on the page. So let's create that as a new use state field. That's going to be use state snippet, active, set active, at the start set to an empty string. And then if we click that, we want to window.scroll to 0, 0. This is going to scroll to the top of the page. Now, within that link, we want to render an image. And that image is going to be a self-closing tag that's going to have a source equal to logo, alt equal to logo, and a class name equal to W-9 for width, H-9 for height, object-contain, and we can save it. And there you can see a huge letter A with a circle. This is my logo as my name is Adrian, but you might want to show a different letter here. So let me show you how you can do just that. You can visit logo.com. Such a great domain name, I know. And then in here, you can enter your name. So let's say the name is John. Maybe you can enter just J for John. Then you can enter your slogan, or you can skip that. You can skip the industry. You can choose the color palette. You can choose the type. And then you can say without icons. And just like that, logo is going to generate a new J logo. For example, this circle one that you can customize and simply download and use on your website. It's as easy as that. So we can now go back to the website, and instead of this logo, you can use your own. Now, you can also use that logo in the favicon right here. So to do that, you can go to, that's going to be index.html. And right here, you can rename this to, I'm going to do Adrian portfolio, maybe just like that. And you can do your name and then portfolio. That's going to make it just look a bit better on top. And then in here, you can import that image that you specified. In my case, I'm just going to add a link tag and link to /logo.svg. Again, you can use the one that you have imported, and that should make it look great right here as well. With that said, let's style this logo just a bit better by providing a p tag right below it. That p tag in my case is going to say Adrian, and then we're going to have a space and a span element within that p tag that's going to say JavaScript Mastery. In your case, you can simply leave your first and last name as it is your personal portfolio. That p tag is going to have a class name equal to text-white, text-18 pixels inside of square brackets, font-bold, and cursor-pointer. If we save that, it should look like this, but we also need to style this span tag that's going to have a class name equal to, on small devices, block, usually hidden, because it's a bit too long for these small devices. Now, it looks like that even though we apply W-9 and H-9 as well as text-white for the color, the image is still huge and the color is not white, which would make me assume that the Tailwind CSS classes are not being applied, which is a great opportunity for me to show you how we can debug this together. So let's do that right away. A quick Google search of Tailwind CSS not working with Vite led me to Tailwind CSS docs, which you can see right here. And we already were on a page that was similar to this one, but this one is now installing it using React. So instead of installing simply Tailwind CSS like we did, we also have to add post CSS and auto prefixer. So now let's go to View, Terminal, stop the application from running, and then type npm install -d, but now we're going to install the post CSS and auto prefixer. We also need to add that extra --legacy -peer -deps as we discussed before. And let's press enter. Once these install, we need to run npx tailwind css init-p, paste it right here. That's going to do its job because right now you should be able to see post CSS config as well and our Tailwind CSS config from before. With that said, we should be able to go to View, Terminal, and then run npm run dev, which should rerun our application. Now closing this file and going back, we can see that now we have a proper looking navbar, which means that our Tailwind CSS styles are being applied. And this mistake that I've just made matters because as you can see, not even myself or other YouTubers are always perfect and always write perfect code. Every single developer is often running into bugs and errors, but it's how quickly you manage to resolve them that matters. And that's why I wanted to include the process of debugging this into this video, even with the procedure of showing you what Google search term I used that led me to the solution. And this is exactly what I include in all of my YouTube videos, so if you haven't already, definitely make sure to subscribe and turn on the notification bell to get more videos just like this one. And that's also what we include in our JSM Masterclass Experience program, which is also going to be linked down below if you're more into personalized one-on-one learning. With that said, we can now proceed with developing our navbar, and we can continue right where we left off, below our link. Below our link, we're going to have a UL tag that's going to have a class name equal to list-none, hidden, on small devices flex, usually flex-row, and gap-10. Inside of there, we can open a new dynamic block of code, say navlinks.map, where we get each individual link. And for each link, we want to render an LI, a list item. A list item that's going to have an anchor tag within it, and that's going to have an href equal to a dynamic template string of hash nav-id. And of course, there has to be a $sign in front. And there we can render the nav.title. Now, if we save this, it's going to break, of course, because in here we said nav, and this right here should have been link. So let's change this to link.id and link.title. And immediately you can see the about, work, and contact, which is looking great. Now, this li also has to have a key, and key is going to be equal to link.id. It's going to have a class name. Inside of the class name, we want to check if this li is currently active. And we can do that by opening new dynamic block of code and checking active is triple equal to link.title. If that is the case, then we can render the text-white color. And if it's not active, we can render the text-secondary color. Let's close it, save it, and now we can see that these are currently not active as they're grayed out. Below that, we can also add a couple more class names, such as onHover, text-white, text-18 pixels of size, font-medium, and cursor-pointer. Now, if we save that, these get a bit bigger, and now we can hover over them, indicating we can click them. Finally, on click on that li, we want to have a callback function that's going to set active to link.title. Now, if we click about, you can notice the URL changes to #about, and also this one is white. Same thing for all of the other links as well. Now, below this UL, we're going to have a div, and that div is going to be for our mobile navigation bar, because sometimes we won't have enough space to fit all of these links right here. So we have to be smart and create something that looks like this, a mobile navigation bar. So let's do just that. If we're on small devices, then we won't show the links right here, but rather we're going to show them within this div. This div can have a class name that's going to be on small devices hidden, usually flex, flex-1, justify-end, and items-center. Inside of that div, we want to have a self-closing image that's going to have a source equal to menu. It's also going to have an alt tag that's equal to menu. It's going to have a class name equal to W-28 pixels, H-28 pixels, object-contain, and cursor-pointer. Finally, it's going to have an on-click property, because once we click it, we want to change the state. So we're going to have a callback function with setToggle is equal to not toggle. So going all the way up, we need to create a new useState field. That's going to be toggle, setToggle, which at the start is going to be set to false. Now, if we save that, you should be able to see this menu icon. Now, this menu icon should change depending if we have clicked the toggle. So we can say if toggle, then we want to show menu, else we want to show close. Or rather, it's going to be the other way around. We want to close it if it's currently opened, and we want to show the menu if it's currently closed. So now you can click it and toggle it. But of course, now below that image, we have to show the actual menu. So below the image, create a new div. That div is going to have a class name equal to a dynamic template string. If it's not toggled, then we want to show hidden like this. And else we want to show flex, meaning we want to show it. Now it's also going to have a P-6, and we can already start seeing it if we expand it. P-6 for padding. It's going to have a black dash gradient. It's going to have absolute top dash 20. There we go. You can see that black square. Right dash 0. MX dash 4 for margin horizontal. MI dash 2 for margin vertical. Min dash W for width of 140 pixels inside of square brackets. And we also want to give it Z-10 to appear over other elements and make it rounded -XL. And this is going to be our menu. Now inside of there, we can render almost the same UL that we have rendered above. So let's go ahead and copy it, scroll down, and paste it within this div. So this UL right here is going to render different elements. But of course, we have to change it just a bit. It's going to be list-none, but instead of it being hidden by default, it's going to be flex by default, like this. We don't need on small devices flex. Instead of flex row and gap 10, it's going to have justify-end, items-start, flex-call, and gap-4. And there we go. Our elements appeared right here. Now we can give some class names to our LI. So let's change these to font-poppins, font-medium, cursor-pointer, and text-16 pixels. Now if we save this, it's going to look just a bit better. And on top of setting the active link, we also want to do something else. So we can turn this into a regular function block that looks like this. And we can also set toggle to not toggle. That's going to, of course, close it once we click on a specific link. So now we can manually open and close it, and we can also click, which is going to navigate to work and automatically close it. Great. That means that now we have the mobile menu done as well. And we can go back and expand this right here. There we go. Now, this Adrian JavaScript mastery is still looking a bit weird. So what we can do is scroll up. Most likely your name is a bit shorter, so it might look better. I'll try JS mastery right here, but still it is kind of breaking. And that's because instead of using a space right here, I can use a Unicode character and NBSP and then semicolon. This is the actual Unicode character for an empty space. And then we can just leave this right here. And then if I put that right here on a new line, and then the span on the second line within the p tag, that's going to make it appear in the same line. And most importantly, next to this cursor pointer, we can also give it a flex style. That's going to make it appear in one row, and we can add an extra space right here. But as you can see, it is tied together. So what we can do is we can add the Unicode character and NBSP semicolon, which is a Unicode space character. So now this is looking great. And if we expand it, you can see this is looking good, and it gets centered in the middle, as does the right side. This is a great and a simple navigation bar. Although on the right side right here, we do have some space. Let's see if I collapse it just a bit. Will the space be there? As you can see, there is some space here, and we don't have it here. That means that we have to get some things fixed. And we can do that if we scroll all the way up and fix this padded to padding. If we do that, it is looking perfect. Hopefully you have your own logo right here and your own name. With that said, we can close our navbar and we can proceed with the most interesting part of this entire video and the project, which is the hero section. The hero section is going to have this great 3D model that we spent a lot of time looking for. We found it for you. So get ready to develop it right here together with me. To get started, we can first import motion coming from, of course, Framer Motion. Yep, the hero section is going to have some animations. We can then import the styles coming from /styles, as well as import the computer canvas coming from /canvas. Inside of our JSX, we can turn this div into a section, and that section is going to have a class name equal to, it's going to be relative, w-full, h-screen, meaning it's going to take the entire screen, and then mx auto for margin auto. And that's going to generate this nicely looking background right here. Inside of that section, we want to create a div. And this div is going to have a class name that's going to be a dynamic template string of styles.padding x. So it's going to provide some padding. Then it's going to be absolute. It's going to be inset 0. Inside of this div, we're going to have this text that you can see right here. Then we also want to give it a top -120 pixels to divide it from the top. Max-W-7XL. MX auto, flex, flex-row, items-start, and gap-5. And finally, within that, we can create a new div that's going to have a class name equal to flex, flex-call, justify-center, items-center, and mt5 for margin top. Inside of there, we can render this circle and this line right here. So to do that, we can create a self-closing div that's going to have a class name equal to w-5, h-5, rounded-full, and bg-hash 915 EFF. If we save that, we should be able to see that circle right here. Let's pull our browser a bit to the right. And now we can create that line by creating another self-closing div with a class name equal to w-1 on small devices h-80, usually h-40, and that's going to be violet-gradient. There we go. So now we have the line as well, and we are ready to create our text. So that's going to be below this div containing these two divs. Below, we can create another div that's going to have an h1. h1 is going to say hi, I am, and we can do a span here. So that span is going to have a class name equal to text dash inside of square brackets hash 915 EFF. And there, inside of the span, you can put your name. In my case, it's Adrian. So if we save it, you'll be able to see, hi, I'm Adrian. And we can now make that a bit bigger by applying a class name to this h1. That's going to be a dynamic of styles.hero head text. And it's going to be text-white. And there we go. This is already looking so much better. Below that h1, we can create a new p tag that's going to have a class name equal to, it's going to be dynamic as well, styles.hero subtext. It's going to have margin top 2 to divide it a bit from the title, and text-white-100. Inside of there, you can type the description of who you are as a developer. In this case, I'm going to say I develop 3D visuals, user interfaces, and web applications. Of course, feel free to modify this to suit your needs. Now, we want to break this into two lines. So between user and interfaces, I'm going to add a break tag, a self-closing break tag, that's going to be there on small devices. So class name on small devices block, meaning it's there, and usually it is hidden. There we go. This is looking great. Now we can focus on rendering the computer canvas. So going below this div right here, we can render the self-closing computer canvas component, which for now is just going to say computers. And we don't want to put that on the side right here. We want to put it below. So we need to exit this div and one more div. So it's going to be right on top of the section, like this. It's not even visible right here because it's being covered. So what we can do now is we can control click into computer canvas and we can start creating our first Three.js React 3 Fiber canvas. We can do that by importing a lot of things from React. These are going to be suspense, use effect, and use state. After that, we also need to import something known as a canvas. And that's coming from add react-3/fiber. Canvas is just an empty canvas allowing us to place something on it. And finally, we want to import a couple of helpers. They're going to help us to draw on this canvas. That's going to be orbit controls, preload, and use GLTF, the most important part, which is going to allow us to import 3D models. And these handy utility functions are coming from add react-3/Dray. And finally, we also want to import the canvas loader coming from /loader. So this is a component we haven't yet created, but we will soon. Now, inside of computers, we can import our GLTF model. So we can do that by saying const computer is equal to use GLTF, and then we pass a path that is /desktop_pc/scene.gltf. Now, if you go to the Explorer and you see the public, you'll be able to see a desktop_pc, and there we have the scene.gltf. This is the model that I prepared for you. Great. Now, let's make use of that model. First of all, when creating Three.js elements, we're not going to start with a div. Rather, we're going to start with something called a mesh, like this. Inside of that mesh, we have to create a light, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to see anything. So let's add a hemisphere light. It's going to have an intensity equal to 0.15 and a ground color equal to black. Now, if you save that, we still cannot see anything, but we are just starting. Of course, if any of these properties are new to you, let's go to React 3 Fiber docs and then let's search for them. I'm going to search for adding lights. There we go. So you can see that we need to create a canvas, and then there's the ambient light, directional light, and a lot of different types of lights. So this is how it should look like, just an empty light. But we're going to add that computer model as well. So we don't light just a box, we light something that is incredibly interesting, which is this desk and the monitor as well as the PC. You see this glare on this monitor as I turn it around? That is a point light. So let's create that point light as well. That's going to be point light with an intensity equal to 1. And finally, we're going to create something known as a primitive. That's going to be a self-closing component to which we can pass the object. That's going to be equal to computer.scene. Now, if we save this, maybe we're hoping to see the computer, but we cannot see it yet. Don't worry, we will see it as soon as we load it into our React 3 Fiber canvas. So, to do that, we're going to create a new component right below our computers. It's going to be called const computer canvas, like this. And inside of there, we can return a canvas. That canvas is not going to be a self-closing component. We will put something into it, but first, let's define some props. We're going to pass frame loop is going to be equal to demand. Below frame loop, we can also add shadows. So yes, we do want to play with shadows. After shadows, we have to define a camera, which is the most important part of every 3D scene. It is where are we looking at this model from? So imagine a camera right here looking at this specific angle. In 3D geometry, it's really important where the camera and the lights are coming from. So in this case, we can set the position inside of an object to be 20, which is x-axis, 3, which is y-axis, and then 5, which is z-axis. I found these values to look the best. And finally, we also need to specify an FOV, or field of view. This is how wide our field of view is going to be. In this case, I found the value of 25 to work the best. Great. Now, we still cannot see anything, but let's provide a GL property. And there we can say preserve drawing buffer. I found this value needs to be there to properly render our model. Great. Now, what we can do is we can also add a suspense. This is not related to Three.js. This is coming from React. And this allows us to have a loader while our model is loading. So that is going to be our canvas loader. Inside of it, we want to show orbit controls. And these controls are going to allow us to move the model left and right, as you can see right here. And to those controls, we can pass enable zoom to set false, because we don't want to zoom this in. We want to leave it as it is. And finally, we want to add a couple of additional props. So let's put this on a new line. That's going to be max polar angle is equal to math.p pi over 2. And we want to do min polar angle as well. Great. So what this allows us to do is not to rotate this all the way around, up and down, left and right. We can only rotate it around a specific angle, around a specific axis. This is going to make it look a bit more streamlined. And most importantly, we can render the computers component right here. So that's going to be computers, if I could spell it, as a self-closing component. Great, it's within this suspense. And then below the suspense, we want to add a preload of all and close it as a self-closing component. Now, if we reload the page, everything is going to break, as it usually does. And that's good. We can open up the console, inspect, and then go here, and we can see that there aren't any errors whatsoever. So let's open up the terminal as well. And right here, we do see an error. It's saying that it's trying to get something from a package called 3. And if you think about it, we didn't really install the package called 3 at the start. And it is necessary for us to install the original Three.js package for React 3 Fiber to be able to use it. So we can say npm install --legacy -peer -deps, and we want to install 3. That is the original Three.js package. Once we have that, we can rerun the npm run dev command. Now our application is running, and if we reload it, we can now see a black screen, which again means something went wrong. So let's try to debug it. First of all, I can notice that I typed position instead of position right here. So let's fix that. Still a dark screen. And right here, I type pint light instead of point light. So if we fix that, okay, we do get something. We can see our great looking model, but it's showing on top of our computer, which is not ideal. So what we can do is we can fix it a bit. We can change this primitive object model by applying some additional properties, such as scale. We can change the scale of the object, and let's make it, for example, 1.75 of its size, which is going to make it a bit smaller. We want to change the position as well, and that's going to be an array of x, y, and z axes. So that's going to be 0, minus 3.25, and minus 1.5. I found these values to work the best, as you can see right here. Finally, we want to change the rotation to be equal to an array of minus 0.01, minus 0.2, and minus 0.1. There we go. So this is going to rotate it really nicely on the screen. And our model is here. We have this point light. Now, if I comment it out, you can see there is no light. We only have this hemispheric light. But what if we comment that one out as well? It's looking really dark. Our model has no light whatsoever. Let's bring back the point light. Okay, just a bit better. You can see this glare happening on the screen. Let's bring back the hemispheric one. Okay, just a bit more. And now we're going to add the main light. That's going to be the spotlight. So let's create a new spotlight. It's going to have a position equal to an array of -20, 50, and 10. There we go. So you can see how immediately everything got a bit brighter. Let's also change the angle of that light to 0.12. Let's set a penumbra to 1. This is a property that I don't know what it does, but it made it look better. Intensity is going to be set to 1, which I think is 1 by default. We can apply a cast shadow property, which is going to cast a shadow as well, which is quite cool. And finally, we're going to set the shadow dash map size of 1024. There we go. This is looking wonderful. Now we have our hemispheric light, point light, spotlight, and the primitive computer scene object, which is not so primitive. It has a speaker, a mouse, a keyboard, a computer screen with Visual Studio Code on it to denote you're a developer, and a nice gaming PC. Great. So what did we do? We created this really nice 3D mesh with a couple of lights and a primitive object. We imported that object by using usegltf, and then we imported it from the public folder right here, which I prepared for you. If you're wondering, hey, where can I get all of these 3 models? And Adrian, where did you find them? Well, simply Google 3D models download and go through a couple of sites. You have a lot of free 3D models, the models like these ones, which are not really quality. There's also the Turbo Squid, which has a lot of them, but I found Sketchfab to be the best one. You simply have to go to Explore and click Downloadable. There you can find a lot of cool objects and you can simply download them and then use them within your code in the same way that we did with the desktop PC. The more you know, right? Great. Now we can go back to the portfolio and we can admire our great hero model, which is looking great. Now, while it's loading, it does take some time. And in this case, it even seems to break initially once we reload. So what we can do is we can also fix the canvas loader component. So let's control click into the canvas loader. And there we want to get something from React 3 Dre. So let's import HTML, use progress, and that's going to come from React 3 Dre. That's going to be the canvas loader. And we can get the progress coming from equal use progress. There, we want to render some HTML. So right here, we can say HTML. We want to show a span that's going to have a class name equal to canvas-loader. And below that span, we want to show a p tag that's going to render the progress dot toFixed to 2 decimals. And then that's going to be a percentage, of course, like this. So we want to show the progress of the load of that model. Let's apply some styles to this p tag. That's going to be a font size of 14, a color equal to hash F1, 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 a font weight equal to 800, and a margin top of 40. There we go. Now, if we save this and reload the page, you saw that loader for a second there, right? Really nicely shows the percentage and then loads the model, which makes everything work. That is great. So hopefully you got the model working as well. If you haven't, the link to the entire project is going to be down in the description. You can visit the GitHub repository, and then you can override the computers.jsx file to ensure you have the right code. Great. With that said, we can go back to the hero page and continue developing it. Below our computers, we want to make it accessible for mobile devices as well, and on desktops, we want to let people know that they can actually scroll down with this cool scrolling GIF. So right here, we can do this. It's immediately going to go to the next section. So let me show you how to develop this. And when I said it's a GIF, it's not. You're not going to simply import this and slap it in. We're going to develop this little thing using Framer Motion. So below the computer canvas, let's go ahead and create a new div. That div is going to have a class name of absolute because we have to position it in the middle. On extra small devices, it's going to have a bottom 10, usually it's going to have a bottom 32. It's going to be full width, flex, justify dash center, and items dash center as well. Within that div, we want to show an anchor tag. So a tag that's going to have an href equal to hash and then about, because we want to scroll down. Inside of that href, we're going to have a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to w-35 pixels, h-64 pixels, rounded-3xl, border-4, border-secondary, flex, justify-center, items-start, and p-2. If we now save this, you should be able to see this rectangle appear right there. And within it, we want to create, first time in this video, a motion.div. This means that we are using Framer Motion to create it. It's going to be a self-closing component. And what do we want to animate? Well, we want to animate just the Y property, the Y axis, 0, 24, 0. So we want to move it 24 pixels up and down. And how is the transition going to look like? Well, transition is going to be duration of 1.5 seconds, repeat to infinity, and repeat type is going to be equal to loop. So we want to loop it to the infinity. Now we want to give it a class name of w-3, h-3, rounded-full, bg-secondary, and margin bottom 1, and save it. And there we go. In Framer Motion, we've just built this little circle that jumps up and down within this div that we have created. And now if we click right here, it's going to scroll to the About section, which we don't yet have, so it cannot do that. But trust me, later on it will. It's going to look just like here on the finished site. Great. Now, maybe there's one question you have. How is this going to look like on mobile? Is it actually going to look good? Well, let's give it a shot. I'm going to collapse this. And okay, it's not bad, but it's not good either. So what we can do is we can go back to our computer canvas, and within the canvas, we can create a new use state field called isMobile. There, we're going to set it to false, and then we want to add a new use effect. Inside of this use effect, we want to check if we are on a mobile device, which we can do by getting the media query. And we can get that by checking the window that match media. And then if it matches, max-width is something like 500 pixels. In that case, we're going to know that we're on the mobile device. So we can say set isMobile is media query that matches. Are we on the device that's lower than 500 pixels of width? Finally, whenever the width changes, we need to modify that. So we can say handle media query change. And that's going to take in an event, and it's going to simply set isMobile to be equal to event.matches. Now, since we are in React and within the use effect, we have to add an event listener, and then we have to remove it. So we can say media query dot add event listener of change. We want to call the handle media query change. But again, since we are in the use effect, we have to close that media query listener. So we can do that by saying media query dot remove event listener change handle media query change. And we don't need to have anything in our dependency array. So now that the only thing this entire use effect is doing is changing the isMobile variable. And now we'll be able to use that isMobile variable to change the model and make it smaller. So let's simply pass the isMobile is equal to isMobile to our computers. Let's go to our computers, take it in as a prop, isMobile. And now, based on that prop, we can change the scale first of all. So going back to the scale, we can check if isMobile. In that case, 0.7, else 0.75. So it's going to be just a bit smaller. Let's try to reload and check it out. Okay, maybe it's a bit too big. We'll see soon. We're going to change the position as well. So we're going to say if is mobile. The position is going to be an array of 0, -3, and then -2.2. And that should be it. But it's not looking that good. So let's see if our media query is being applied. And I don't think it is, because we are missing the closing parenthesis right here. And we're also missing the measure, which is pixels. If we save that, all of these styling changes for is mobile are going to be applied. Great. Now, I know this use effect is a bit weird, so let me just reapply it with some additional comments that might make it make a bit more sense. So first of all, we add an event listener that changes to the screen size. Then we set the initial value of the isMobile state variable. Then we define a callback function to handle changes to the media query. We add the callback function as a listener to the changes to the media query. And then we remove the listener when the component is unmounted. What this does is now it treats it as a mobile, but if we go a bit up, you can see it treats it as a desktop. And that is working flawlessly without using any additional external libraries. With that said, our model is now done, and with it, the entire hero section. Now we can scroll down to the next section, which is the About section. Inside of there, we're going to work with these great cards with the React Tilt component, as well as introduce ourselves in the overview. So let's go ahead and get started with that right away. To get started with our About section, we can first import a couple of things. The first one being something called tilt, coming from React-tilt. We're going to use this to tilt the cards that we're displaying. Notice how when I scroll over, we have this nice, clean tilt. And that happens in all the cards, and for that, we're using this package. Then we can also import motion, coming from React Framer Motion. We also can import these styles, coming from /styles. We can import these services, coming from /constants, and we can import a couple of utils, such as fade in and text variant, coming from /utils/motion. Great. Now we can dive into creating our About section, first starting with the introduction, overview, and then the description. So let's scroll down to the About, and we're going to wrap everything in just a regular React fragment. That's going to look like this. Inside of there, we're going to have a motion.div. And inside of there, we're going to render a p tag that's going to say introduction. And below that, we're going to render an h2 tag that is going to say overview with a dot at the end to make it a bit more dramatic. And to those, we can provide a class name equal to styles.section subtext. And to h2, we can provide a class name equal to styles.section head text. And if we save that, you can see the introduction and the overview appear right here. Now we are inside of a motion div, so we want to animate it. So let's provide variance is equal to a function call of the text variant utility function that we have created. So let's save it. And now if we reload the page, and not now, but later, you'll be able to see these pieces of text will animate. Right now, we don't have a lot of scroll real estate, so we cannot show that, but that will happen soon. Now we can focus on creating this p tag, which is this text right here. Below this motion div, we can create a motion.p. Here, we want to give it a variance equal to fade in, and it accepts 4 parameters. First, the direction. At the start, we can make it empty. Then type. At the start, it can be empty as well. Then the delay, 0.1 second. And finally, the duration of the animation, which is going to be 1 second. And inside of here, you can write something about yourself. I'm going to paste a block of text, something like I'm a skilled software developer with experience in TypeScript, JavaScript, and expertise in frameworks like React, Node.js, and Three.js, and a couple of other pieces of text. So we have it right here. Now let's divide it from the top a bit by giving it a class name equal to empty-4. Let's also change the color to text-secondary. Let's increase the font size to text-17 pixels. Let's set the width to max-w-3xl. And let's set the leading to 30 pixels. There we go. So that's going to make it a bit more readable. Of course, feel free to change this text to whatever you like. This is just an example. Finally, below this p tag, we want to create a div. We want to display these cards. So we can create a div that's going to have a class name equal to mt-20 to divide it from the top, flex, flex-wrap, and gap-10 to provide some spacing between the cards. Then we want to loop over the services, so services.map, where we get each individual service and its index. And for each service, we want to render a custom service card self-closing component to which we can provide a key, service.title, index as well. And finally, we can spread all of the properties coming from the service we are currently looping over. Now, this is not going to work because the service card is undefined. But if we scroll up, right above the about, we can create a new functional component, const service card. Our service card component is going to simply return something. For now, that can be simply a p tag rendering the service.title. And then where are we getting the title from? That's going to come from the props. So we're going to get the index, the title, as well as the icon. So we don't even have to say service.title. We are immediately getting it through props. So now if we scroll down, you can see web developer, React Native developer, and so on. And all of these are coming from services. So this is in the constants. Remember when I told you you'll be able to change everything in one file? Well, you can do that here. Maybe you're not a React Native developer, so feel free to change this right here. And you can also change the icons. Great. Now let's develop this great looking card. We're going to first use a so-called tilt component coming from React Tilt. And we can give it a class name of on extra small devices, width is going to be 250 pixels. And usually width is going to be full. And inside of it, we can render a motion div. That motion div is going to have variance of fade in. It's going to fade in from the right side. It's going to have a type of spring. The delay is going to be 0.5 seconds, but is going to be multiplied for every index. Meaning that first is going to start at 0, the second one is going to be 0.5 times 1, which is 0.5, and then we're going to have 1 and more. And the last property is the duration, so that's going to be 0.75 seconds. And this was supposed to be fade in. There we go. Finally, we can give it a class name equal to w-full, green-pink, -gradient, padding-1 pixel, rounded-20 pixels, and then finally shadow-card. If we save this, you can see 4 what appear to be lines, but soon enough these will be cards as soon as we add something in them. So let's create a div, and that div is going to have some options. The options are going to be max 45, scale of 1, and then speed is equal to 450. These are the tilt options that we're providing to this card. Finally, that div is going to have a class name equal to bg-tertiary, rounded-20 pixels, padding y of 5, and padding x of 12. Already, these look like cards. min-h-280 pixels. So this is the minimum card height. Okay, looking great. And then flex, justify dash evenly, items dash center, and flex dash call. Inside of there, we need to show the icon. So what we can do is render the self-closing image tag with a source equal to icon. The alt can be title, and class name can be W-16 for the width, H-16 for the height, and object-contain. And there we go. We have our wonderful icons. And we can also add an H3 that's going to render the title. But of course, we have to style it a bit. So let's give it a class name equal to text-white, text-20 pixels to make it a bit larger, font-bold, and most importantly, text-center. There we go. These are some great looking cards. And with that, we're done with the service card, and we're almost close to being done with our About section. But you can see that it is still looking a bit weird. Even if you expand it, it goes all the way to the left side, and there's so much empty space to the right side. Now, we're going to fix this, but not only for this specific section. We're going to fix it for all of the sections we're going to create in the future. Because what you can notice is that they all have the same amount of space available on the left side and on the right side. They're all centered in the middle. So we want to create one component which is going to wrap all of our sections to make them look good. Let me show you how to do that using something called a higher order component. So create a new folder in the source folder called HOC, higher order component. Inside of there, create a new section wrapper.jsx and run RAFCE. This is going to be a regular component in many ways, but it's also considered a higher order component. Inside of there, we're going to import motion coming from framer motion. We're going to also import styles coming from /styles. And we're going to import the stagger container coming from utils-motion. This is going to be our section wrapper. And since it's a wrapper, we need to get the original component we're passing into it. So that's going to be component. And also the ID name, which we're going to use to navigate or scroll to specific sections. Each one has to have its own ID. Now, the reason why this is a higher order component is because we're going to have another component right inside of it. So this is a component that is instantly going to return another function HOC, which is another function. So this is a function returning a function. And we're going to have a return statement, inside of which we're going to return a motion dot section. And that motion section is going to render our original component like this. Now, I know this might be a bit confusing, but I hope everything will make sense really soon. So first, let's go to our HOC, create a new index.js file, which is going to allow us to export our section wrapper. So let's say import section wrapper from section wrapper, and we can simply export that same section wrapper right here for easier imports later on. Now we can go back to our about, and at the top, we can import section wrapper from /HOC. Now, if we scroll down, let me show you how do you use higher order components in React. You can wrap your export default about with the section wrapper. So you can do section wrapper. First, you pass the component, and then you pass the ID, which is about in this case. There we go. So as you can see, I'm going to even move this right here so you can see better. Section wrapper about. Now, if we save this, nothing has happened yet. So what did we actually do? Why did we wrap that? Well, later on, we're going to wrap all of these sections. That's going to be the overview, the work experience, and so on. So once we apply something in the section wrapper, for example, a text of test that should appear somewhere right here, it's going to be applied all over the place, not just in this one section. Of course, we're not going to just apply a text of test. We're going to apply so much more. We're going to do a variance of stagger container, which is going to animate our section, first of all. Then, initially, we're going to set it to hidden. And while in view, we want to set it to show. Then we want to fix the viewport. So first, we want to show it once only, and we want to animate it for the amount of 0.25 seconds. And we can give it some class names to make it move away from the left corner. So that's going to be class name. It's going to be dynamic, styles.padding, max-w-7xl, mx-auto, relative, and z-0. If we now save this and reload the page, you can see how nicely these cards animate, and they're no longer stuck to the left side of the screen. And still, if we click right here to scroll, it's not going to scroll. So what we can do is right above the component, we can create a span element that's going to have a class name equal to #span, and it's going to have an ID of ID name. And then in here, we can just render an empty space that is end NBSP like this. So just some empty space. And now this ID name is going to get populated from the ID name that we passed right here. And if we reload the page and click this, it actually scrolls down. So we're scrolling to that invisible span section. And also all of these framer motion animations, such as if I scroll right here, notice how the section appeared. This is going to be applied to future sections by simply wrapping them in this higher component, which was the primary reason why we did that in the first place. And with that said, our hero section is now done, as well as our overview. Now we're moving to our experience section, which is going to look like this. Great. So to do that, we can close the about, we can control click into experience, and we can get started. To get started with the experience section, we can first import a couple of things we're going to use. That's going to be vertical timeline, as well as vertical timeline element coming from react-vertical-timeline-component. We're going to also import motion coming from react-motion. And for our vertical timeline to work, we also need to import react-vertical-component/style.min.css. That's going to allow us to have this great looking animated timeline. Let's also fix this to be framer motion and not React motion. And then below that, we can import styles coming from /styles. We can import experiences coming from /constants. We can import the section wrapper, which we have created for the last section. And I told you we're going to reuse it for all upcoming sections. And we can import the text variant coming from /utils/motion. Great. Now we can get started with creating our experience section. First, we're going to wrap it in an empty React fragment like this. And then we're going to have a motion.div. That motion div is going to have a variance equal to a function call of text variant like this. This is going to make our p tags inside of it animate. So it's going to be almost the same as introduction and overview. So we can go back to about. We can open that component, and then we can copy these two, P and H2, and we can paste them right here instead of the motion div. But now it's not going to say introduction. It's going to say what I have done so far. And then instead of overview, we can say work experience. And if we save that, you can see this great section. As you can see, this is going to the left edge of the screen as well. But now you should already know what to do. The only thing we have to do is wrap the experience into the section wrapper higher order component that we have already created and give it an ID of work. As soon as we do that, it should move to the right side. So if we reload the screen, there we go. It's going to animate and it's going to be centered in the middle. Wonderful. Now we can proceed with our vertical timeline. So below our motion div, we can create another div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to empty-20, flex, and flex-call. And finally, we can make use of that vertical timeline. If we save that, it's just going to be a line. So what we have to do is loop over the experiences by saying experiences.map. We get an experience and an index. And then for each one of these, we want to return an experience card, which is going to be a self-closing component to which we can pass a key equal to index, and we can pass experience equal to experience, just like so. Also, we have to add one more closing parenthesis. There we go. So now it's going to break because the experience card is not yet defined. So we can scroll up and we can create a new component right here. Const experience card is equal to a React arrow function where we get experience as the first and only prop. If we save that, the error gets fixed, but we still cannot see anything here. So here we can use the vertical timeline element like this. To that element, we can apply a content style equal to background of hash 1D1836. And we can also apply a color of hash FFF. If we do that, again, still nothing changes. And that's because we don't have any content within it. So right here, if we render maybe experience and then dot, let's do date, we still cannot see anything there. So let's continue applying some additional styles right here. Let's give it a content arrow style equal to border right of 7 pixels solid hash 232631. Let's add a date equal to experience.date. Let's add an icon style equal to an object where we have the background set to experience.iconbg. And if we save this and reload the page, I would hope something is going to appear by now, but still nothing is there. I guess it depends on this vertical timeline element. But I guess it does make sense because we just listed the icon style, but now we can list the actual icon. So the icon is going to be a div, and within it, we're going to have a self-closing image tag with a source equal to experience.icon, and alt is going to be experience.company_name. And we can give it a class name equal to W-60%, H-60%, and object-contain. Now, if we save this, again, unfortunately, still nothing is showing, and I'm guessing that's because this vertical timeline element expects to have something within it. So that's why it doesn't have anything yet. But that's okay, we can proceed styling this icon. So before we finalize styling this icon, let's go into the contents of the actual timeline element. That's going to be a div, and within that div, we're going to have an h3. That h3 is going to render experience.title. And of course, we have to give it a class name equal to text-white, text-24 pixels, as well as font-bold. And now if we save it, I was really hoping to see it in there, but it's possible we're rendering something in the wrong way. So let's go back up. And inside of here, yes, we are rendering this in the wrong way. So this is an arrow function, but in here, it's expecting a return statement because we have wrapped it with curly braces. So if we replace this curly brace with a parenthesis, that means that we have an instant return. So this time we'll actually be returning something. And there we go. This is so much better. So let's just go one step back and let's comment out all of these things so you can see how it looks like if we start adding thing by thing. The vertical timeline by itself creates this structure where you have this div and then you have the icon. So we can bring back the content, arrow style, the actual date experience, icon style, and the icon. And there we go. This is already looking much better. So now we can also finalize styling the icon by changing the class name of this div to flex, justify center, items-center, w-full, and h-full, which is going to center our icon. Great. Now we have the really base, bare bones experience section, but of course we want to add some bullet points to emphasize what we did while working in that specific company. And we also want to list the company name. So now below this div containing the h3, we can also add a p tag. So that's just below the h3. And that p tag is going to render the experience dot company underscore name, like this. Starbucks, Tesla, Shopify, Meta. Great. Let's also style it a bit by providing a class name equal to text-secondary, text-16 pixels to make it a bit larger, and font semi-bold. Great. Finally, we can give it a style equal to margin 0. Great. This is now looking great, and the last thing we need are the bullet points to indicate our experience. So below the div, we can create a UL, an unordered list, give it a class name equal to mt-5 for margin top, list-disk, ml-5 for margin left, and then space-y-2 for spacing between the elements. In there, we can render the experience .points.map. We can map over each point and get the index. And for each point, we can return an li that's going to have a key equal to experience -point and then index. And finally, we can give it a class name equal to text-white -100, text-14 pixels, padding left -1, and then tracking -wider. This is going to add some more letter spacing. Finally, inside of there, we can render each individual point. And just like that, you can see our experience section. Sometimes it's great to develop things on your own without using external libraries. But in this case, I really found this vertical timeline component handy, as it provided exactly what I wanted. We have the timeline showing to where we were and where we are right now. So we're currently a full stack developer at Meta. We have the date and timeline, and we also have the bullet points of what we did there. Great. So with that said, the work experience section is done as well. And we can move over back to app, and then the text section awaits. The text section is quite an interesting one. In here, we're going to explore how to create these 3D balls of actual technologies that we know and we have worked with before. As this is a 3D 3JS portfolio, we definitely wanted to include as many 3D elements as possible, and this is definitely one of them. So with that said, let's get started with the text section of our 3D portfolio. To get started with the text section, we'll first have to import a couple of things, and the most important one being our ball canvas, coming from /canvas. That's going to be our actual balls. We can then import the section wrapper coming from /hoc, and we can also import all of the technologies that we know coming from /constants. And again, at any point in time, you can modify all of these technologies. So just so you know. Now, we also want to wrap this text section in the section wrapper, which we can do immediately. And this one doesn't have an ID. This div is going to have a class name equal to flex-row, flex-wrap so they fall into a new line if the screen is too tight, justify-center, and gap-10 to give them some space to breathe. Inside of here, we want to loop over all of the technologies by saying technologies.map. We're going to get each individual technology. And then for each individual technology, we want to return a div. That div is going to have a class name equal to w-28 for width, as well as h-28 for height. It's also going to have a key equal to technology.name. Finally, we want to render the ball canvas as a self-closing component that's going to have an icon, technology.icon, as its first and only parameter. And there we go. You can see about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 13 balls. Now, to develop these balls using Three.js and React 3 Fiber, let's control-click to go into the ball canvas and let's develop it from scratch. To do that, we can import something known as suspense coming from React. We're going to also need the canvas coming from React 3 Fiber, or that's going to be at react-3/fiber. And we're going to need a lot of utilities from React 3 Dre. So that's going to be a decal, which we're going to use as the texture, float, orbit controls to be able to move it around, preload, and then use texture. And all of that is coming from add react-3/Dre. And finally, we need that canvas loader coming from /loader. We created that before. That is the one that loads the percentages. Finally, this ball is accepting some props, so we can define those props right here. And then we can first get the ball's texture by saying const texture, or rather const, and then we destructure the decol from, or rather is equal to, use texture. And then what we pass to it, that's going to be props.img URL. So where is this coming from? So we're calling this ball, and that's technically a ball canvas, and we're passing the icon, technology.icon, and that's coming from technologies. So if you look at technologies, you can see that we have the name and also we have the icon. And the actual texture is coming from Dre. And this image URL are these exact icons that we saw right here. Great. With that said, before we continue creating our ball, we first need the canvas to show it on. So below the ball, we can create const ball canvas is equal to, it's going to accept an icon, and it's going to return a canvas. That's going to look like this. That canvas is going to be almost exactly the same as the canvas we used before in our hero section. So let's go to hero, computer canvas, and let's simply copy this entire canvas right here. Going back to the ball, we can now duplicate this canvas over here. Frame loop is going to be on demand. In this case, these are going to be simple, so we don't need any shadows. We don't need the camera here, and the GL is going to still preserve the drawing buffer. We're going to have the suspense falling back to the canvas loader for that nice loading, and the orbit controls are also going to be simpler. We're simply going to say enable zoom is going to be set to false. Finally, we don't render computers. What we do render are balls. So we can say ball, to which we're going to pass the image URL is equal to the icon. And that is it. That is our ball canvas, which we need to export at the bottom. This is really important. So we're exporting the ball canvas, not the actual ball. Finally, if we scroll up, now we are returning a ball right here, and we should be able to see it. So this ball is actually going to float. So there's a special float property coming from React 3 Dre. And as soon as we do float, we might already see something. Let's see. It's really dark, so we cannot see it yet. So inside of this float, we're going to add some ambient light. So we can say ambient light, and we can give it intensity of 0.25. The float itself is going to have the speed equal to 1.75. We'll be able to play with that later. and it's going to have a rotation intensity of 1, as well as the float intensity of 2. These are just some properties that I found to work the best with our balls. Great. Now we're going to also have a directional light right here. So directional light, and we're going to give it a position equal to an array of 0, 0, 0.05. Still, we cannot see anything because we don't have the mesh. But now we're going to create that mesh, inside of which we're going to show everything. This mesh will cast a shadow, and it will also receive a shadow. So these are some special properties that we have. And the scale of the mesh is going to be 2.75. Inside of the mesh, we can render icosahedron geometry. To be honest, I don't know what icosahedron is, but some math geniuses can surely let me know down in the comments. And we're going to pass the arcs equal to an array of 1 and 1. And of course, we have to close that icosahedron. And there we go. Oh, I guess that's what icosahedron is. Okay, this is already looking great. We can play with them, we can float them. They float around, they have some gap in between. Looking great, if I can say so myself. Now, they don't have any material. So let's add mesh standard material and self-close it. Already, this is going to have a really cool effect. But we can also apply a couple of props to it. We can give it a color equal to hash FFF8EB. We can give it a polygon offset. We can give it a polygon offset factor of -5. And we could give it flat shading. Okay, this is looking just a bit better already. And finally, we need the texture, which is going to be this decal we had before. So let's create a new decal property. It's going to be self-closing. It's going to have a map equal to decal that we created at the top. Now, we cannot see it yet, but if we give it a position of an array of 0, 0, 1, you can already start seeing some shapes. And I guess I rotated these too far, so we cannot see it. So let me reload the page. And there we go. This is already looking so much better. Let's also give it a rotation equal to an array of 2 times math.pi, 0, and then 6.25. Because you can notice they're now horizontally mirrored. So we want to mirror them one more time. And now they look good. So that is 2 times math.pi. And we can give them flat shading. Okay, this is already looking better. Our balls are now done. We have our ball, we have our ball canvas. The technologies you know are being displayed right here, and that is looking great. Once again, if you want to change some technologies, you can simply go into the constants, technologies, and then add them right here. Alongside the name, you'll also have to add the icon for that specific technology, which you can find online, and you can import right inside of here from assets. Great work. The balls are now done, which means that the text section is done and we are ready to move to the work section, which is going to look like this. It's going to say my work, projects, and then we will be able to have these wonderful cards with thumbnails that will showcase your most recent projects. Great. With that said, let's start with the work section. To get started with our work section, we can first import a couple of packages we'll be using. One of them is tilt, coming from that's going to be react-tilt. We used this one before once we were working with these cards on top. Remember, we want to hover over them and then they tilt. So we're going to use this as well for these cards at the bottom for our project cards. So we can import tilt. We're going to also import motion coming from framer-motion. Finally, we can get these styles coming from /styles. And we can also import some assets. Primarily, we're just going to use one asset, which is GitHub, coming from /assets. We're going to also import our section wrapper, coming from /hoc. We're going to also import our projects, which are coming from /constants. So this is the actual data about the projects that we have created. And then finally, we can import some motion utility functions, such as fade in and text variant, that are coming from /utils/motion. And now we have everything. Let's immediately dive into the JSX by wrapping everything into an empty React fragment. The reason why we're wrapping it in a fragment is because we're going to wrap it into a section wrapper right here that's going to have a div. So we can just leave it like this. There we go. And if you scroll down, there we go. We have an empty section. Now we can create a motion.div, and this is going to be the same one we used right here. What have I done? Work experience. So let's go back to the app. Let's go to experience, and let's grab this motion div right here containing the p tag and the h2 tag. We can go back to works and simply paste it right here. Now, instead of what have I done so far, we're going to say my work or my projects. And then right here on h2, we can say projects dot. So if we scroll down now, it's going to look like this. Now we need to reload the page for the changes of the section wrapper to take effect. There we go. Now it's nicely centered. And then we can dive into the div below this motion div. This div is going to have a class name equal to w-full for full width and flex. And then within that, we can create a new motion.p. That motion is going to have a variant or variance equal to fade in. And it's going to not have any direction. It's not going to have any type, but it's going to have a delay of 0.1 seconds and a duration of 1 second. And we can also give it some class names, such as mt-3 margin top, text-secondary for the color, text-17 pixels for the size, max-w-3xl to make it readable on larger devices, and leading-30 pixels to change the line height. And inside of here, we can have a description for our project. I'm going to simply paste this paragraph that I wrote before. Following projects showcase my skills and experience through real-world examples of my work. Each project is briefly described with links to the code repositories and live demos in it. Feel free to change this however you want, or you can just copy it and then paste it right here. So let me reload the page. And there we go. You can see the description. Feel free to write something about your own projects right here. And of course, the most important part, below this div right here, we're going to create one more div that's going to act as a wrapper for our project cards. So we can create a class name equal to mt-20 for margin top, flex-wrap, because our cards are going to wrap if the screen size decreases, and then gap-7 to create some space. Inside of there, we want to loop over all of our projects. So projects.map, we get each individual project and its index. And for each project, we want to return a component that we are yet to create called project card. Our project card is going to have a key equal to project dash and then the index. And there's also something else we need to pass to it. And by something else, I mean something really important. And that something is, of course, going to be the entire project. So we can spread out all of the properties of that specific project. And we can also pass the index equal to index. Now our project component or project card has everything we need, so we can declare it right here on top of the works. That's going to be const project card, like this, an arrow function. And we already know we're getting a lot of things through our props, but just to be sure, let's visit our constants and our project to see what does each project have. It has a name, a description, tags, name, color, image, and then the source code link. So I just want to point your attention to this. Feel free to change all of these project descriptions, values, names, and links. Everything is completely modifiable. Now let's make use of those props. We're getting an index, we're getting the name, description, tags, image, and source code link. Great. Now in here, we can return and we can wrap everything in a motion.div. And finally, we can say test inside of there for now, just to be able to see our 3 projects. Now, this motion div is going to have variance, and that's going to be equal to fade in. We want to fade them in up, and we want to fade them in as a spring. That's the type of animation. Then we want to fade them in one by one. So we can say index time 0.5. So they're going to come one by one because the index for each consecutive one is going to increase. And then the actual duration is going to be 0.75 seconds. So now if we save this and reload, you can see how 1, 2, 3, they're coming one by one. Great. This is going to look even better once we have our actual cards. So let's create them. We're going to wrap everything in a tilt component. And to that tilt, we can provide some additional options. That's going to be a max property of 45, a scale property of 1, and a speed property of 450. These are all settings for that tilt that I showed you earlier. And finally, we need to give it a class name. The class name is going to be bg-tertiary. We're also going to p-5, rounded-2xl. On small devices, w-360 pixels. So we want to change this to 60, and w-full. Now, if we save this, you should be able to see 3 really dark cards, which now even tilt already. But let's make them look a bit better. So inside of this tilt, we can create a new div. That div is going to have a class name equal to relative, w-full, and then h-230 pixels. That's already going to give them some height. And right now we have one by one, all of them appearing in one column because we don't have a lot of horizontal space. But since we use flex wrap, if we were to increase the screen size, they would nicely fall into place. For now, we can keep them in one line. Great. Now let's see what else can we do to make this look even better. And of course, that's to display a self-closing project image. Let's give it a source equal to image, an alt equal to name, and of course a class name equal to w-full, h-full, object-cover, and the rounded-2xl to provide some rounded corners. Okay, this is already looking so much better. You can see how that React tilt component really makes this come alive. If you haven't changed the values in the images so far from the constants, that's fine. You can keep using these ones. I'm going to explain the project later on. And then at the end, once this is developed, you'll be able to change this data to your own projects. Now, below this image, we can create another div. That div is going to have a class name is equal to absolute. So we want to make something appear on top of the image. We're going to set the inset to 0, flex, justify-end, margin-3, and cart-img_hover. And inside of there, we're going to show that GitHub icon. So if you remember correctly, we want to show this little thing on top, right? So to achieve that, we can create one more inner div. And that div is going to have an onClick property. There, we want to have a callback function that's going to call window.open, and then we want to do source code link and then _blank. So this is going to open that page in a new link. We also want to give it a class name, black-gradient, w-10, and h-10. So that's going to make this black gradient box appear on top, right? But of course, we want to make it into a circle, so we can use a handy Tailwind utility function called rounded-full. Let's make it flex, justify-center, items-center, and cursor-pointer. All of these properties will now allow us to position the image nicely right there. So we can say image is a self-closing tag, source is equal to GitHub, alt is equal to GitHub, and then class name is equal to w-1/2, h-1/2, and then object-contain. As soon as you save this, we can see nice GitHub icon appear right here. If you already have deployed your projects, one additional cool thing is to simply add another div. And then this div can be for the live URL of the project. Just something to keep in mind. Now, below this image and below 3 more divs, we want to create an additional div. This div is going to be for the name and the description of our project. So let's create a div with a class name equal to mt-5 margin top to divide it from the image. There, we want to create an h3 that's going to render the name. And below that, we want to render a p tag that's going to show the description. If we save that, everything breaks. So let's try to reload it and let's try to open the inspect element to see what went wrong. It looks like the above error occurred here. Description is not defined. So maybe I misspelled it, and that indeed did happen. So we can properly spell description and we are good to go. So if you scroll down, now you can see car rent, job IT, and trip guide with their corresponding descriptions. I'm going to share a bit more info on these interesting projects really soon once we complete the project cards. Now let's style the H3 a bit by giving it a class name equal to text-white, font-bold, and text-24 pixels. Okay, that's more like it. And let's also style the description by giving it a mt2 to divide it from the top, text-secondary to make it, of course, secondary next to the title. And then let's also change the text to 14 pixels. There we go. So this is now looking great. And finally, we want to apply some tags, some main technologies of each project. In this case, I decided to use them as hashtags. So what we can do is below this div, we can create another div. That div is going to have a class name of mt-4 to divide it from the description, flex, flex-wrap, and then gap-2 to provide some space. Inside of there, we can map over those tags by saying tags.map. We're going to get each individual tag, and for each one, we want to return a p tag. That p tag is going to have a key equal to, that's simply going to be tag.name, and it's also going to have a class name that's dynamic, set to text-14 pixels, but then dynamically tag.color. So we want to change the color of each tag. And then here we can say hashtag and then render the tag.name. Now, if we save this, you can see React, MongoDB, Tailwind. For the second one, we have React, REST API, and SCSS. And for Trip Guide, we have Next.js, Supabase, and CSS. Of course, you can change all of these if you go into the project within the constants file. You can change the description, the name, as well as the source code link and the image. Great. With that said, now we have created a lot of sections, so let's expand our browser to see it in its full glory. There we go. As you can see, we have our great project section, and all of the 3 projects appear in one line. We can hover over them, we can go to their source code, we can read the title, description, and the technologies. Looking great. Now, while we're here, let me tell you a bit about these projects in specific. Car Rent, a web-based platform that allows users to search, book, and manage car rentals. Jobit, a web application that enables users to search for job openings, view estimated salary ranges for positions, and locate available jobs based on their current location. And most importantly, Trip Guide, a comprehensive travel booking platform. These 3 applications have been built by people just like you, learning web development inside of our JSM Masterclass experience. A bootcamp that helps you land your dream job within 6 months by support from myself and other mentors, or you get your money back. And yeah, I mean this. We created the Masterclass experience to help you get unstuck, to help you get away from learning just from YouTube tutorials and start focusing on what really matters, which is practical build experience. These projects that I've just showed you, such as Job Finder, that has a really comprehensive design for finding jobs, the travel and booking platform that is a comprehensive Booking.com clone, and even the car rent application, which is a comprehensive car renting applications. Myself and other mentors help people just like you improve their web development skills throughout 6 months in the JSM Masterclass experience. So if you want to step up your game from just watching these YouTube videos into something more comprehensive and something that will take you way further in way less time, you can sign up right now by going down into the description and clicking the JS Mastery Pro link. I'll see you there. With that said, we can now proceed with the next section of our portfolio, which are the testimonials. So let's go ahead and go back to our own portfolio, collapse it all the way so we can see the code, and scroll down. Now we're going to focus on the feedback section. So let's close the works and the index, and let's open up feedbacks. Inside of the feedbacks, we are going to import motion coming from Framer motion. We're going to also import the styles coming from /styles. We can divide it as this is an internal import. We can also import the famous section wrapper coming from /hoc. We can then import the fade in as well as the text variant, which are motion helpers. So they're going to come from /utils/motion. And finally, we can import the data for testimonials coming from /constants. Once again, you can change these by going here, and then you can make these appear from the people that you actually know and you have worked with. Great. With that said, we can now start creating the layout of our feedback. So we can wrap it in a div that's going to have a class name equal to mt-12 bg-black-100 and then rounded -20 pixels. Of course, this has to be within the square brackets. Now, if we save this, you cannot see anything yet because it's dark. So what we can do is we can create one more inner div that's going to have a dynamic class name. So it's going to be inside of curly braces, and it's going to have styles.padding. It's also going to have a bg-tertiary. It's going to have a rounded -2xl, and it's going to have a min-h-300 pixels. Now we can see this card right here, although it's really dark as well. But we're going to put some cards to contrast that darkness. So we can create a new motion div like this that's going to have a variance property equal to text variant, and we can call it as a function. And then within there, we can do the same thing that we have done before. We're going to create a p tag that's going to say what others say. And then below that, we're going to create a new h2 tag that's going to say testimonials. And then add a dot at the end. Now let's style these a bit by giving it a class name equal to dynamically styles.section subtext, not a head text. This is going to be a subtext. And then we can copy this entire thing, the class name, and then paste it for the h2, but this is going to be a head text. If we save that, this is already looking much better. Now, below this motion div and below one more div, we can create another wrapper div. This div is also going to have a dynamic class name, so we can do it like this. It's going to have a styles.padding x, meaning horizontal. It's going to have a -mt-20. Why minus? You're going to see soon. Then it's going to have a padding bottom of 14, flex-wrap, and then gap-7. We cannot see anything yet because we are yet to create those testimonial cards. So inside of here, let's loop over our testimonials and notice how we have the similar pattern every time. We have the subtext, the head text, same thing right here, and then we have some cards to showcase what we do. Sometimes in web development and web design, people try to overdo it, but you always ought to follow a specific structure. We have a text, we have a description, and then we have something we do. Same thing right here. Don't put a lot of colors, a lot of fonts, a lot of differences on the website. Try to keep it consistent, but still interesting. That's exactly what we're doing with this portfolio. So let's map over our testimonials by doing testimonials.map. we're going to get each individual testimonial and an index right here. And then we want to return a feedback card for each one of these. A feedback card is going to have a key equal to testimonial dot name, because each one is unique. It's going to have an index. And then finally, we have to spread the entirety of the testimonial properties. So let's see what each testimonial will have. It will have the testimonial itself, the name, the designation, the company, and the image. And of course, now we have to create this feedback card right here on top. So let's say const feedback card is equal to a React functional component with an instant return. And we already know that we're going to get some props. So that's going to be index, testimonial, name, designation, company, and image. And finally, we can return a motion.div for each one of these cards. So now we can scroll all the way down and we cannot see anything yet. But if we, just for example, return something like the actual p tag that's going to say testimonial and save it, we can already see 3 different pieces of text, which is good. But let's style them a bit. Let's apply some variance as well. So we can do variance is equal to fade in. We want to just leave the direction empty, provide a spring type of the fade in, and then we want to do index times 0.5. So every one is going to appear after the other one. And then we want to do 0.75 for the duration. Great. Now let's also apply some class names to this motion div. So that's going to be class name bg-black-200, padding-10, rounded-3xl to make it a bit rounded. On extra small devices, the width is going to be 320 pixels, and usually it's going to be full width. There we go. Now we have actual divs that contain the testimonial. Now we want to add this cool little quote sign at the top. So let's do that first. We're going to create a new p tag inside of that motion div, and we're going to put one single quote. But of course, we have to style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to text-white, font-black, text-48 pixels. So that's going to be huge. And there we go. If I fix the typing error, there we go. This is already looking better. Now we're going to have a div for the rest of the content. So we can create a new div that's going to have a class name equal to mt1 to divide it from the top. And then we can put this testimonial right here within that div. So that's going to look like this. Below the testimonial, we can have another div that's going to act as the wrapper for the rest of the content. So that div is going to have a class name equal to mt-7, flex, justify-between, items-center, and gap-1. So what we're doing is we're creating this piece right here, the div that's going to contain the name, the @ sign, the position, and then finally the image of the person leaving the review. So within this div, we can create one more div. That div is going to have a class name equal to flex-1, flex, and then flex-call. Within there, we want to have a p tag, and within that p tag, we want to have a span. That span is going to render the @ sign, and outside of the span, we want to render the name, @Sarah Lee. Great. And finally, below that p tag, we can create another p tag that's going to say designation of company. So who and at what company? CFO of Acme Co., CEO of Def Corp, and so on. Great. Now, of course, we can style this a bit. Let's start with styling the actual testimonial by giving it a class name equal to text-white, tracking-wider, and text-18 pixels. So that's going to look like this, a bit larger, a bit more pronounced. Then we want to style this p tag by giving it a class name equal to text-white, font-medium, and text-16 pixels. Okay, that made it a bit more pronounced as well. Let's change the span by giving it a class name equal to blue dash text dash gradient. Okay, so now we have this blue @ sign. And finally, let's apply class names to the bottom p tag. That's going to be empty-1, text-secondary, and text-12 pixels. There we go, Sarah Lee, but now the position in the company is a bit less pronounced. The most important and the biggest thing, of course, is the actual testimonials, what they have to say about you. And now below this div right here, let's also display an image of that person leaving the testimonial. So that's going to be the source equal to image, the alt tag equal to, let's do something dynamic like feedback by, and then we can leave the name right here. Okay, and finally a class name of W-10, age-10, rounded-full to make it a circle, and object-cover. And there we have our image, looking great. With that said, if we now expand our testimonials, and I can just see right now that I wrote testimonials, so let's fix that right here. That's going to be here, testimonials. That's a bit better. Let's expand it. Okay, and can you notice the issue? It's appearing at the left side, but you already know how to fix that. We simply have to wrap it with a section wrapper. I'm glad I missed that because now you can see the importance of higher order components and how simply they fix the issues that we would have to now write a lot of code for. There we go. This is so much better. So we have this testimonials, and I promised I'm going to explain what that -MT does, minus margin top. Well, you can see it makes these cards go over to this div right here, which gives it a really cool effect. Great. So now we have the projects, we have the testimonials. What else could people ask for? They know who we are, they know what we do, they know what we are about. Well, of course, now that they know all of that, they want to get in touch with us. So we're going to create this really cool 3D form with 3D stars flowing in the back, and then this planet to denote that they can reach out to us wherever they're from. Really cool. So let's get started with this really unique contact section by closing the feedbacks and then moving to contact. To get started with the contact section, we can first import a couple of things from React, and this time that's going to be the use state as well as use ref hooks coming from React. Then we're going to also import motion coming from Framer motion. And this time we're going to also import something new. We're going to import email.js coming from add email.js/browser. This is a tool we'll use to add the functionality to our contact form so people can send us emails. Finally, let's import the styles coming from /styles. Let's import the earth canvas. This is an interesting one. So earth canvas coming from /canvas. Let's import the section wrapper, as we always do, coming from /hoc. And let's import a motion utility function called slide in, coming from /utils/motion. Great. With that said, we can get started with our contact. And in this case, we first have to specify a use state field. So we can say use state. We're going to call it form, set form. And at the start, it's going to be equal to an object containing a name, containing the email address, and containing the message, which are all going to be set to an empty string. Finally, we'll also have to define an empty use ref. So that's going to be const form ref is equal to use ref. We're going to use this later on. Great. Also, when we're submitting the form, we want to show some kind of a loading. So we can create another use state called loading, set loading, and at the start, it's going to be set to false. Great. When it comes to the functionality, later on, we're going to create the handle change logic and also the handle submit logic. So let's create just empty functions for now, handle change, handle submit, so we can reference them in our code later on. Great. With that said, we can start creating the layout of our contact form. So let's scroll all the way down. And as you can see, we have our contact right here. So let's wrap everything in a single div. That div is going to have a class name equal to, on extra large devices, margin top is going to be 12. On extra large devices, also, we're going to have a flex row, and usually we're going to have a flex dash column slash reverse. We're going to have a flex property, a gap of 10, as well as overflow dash hidden. So we're trying to ensure that we have everything we need to show this great contact form, as well as the earth here, without any mistakes on mobile devices and on larger devices too. Now let's also wrap this in a section wrapper, as we always do. So that's going to be the contact form. And this time we're going to also give it an ID equal to contact, so we can actually scroll through it. So now if we go all the way to the top of the website, and if we reload the page and click contact, it scrolls all the way down, which means that we are ready to start developing it. Now the form is also going to be animated. It's going to slide in from the left. So we can create a new motion.div. This motion div is going to have a variance property, as motion divs usually do. So it's going to be variance equal to slide in. We're going to call it as a function, and we want to slide in from the left side, while our earth object is going to fly in from the right side. Then the type of the animation is going to be tween. It's going to be delayed 0.2 seconds, and it's going to have a duration of 1. Finally, we also want to give this div a class name of flex-0.75, meaning we wanted to take 3/4 of the screen. We want to change the BG black to 100, which is the color, a big padding of 8, and we want to make it a bit rounded, so 2XL. If we save this, we cannot see anything yet, but we're now creating the basis of our future div. Inside of there, we can create a p tag that's going to say get in touch. And below that p tag, we can create an h3 property that's going to say contact with a dot. Great. And we still cannot see those, so let's apply some class names. The p tag is going to have a dynamic styles dot section sub text. And then the h3 is going to have a class name equal to styles dot section head text. And then if we save this and reload the page, we can see how get in touch and contact slide in from the left side. Looking great. Now, immediately below the h3, we're going to start creating our form. So our form is going to have a ref equal to form ref, the one we initialized at the top. It's also going to have an onSubmit property, which is going to be equal to the handle submit function. For now, an empty function, which we're going to fill in later on. And then it's going to have a class name equal to margin top 12, flex, flex-call, and then gap-8. For now, that's not going to do anything, but soon enough, we're going to create the inputs for this form, so you'll be able to see it. So let's start with the first one of these. That's going to be a label property. That label is going to have a class name equal to flex and flex-column, so we can make multiple elements appear one beneath another. The label is going to have a span that's going to say your name. And that span is going to have a class name equal to text-white, font-medium, and margin bottom of 4. There we go, your name. And now is the time for us to create the input. So the input is going to be a self-closing tag that's going to have a type equal to text, a name equal to name, value equal to form.name, onChange equal to handle change. It's going to have a placeholder equal to what's your name. And it's going to have a class name equal to bg-tertiary. Immediately you can see it right there. Then it's also going to have a padding y of 4 to make it a bit taller, and px of 6 to make it a bit wider. It's going to have a placeholder color of text-secondary. It's going to have a text dash white. It's going to be a bit rounded, so we're going to apply a rounded dash LG. It's going to have outline dash none, because we don't like those ugly default CSS outlines. We also don't like default borders, so we're going to say border dash none, and we're going to change the font to medium. Now, if we save this, we have a great looking input, but we cannot yet type anything in it. We'll make that possible soon once we change the handle change function. For now, we simply need to duplicate this entire label and all of its contents 2 more times. 1 more time for the input, and then the last time for the message. There we go. Now let's change the second input just a bit. This is going to be, instead of your name, we're going to say your email. Instead of type text, it's going to be type email. Name is going to be email as well. Value is going to be form.email. And then we're going to say, what's your email? And everything else should remain the same. Now we can move to the last one. That's going to be your message. What does somebody want to say to us? And instead of this being an input, it's going to be a text area with the rows property equal to 7. This means that we're going to provide people with some space to write the actual message. We don't need the type text on the text area. The name is going to be message. Value is going to be form.message. And then the placeholder is going to be, what do you want to say? So what do you want to say? And I just noticed that in here, I said placeholder, and we want to change this to placeholder for this to appear. So let's bring this back all the way from dear to just the regular placeholder. And there we go. This is already looking so much better. And with that, we have created all of our inputs. So the only last missing piece of the puzzle is the actual button. So below the last label, we can create a button component. That button is going to be of a type is equal to submit. And there, we want to check if we are currently loading. If we are, we can say something like sending ... If not, it's just going to say send. So there we go. Here is our send button. Now let's style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to bg-tertiary. Let's give it a py of 3, that's padding. Let's also give it a px of 8. Let's give it the outline equal to none. w-fit, text-white, font-bold, shadow-md to make it seem like a button, and then shadow-primary. Okay, this is already looking much better. Let's also do rounded-xl to have the rounded borders. And now let's compare this with the final version. Yep, that's looking good to me. You can see that we also have the stars floating in the back. On the finished version, we're going to add that soon. For now, the form is looking great. Now, what do you say? Let's focus on the stars and on this great Earth model. And then once we do that, we can focus on the email functionality. So for now, before adding the stars, let's just add the floating Earth model right here below the form. So we're going to exit this motion div and we're going to enter a new motion.div. This div is going to have a variance property and it's going to be very similar to the one that we had in our first motion div. So we can copy this variance and we can go down and we can paste it right here. There's going to be one difference though. Can you notice it? Let me just expand our browser, go to the finished version and reload. Can you see the difference? The contact model comes from the left side and then the Earth model comes from the right side. So we want to change this to slide in from the right. Great. Now going back to our own website, scrolling down, we can now also apply a class name to this motion div. On extra large devices, the flex is going to be 1 because both the model and the contact form are going to take 1 space. Then we also want to change the extra large devices height to auto. Usually on medium devices, height is going to be 550 pixels. And then usually the height is going to be 350 pixels, like this. So we're just changing the size of the canvas on which the Earth will be displayed. right here. Finally, and most importantly, we want to show the earth canvas right here inside of this motion div. So of course, to develop it, we can reload the page. The earth flows in from the right, but right now the earth is just a piece of text that says earth. So let's dive into the earth canvas and let's load this magnificent earth model. We can do that, of course, by importing something known as suspense coming from React. But even more importantly, we need to import canvas. As we learned before in Three.js, everything 3D related appears on a canvas, and that's coming from React 3 Fiber. Then we also learned that we can get a lot of these utility functions, such as orbit controls, preload, and use GLTF, that are coming from React 3 Tray. That's a helper library. And finally, we can import our canvas loader coming from, that's going to be /loader. Okay, and we are ready to start creating that earth canvas. Now we're going to have the earth model, which we can leave as it is for now, and we can create a new one below that's going to be const earth canvas. Great. Now inside of there, we want to return the canvas. The canvas is not a self-closing component. And let's apply a couple of props to it. Now this model will have shadows, which is cool. The frame loop is going to be set to demand. Then we want to get that GL property that's going to be equal to preserve drawing buffer to true, like we had it before. And then we can change the camera position. For now, we can leave this as an empty object. We're going to modify it as soon as we import that great model. Finally, we want to add React suspense to this. Suspense is going to ensure that while our model is loading, we have something to show. So we're going to apply a fallback that's going to render the canvas loader component if our model hasn't yet loaded. In other case, if it has loaded, we're going to render the orbit controls, which are going to allow us to modify and move around the earth with our mouse like this. And we want to specify some options to those orbit controls. We're going to say auto rotate is going to be set to true. Enable zoom is going to be set to false. And then we can do the same thing we did to our PC on top. We can apply a max polar angle. That's going to be math.pi/2. And then we can do the min polar angle as well. Great. This is just how the rotation is happening. Finally, and most importantly, we can render the earth model right here, which for now, again, is just earth. And at the end of the day, we want to return the earth canvas and not the actual earth model. So that's what we're doing right here. Now, we are importing the earth right here, but we haven't yet imported the earth model. Right now, it is just a text that says earth. So we already learned how to import great 3D models, and that is like this. Const earth is equal to use GLTF hook, to which we can pass the path to our 3D model. That's going to be planet/scene.gltf. So you just need that GLTF file. And of course, something might break, but no worries, that's fine. I just want to point out that these models are within the public folder right here, planet and then scene.gltf. Again, as I mentioned before, if you want to get some other models, you can just simply Google for 3D models online and then find the GLTF file, put it here, and then reference it right here. Great. Now we want to return a primitive, as we learned before. And that primitive is going to be a self-closing tag that most importantly has the object, which is equal to earth.scene. Now, if we scroll all the way down, we should be able to see a really small earth right here. So what do you say? Let's make it a bit bigger by changing the scale to 2.5. That's more like it. Let's change the position -y to be equal to 0. And also the rotation -y to be 0 as well. This is just going to ensure that we can rotate it horizontally. And with that, we also want to apply some additional properties to our camera. So our camera can have an FOV, a field of view, equal to 45. Let's check out what that does. Now, if you reload the page, it's going to make it much larger. Let's also change the near to 0.1. Let's change the far to 200. And let's change the position just a bit to, that's going to be an array of -4, 3, and 6. I found these values to work the best. Now, if we save this and reload the page, we can scroll up a bit, and you can see we have this wonderful Earth model in its best possible form. Also, due to the flex properties we used, if we expand this, it's going to show nicely like this. We can reload the page. And there we go. This is looking wonderful. Now, the only part we're missing, of course, are the stars. Stars make it just look so much better because it seems like the Earth is flowing in space. And in here, it doesn't really seem that way. So that's a nice little detail we decided to add just for you to make your portfolio even better. If you appreciate that, feel free to leave a like, comment down below that you like the stars, and let me know what would you like to see in the next video. With that said, we're now done with this Earth model, and we can exit it. And we're also done with the context section, besides the functionality, which we're gonna do soon. But for now, we can go back to the app, and we can go into the stars canvas right here. To implement our stars, it's going to be a similar procedure as working with our other 3D elements. We'll have to import some things from React 3 Fiber and React 3 Ray, but this time we'll be working with math as well, as all of these particles will be created by us. You'll be able to define the density of the particles flowing in the air. With that said, let's get started with adding those stars to our portfolio. We can start by importing a couple of things from React. By a couple of things, I mean use state, use ref, as well as suspense. And that's coming from React. We're then gonna import the canvas, but this time the use frame as well, coming from add react-3/fiber. We're going to also import something known as points, point material, and preload coming from add react-3/Dray. Finally, we're going to import everything as random coming from maath/random/maath-random.esm. So this is that special math utility that we imported before. Finally, we can create our stars, which are going to accept some props, but we can also create our stars canvas. So that's going to be const stars canvas looking like this. And that's the thing that we actually want to export later on. So our stars canvas is going to simply return a div. That div is going to have a class name equal to w-full, age-full. It's going to be absolute because it's going to show behind the actual Earth and the contact form. Inset-0, and then we're going to set the z index to -1. That way it's going to show behind those elements. Immediately inside of the div, we want to render the canvas element. Inside of the canvas, we can change the camera position to be equal to an array of 0, 0, 1. I found this value to work the best. There, as always, we can have a suspense. That's going to have a fallback to null this time because it can load really quickly. And then we're going to render our stars model. And at the bottom of the suspense, we're going to add a preload component as well, where we can say all. Great. This is our stars canvas, but now we have to develop the actual stars, which we're going to create from scratch. So first of all, let's initialize an empty ref by saying const ref is equal to use ref. After the ref, we can start focusing on the layout. So in this case, we won't have the mesh, but we're going to have the group. And within that group, we're going to have a lot of points. So we can say points with a ref is equal to ref. And then we have to give it a position. So positions of those spheres. So we can say positions is equal to sphere, and now we need to define that sphere. So we can say const sphere is equal to, that's going to be random dot in sphere, and we want to add new float 32 array, and let's make it 5,000. So 5,000 particles. We can add a comma and then say radius is equal to, or colon, 1.2. So now we have our sphere. We also want to add a stride like this is equal to 3. And if you want to learn more about what these properties do, just go to 3JS or React 3 Fiber documentation and you can type stride there. There's also this property called frustum cooled. And to be fully honest, I'm not sure what it does. It says right here, when this is said, it checks every frame if the object is in the frustum of the camera before rendering the object. Okay, just something to keep in mind. And finally, we can spread all of the props right here to those points. Now, if we save this, most likely something is going to break, which is fine. That's because the points are not going to be a self-closing component. We want to have something in there. So within those points, we need to specify the point material. This is going to be made out of star dust. I'm just joking, but these will be stars. So we're going to make them transparent. We're also going to change the color to be set to a string of hash F272C8. Let's give it a size of 0.002, really small. There is the size attenuation property, which we're going to set to true. And there's the depth right, which we're going to set to false. And if we save this and reload the page, we can now scroll down. And there's still nothing happening, but no worries, we're going to get to that really soon. Our stars need to rotate. And instead of rotating every single star, we're going to rotate the entire group. So we can say rotation. And then we're going to set that to an array of 0, 0, and then math.pi over 4, like this. And we can save that. In math, just m is going to be uppercased. And if you scroll down, we still cannot see anything. Even after adding the rotation, we still cannot see the stars. So let's see if everything is all right with our stars canvas. Right here, I can see that I specified the H full, but we should have specified H auto. That's just one little fix that we can make. And right here, I can notice that I misspelled absolute. So if we fix this, there we go. Our particles just showed, but they're not moving around. So we can scroll up and now we can make them rotate. We can do that by using a special utility coming from React 3 Fiber called useFrame. So we can call this useFrame as a hook, pass in the state and something known as a delta, meaning a change, and then we can say ref.current.rotation.x minus equal to delta divided by 10. And then we can repeat this for the y as well and make this 15. Now, if we save this, you can see that the stars will start moving. Is this not crazy? We have implemented the stars, we added the rotation, and we also use this crazy use frame feature, which allows us to rotate something frame by frame. And in this case, we're changing the rotation of the stars, meaning we're making them move and float in the space. And with these stars floating at one specific speed and the planet moving at a different speed, it really does look like it's flowing in space. With that said, we can close the stars and we can expand our browser to admire this in its full glory. I'm going to reload the page and scroll down. And would you look at that? We have the contact form. The stars are right here. Everything is looking great from the start of the portfolio to the end. And these stars just make it as a nice finisher, meaning when somebody reads everything about us, they are greeted by the stars and they are ready to contact us right here to let us know that we got the job. So with that said, our application is now complete. The last thing we have to do is go back into the contact section and we have to implement the actual functionality. Now that we have everything right here, that's going to be pretty simple. And again, we'll be using the email.js service to make this even simpler. Let's get started. First, we have to create an account on email.js.com, and it is as simple as pressing sign up free. Once you sign in, you'll see a dashboard that looks like this, and there's a quota of 200 free emails, which should be more than enough. One of these is surely going to get you a job. So let's go ahead and create a new service. Let's do Gmail. In here, you're going to get your service ID, and you'll have to connect your account. So you can simply sign in with Google, and once you sign in and connect it, you can create the service. There we go. Now you can go to email templates, and you can create a new template. You can leave everything as it is. It's going to work by default. So let's click Save. And let's click OK. The template has been saved successfully. Great. So if we go back to email templates, now you have your template ID right here, which you can copy. And back in templates, we have our template ID. So you can click it, you can go to settings, and you can copy your template ID. For now, let's simply paste it right here on top of our contact as a comment. Then let's go back to our email services, and let's also go to Gmail, and let's copy our service ID. We're going to need that as well. And finally, you can go to your name, and then you can copy the public key. And you can paste that right here on top as well. We're going to use this really soon. With that said, we can go back to our contact.jsx, and we can start implementing the functionality, starting with the handle change. Inside of the handle change, we get a key press event. And from that event, we can extract the target. So we can say target is equal to E, like this. And what we can also do is we can also extract the name and the value immediately from e.target. So essentially, we went 2 steps deep because e.target.name and e.target.value exist on this event property. Finally, once we get that, we can set the form to be equal to an object where we spread the entire form, and then we update the name to the newly created value. What this will allow us to do is now we can actually update these fields and enter our name, our message, and our email. Great. Now we can focus on the handle submit, which is the most important part. So once we start with the submit, we first want to prevent default. So we want to call e.prevent default because otherwise the browser would refresh it, as that is the default browser behavior. Then we want to start with the loading. So we want to start the sending of the email message. Then we want to call the email.js library, and we want to call the .send function. There we have to pass a couple of things. First one is the service ID, then the template ID, and then the public key. So we can pass those right here. Let's get them from the top. We took these just a couple of moments before from the email.js service. So first we have to pass the service ID, which is this one. You can just pass it as a string right here. The second one we have to pass is going to be the template ID. So you can copy it and paste it right here. Now let's paste this in a couple of lines. So it's going to be service, template. Then as the third parameter, we have to provide an object with some options. So these options are going to be from underscore name is equal to form.name. So we know who's sending it. Then we have to underscore name. That's going to be your name. In my case, it's going to be Adrian. After that, we can enter the from underscore email, which is going to be equal to form.email. So we know who is sending it. After that, we're going to have to underscore email, which is going to be your email. In my case, contact@jsmastery.pro. You can enter your own email here. And finally, the message is going to be equal to form.message. That's all that we need to pass. Finally, the last variable, the fourth parameter, is going to be our public key. So we can copy that public key right here. There we go. Again, you get all of these values from your email.js. You can see where I copied them. I got the template from the templates, the service from the services, and then you get your usual key if you click on your name on the navbar of the email.js service. Great. Now we have everything we need right here. And the main question is, what's going to happen when this actually executes? Well, we want to call a .then function on it. .then is going to accept one callback function inside of it. And there, we want to set the loading to be equal to false. We also want to add an alert that's going to say, thank you. I will get back to you as soon as possible. Great. And then finally, we want to reset the form. So that's going to be set form is going to be equal to an object where name is an empty string, email is an empty string, and the message is an empty string as well. Finally, after this function, we can provide another callback function called error. So we can set the loading to false in that case as well. And we can simply console log the error. And we can also alert something like something went wrong. There we go. Just so the user knows that they haven't sent you an email and they can find your email somewhere else. And believe it or not, that's it to allow us to send emails. So I'm going to enter my name. I'm going to enter my email. And I'm going to enter my message. And I'm going to click send. Sending. And thank you. I will get back to you as soon as possible. That means that everything went through. Isn't that great? And if you go back to your email provider, you should see something like this. You got a new message from Adrian. Hi there. This means that our email works. That is phenomenal. With that said, our contact session is done, and with it, our entire application. We came to the last component on this entire structure. That means that we can now expand our browser all the way to the end. We can scroll all the way to the top, and we can reload the page to check it once again in its full glory. We can now also close the other deployed link because soon enough we're going to deploy this one ourselves. Okay, let's check it out. So once again, hi, I'm Adrian. On top, we have this wonderful 3D model, which we haven't seen in quite some time because we spent some time developing the rest of the page. Now we have this automatic scroll, which brings us to the overview, where we have the web developer, React Native developer, backend, and content creator. Again, you can change every single little detail on this page by going into constants. You can change the experience to match your actual experience. In this case, we worked at Tesla, Shopify, Meta as well. And then finally, we can see these balls with technologies that we know and we are proud of working with. That is great. Then we have some projects right here. Again, these are projects that the Masterclass students have built. Maybe you can in the future too. But for now, you can put your own projects right here. Again, make sure that these are great projects that employers really want to see. Then we have the testimonials for people that put trust in you and that actually have something good to say about you. And finally, we have this wonderful 3D contact section. Looking great. And just to verify, let's ensure this is mobile responsive. So I'm going to go right here to mobile. And I'm going to scroll all the way up one more time. Yep, this is looking good. Everything falls nicely in mobile view. Everything is readable. We can see the balls, we can see the projects, we can see testimonials, and we can see the contact. This is wonderful. I love it. Hopefully you love it as well. This has been a phenomenal build. And as we always do on the JavaScript Mastery YouTube channel, now I'm going to show you how to deploy it to Hostinger's incredibly fast servers, where you can put it on your own domain name to really make yourself stand out. You know, you don't want to have that ugly URL where there's a ton of random characters. You want to have something your first and last name.com. That's what you need, and that's what I showed you how to get at the beginning of this video, and now I'm going to show you how to deploy it as well. So let's get started. And we are back on our Hostinger's dashboard. I already purchased the domain name at the start of the video. It's going to be jsmasterypro.com. Hopefully you purchased yours as well. If you haven't already, you can do that right now. The link is going to be down in the description. If you haven't yet connected the domain to the setup is going to be right here with a big yellow button. But if you already connected it, you can go to hosting, and then you can go to the hosting connected to that specific website and click manage. Right here, we have our file manager, which you can click and open. Here, you can enter the public_HTML folder, and you can delete the default.php file because we're going to replace it with our entire application. So back in our application, let's first close all of the currently open files, go to View, and then Terminal. Let's stop it from running by pressing Ctrl+C, and then let's run npm run build. This is going to create an optimized version of our application ready for production. This process usually takes about a minute, so let's leave it be, and I'll be right back. Actually, we are using Vite, so this got completed in about 10 to 15 seconds. So you can go to Explorer, and you can find your new dist folder right here. You can right-click it, and then click Reveal in File Explorer or Find in Finder. Once you've done that, you can enter the dist folder. You can drag and drop everything into the Hostinger's H panel. This is going to take a moment to upload your files, and there we go. So we can close our H panel, go back to our dashboard, and we can visit our domain. And as you can see, the website loaded. We have our Adrian portfolio right here on our own custom domain. Hopefully you got something that matches your first and last name. We have our wonderful 3D model, incredibly fast servers, and an incredibly nice looking website. I'm really happy with all the animations, 3D models, but at the end of the day, I'm happy with the hosting, deployment, and the domain name as well. This is looking great. And once again, thank you so much for coming to the end of this video, and you should thank yourself for building such a phenomenal portfolio that's going to play a major role in helping you achieve developer greatness. As you can see, for me, the SSL certificate has been automatically installed. If that wasn't the case for you, you can go to Security and then SSL and install it manually. But as you can see, the process is incredibly seamless. Everything works right off the bat, incredibly fast servers, SSL certificates, fast load times, all of the things that are definitely going to make you stand out from the crowd, especially with this beautiful 3D 3JS developer portfolio. With that said, I want to thank you for coming to the end of this video. If you want some more in-depth coaching, feel free to check our courses right here on jsmastery.pro, or if you want some deeper one-on-one mentoring with mentors, definitely check out our JSM Masterclass experience. I'll see you there, or I'll see you in the next video. In any case, have a wonderful day.